Welcome, everybody, back to the Open Qualifiers of 2025. We're on to weekend number 2, day number 3 of the action, and that means we go back up to the upper bracket, and we here on the HG Sports stream take a look back into Gravity's run to try to qualify for the NACL. I am Slayer. You've been familiar with me with my run-through doing Gravity on the Aegis cast, but I am very excited to get my main man Shibby in here to break down everything we're going to see today. And Shibby, finally, we're going to see this Gravity team tested to their fullest, almost, it feels like, right off the bat with this first matchup.
Yeah, potentially here. I think Dog is going to be that litmus test for Gravity. Are they legit, or were they kind of just pretenders here? I think if they end up winning this best of 3, their next matchup against ideally would be Tempest, right? If both of these teams win their matchups, I think that'll be the really true test of whether they're actually like ready to go, ready to qualify here as we're just blitzing through these bans. But yeah, Dog, I'm going to call them that, aren't any slouches, right? They've got a lot of players in my mind that can make some noise. Players I'm familiar with, Nightstar are on their bottom lane, Protoss as well. I mean, these guys are staples of collegiate in their respective roles. GVU obviously very dominant in the MEC, has won it multiple times. Nightstar a big proponent of that factor after he ended up replacing Aaron a couple years ago. So big shoes to big shoes to fill at that point. Obviously Lycamaz as well, another collegiate kind of guy, been in the scene for a bit, has competed for a long time here. But for me, where Gravity is going to win this, it's going to be obviously through their bottom lane, through their jungler in my mind. I'm a big fan of Shimmer. I'm a big fan of him being this X factor in the draft. I'm always looking at him thinking about what is this guy going to play, because he's already flexed the Zyra, the Xin Zhao, the dude plays Shen jungle, which has gotten the respect it deserves. Dog is banning that out. So, I mean, right now draft is going as expected. My experience, Nightstar is one of those like long scaling kind of players. Attack speed Varus, you know, Zeri, these kind of stuff. Aphelios just recently got buffed. We're on live patch, and here comes the Xin Zhao coming out from Shimmer. So no X factor right now.
Nope, not yet so far. Interesting to see Sayo Wabi play the Ezreal as well. Not a champion that he pulled out in any of their matchups of the 5 games they ended up playing weekend number 1. Do see the staple other Shimmer pick, though, come out with the Xin Zhao, and they're going to get All Calamity on the Leona. So pretty proactive spot for All Calamity, who has continued to impress me with how confident he's really playing on his first, like, real, no flame to his old OQ team. Big boy team, we'll call them, on this Gravity roster. But Dog fans, yeah, like you mentioned, on the back end here, I'm curious to see how they play around their top side, because Barrick looked pretty impressive last weekend. He looked impressive in his couple of spots in tier 2. So I'm curious as this draft goes on who they're really going to try, how much prioritization they're going to give towards him, because he should, no matter what, really get a lane matchup he likes. It's just, can you break through the Alorum tank pool? That question that is always going to be asked with an Alorum team.
Yeah, Alorum, kind of like that filter, right, in that top lane. Can you abuse the champion pool? Can you get past this guy? If not, maybe you're not ready to be an NACL level top laner. And I'm kind of surprised that they ended up rotating their top laner so early, right? Guy that obviously recently played some Mbessa, played some Jace. I was wholly expecting prior to this pick coming, I was like, oh, Dog should save their red side pick for their top laner, see what advantage they can get over Alorum, but instead they're going to rotate it early. And now if I'm Dog, I should just ban out some top laners, things like Ornn, Sion, maybe make Alorum sweat a little bit, but instead they're going to try to target Robbie Bob's mid lane pool here. Lycamaz and Robbie Bob, in my mind, kind of fit the same role for both of these teams. Obviously, Robbie Bob, a little bit more success with UST, has won multiple C-Laws. I think he's much more primed in the position to play that more utility-focused role. But with Syndra and Azir being removed, the other champions that he can kind of shift off to, it seems that his pool might be shrinking just a little bit.
A little bit? I would say a lot of it, right? He's received 4 bans now. So Dog fans have made sure that they're trying their best to avoid the Robbie Bob pop-off game that you expect to happen every weekend of a qualifier, every stage of a qualifier. I usually look for a Robbie Bob pop-off game, so we're due for one this weekend is what I'm trying to tell you. The only champion I think he could, Robbie Bob champion I think of last year is like Victor. Like, if you really want to pick Victor here, that's a Robbie Bob champion. He gets the AP in for Gravity. We'll have to see, though, because they definitely need him on a damage dealer, because you're not going to put Alorum on a damage dealer. Also, Alorum, those 2 tank options you mentioned are both up for him. So I'm wholly expecting a Sion or an Ornn here out of Alorum, and then we're going to see what Robbie Bob's going to have to blind into a mid lane matchup.
Yeah, it could be Orianna. It's still up on the board right now. We might see that come out here. Obviously, pairs very, very well with Leona, Xin Zhao, stuff like that. The Nico coming in for the mid lane here. So they are saving. It seems like
Protoss.
Oh, that might be Protoss. Yeah, it might be the support Nico. That'd be kind of insane. I mean, it's kind of rough for me into the Ezreal specifically, but you're not really picking it for that bot lane matchup. You're more picking it for that big wombo combo potential. Allows you to kind of abuse this double melee setup that Gravity have gone for. Most likely, like we talked about, triple melee setup, as that's going to be the Sejuani top lane for Allura. That is a pick. I've seen him bust out before. This guy was a Sejuani top lane truther. I believe he thinks it's actually a really good matchup into Cassante. You have the ability to interrupt, you have multiple stuns, you have really good gank setup, which is something Shimmer would love, right? If you get this guy going. The top lane 2v2 skirmish potential for this, now that you have Sejuani in that top side, completely flips the script. I don't think any Zyra Cassante is going to win that out. And hey, your crystal ball's working. Slayer the victor comes in here now. So Dog, what are they going to play into this, right? Mel is still up available on the board here, although haven't been seeing it, I feel like I've been seeing a lot more support nowadays. I feel like Mel mid lane kind of maybe lost some style points, lost some cred. Orianna still available. Banning out that Syndra from Dog, though, might actually end up hurting them with this Victor being picked up by Gravity.
I wonder if they go for an AD pick here. Lycamaz is a player that's been playing competitive for many years by this point. He probably has the most diverse champion pool of anybody on the Dog fans roster, I would say. And they're in need of an AD threat. I feel like, you've got Zyra in the jungle, you've got Nico support, which I guess this could still be Nico mid, but my problem would still arise that you're relying all on Nightstar to really churn out a lot of your consistent damage. So into like a Sejuani and Leona and a Xin Zhao that can block projectiles, this Xin Zhao is a huge counter to Zyra. So Dog fans, I would rather like to see Lycamaz just go pretty aggressive here to find something, especially that can try and bully out Robbie Bob's Victor. But they're definitely in a pinch here with this R5 pick, and they're just going to go for the Hui. So this is a ton of magic damage from Dog fans. They go like two and a half, like half of their champion pool, because I'm giving half to a support, right, is just pure AP damage.
Yeah, I mean, Merc Treads is going to go absolutely hard here.
Crazy this game.
Crazy value for Merc Treads. If they end up getting the feats of strength as well, that's even more value. Like, it could get really, really out of hand here. Yeah, it's tough as well. I mean, luckily, you have both Zyra and potentially Hui maybe going into that Leandri's build. I mean, obviously, Zyra's going to be building it. Going to have that HP shred, so the big tanks like the Sejuani, like the Xin Zhao and the Leona, who are going to be mixing in that health and bruisery kind of build. They still have to worry about the magic damage, but my goal, my interesting thought is, who's going to reach this backline? Like Ezreal, Victor, relatively safe, right? I mean, at least the Ezreal part, and Sake Wabe known to execute on these high mechanical champions. The kid's been doing it for a long time now, at least in his short playing span, but from what I've seen him play all the way back in Illinois College, the dude was just a hard carry, and he's always been one of those mechanically talented players. Played with Polestar, obviously now peak performers as well not too long ago, and now he's on this Gravity roster. I think a slam dunk pickup for this team, and I find it really hard that you're going to be able to catch this guy, especially if he takes cleanse. Yeah,
which God, Asagi Wabe, do not let me down by not passing the cleanse check on our first game of the day, or this weekend for sure. But the points you're making is so. The frontline players on both sides are going to be like really critical, because I think in essence both sides have pretty good range, right? And there's the skill check involved of how many severing bolts are we going to see this Hui maybe land onto Victor's or Ezreal's when they get caught, and the flip side is how many gravity wells and Robbie Bob's range with his Victor is he gonna be able to grab those backliners. That's a skill check, right? But you need to set up your carries on both sides. So I'm looking at this Sejuani for Alorum and Shimmer to really find engage tools and try and jump on Dog fans, because the one edge Gravity's going to have in these fights, despite both squads playing range so heavily, is that Gravity have more reliable engage tools on bigger health bars, right? And Dog fans are going to be able to kind of kite back a bit better with the Zyra, play for the Wombo with the Nico. So it's really going to rely on those, engaged champions, these front lines, even if it is a makeshift one for Dog fans, to set up these carries that are both going to be playing from range. There's going to be a ton of range in this game.
Yeah, it's going to be heavily reliant for Dog, at least Nico with Flash versus without Flash, having that proto belt ready if they end up going into that more, like you said, like support engage role. I think it is a solid pick. It's going to be rough in that 2v2 for Gravity, right? Varus, Nico. I mean, this Leona is just not going to have a fun time. And with the changes that have come in with lane swaps as well, roaming for a support is also deadly. Like you really effectively can't kind of leave your lane prior to 3.5 minutes unless you can guarantee that kill and then get the hell out of lane super quickly so that your mid laner can pick up a plate. Like, there are ways to kind of game the system, don't get me wrong, but you've got to be on point. You have to get the kill, get out, and immediately allow your mid laner to soak up as much EXP, as much gold, and potentially that plate gold that they can to make up for what they would have lost in that lane swap kind of, let's call it penalty that Riot has implemented. So yeah, I think the importance of these 1v1 lane matchups, these 2v2 matchups, like being a better laner, like you're actually getting rewarded for it now, which some could argue dumbs the game down a little bit. I definitely think it tests a different set of skills.
Yeah, and a set of skills that, you know, you could kind of call into question with Gravity. And before we go into this game one, because we jumped into draft so quickly, I want to like make sure to wrap us all back to a more holistic view of what Gravity's goals are and how they accomplish them. If you're just tuning into a Gravity series this time round, it's important to remember that right now, Gravity, even with the names of like Robbie Bob, like you mentioned, multiple time CLO champion, you've got Sage Wabe, who just played a phenomenal role for Polestar, nearly qualifying to the NACL just a short half a year ago. Alorum's been here many times, promoted, you know, gotten to that promotion stage before. They are still, despite all of this, a team that is currently being left out of a promotion slot. Not by much, but they are being left out by most graders. So Shibby, what does Gravity have to do in this matchup and just going forward in these qualifiers to become one of those teams people are going to talk about competing for an NACL spot?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it a little bit prior to obviously the stream here. I mean, with Gravity, you know what you're getting with those solo laners, right? It's really, for me, how does Shimmer perform? How can Shimmer leverage his champion pool against some of these top junglers, people that have played at the higher levels, NACL and even LCS potentially, right? How does this bottom lane do against tried and true bottom lane pairings, right? Obviously,
exactly.
You have that Aaron bottom lane that's going to go up. You're going to go up against Tempest, right? Obviously, the double lift bottom lane that we hopefully see that matchup. Like, can Sage Wabe and Al Calamity do it? 100% I believe they can, but they just have not been tested to that level yet. And I think for Gravity, you said it perfectly, right, Slayer? Gravity will go as far as their bottom lane takes them, in my opinion. And if their solo laners can have those step-up games, if they can play up to the level of their competition that we've seen them do before with their championship DNA, yeah, I think Gravity, like you said, being left out, sure, I can see it, but I think right now, this week is where they make like that statement name for themselves. Like, no, you guys counted us out. I don't think you're correct. We're better than XYZ team.
It's important to remember Gravity right now are 2 best of 3s away from playing for a qualifying spot in the NACL, but that is much further down the road. What's right in front of us immediately is going to be a short technical break as we shore up things behind the scenes, but once we are back, we will be live from Summer's Rift for Game 1, upper bracket round 3, Gravity taking on Dog Fans. We'll see you in a short few. Just like that, we are back live for game number 1. Gravity taking on Dog Fans in the 3rd round of the upper bracket. We're through the draft, and like Shippy alluded to a little bit when we got into Champion Select. You're going to start seeing a lot of different early starts, maybe more familiar ones now that lane swapping is out. You get a lot more 5-pointed starts like you're seeing now. Nobody really grabbing much of an edge at all. No really deep wards. Just traditional League of Legends like we remember it.
The good old League of Legends. And I would even argue sometimes like maybe trying to flip for that invade is even more like, you know, could be more beneficial for the team that actually wins it, right? Because now even if you get invaded, you can't like lane swap out of it. If Barrick were to go down, or maybe Lycamaz were to lose his flash or go down early in that lane, have to TP back, yeah, it's hard for you to lane swap out. It's hard for you to swap back and forth here. So yeah, I mean, I think as we see more teams adapt to the new lane swap penalties, we might see more like all-in invades from teams, right? Prioritizing getting that early advantage because you're locked in. You have to play against that laner that have that extra D-Blade or that extra tier or whatever, right?
Exactly. You see the minions start to crash in towards these waves, and we get jungle starts coming across. Interesting to see that Shimmer for now is signaling a top-down clear, which does take him away from those solo lanes that we expected him to try and piggyback on. The tank battle top lane is just going to be what I like to call ultimate chicken every time you see it. Until those guys have ultimates, they're not going to try and ever really kill each other. So a lot of attention to the jungle, especially when you talk about Shimmer into the Zyra.
Whoa.
So we do see a Zenith play land on the bot side. Level 1, the double range really keeps Sagiwabi and Alcalamity off of the wave, unfortunately. That's just the price you pay.
And I like that from Protoss as well. Copying the Varus to get that range advantage to hit the auto onto Alcalamity. Just small things that matter in this bottom lane here. And yeah, I think Shimmer's pathing down to try to give his bottom lane a bit of a bailout, right? And King Clue is smart enough saying, you know what, I'm going to path towards them. I'm going to provide them that support. Zyra's job right now, because she has that faster clear, because she's going to be up on tempo when it comes to jungle clearing, shadowing where Shimmer's going to be, making these 2v3s, 3v3s, and just coming in with a ton of damage, landing all your abilities, right? That's where Zyra's insanely strong. She's got the tempo lead, so she can just kind of keep up with Shimmer and negate a lot of that early pressure that he has to get off here, right? Because Zyra's going to scale insanely well with those 2-3 AP items. The big thing to note, though, and the surprising thing we'll see if King Clues ends up visiting this top side, is that Alarm opted in for more of a kill threat in that top side. Those TP ignite because he has that dash on his Q. We'll see if that ends up biting him in the back later on here. But King Clueless already in that bottom side has cleared vision, potentially threatening a dive onto Sagewabe and Alcalamity here. Shimmer's got to be here soon.
Yep, Shimmer on his Krugs, trying to walk his long way around.
Okay.
And Sagewabi's gonna push himself off the turret. Zenith played really well timed out. Calamity stopped the dive, and Protoss took aggro. Easy first blood given over to Shimmer. The rest of Dog fans have to run for the hills.
And Shimmer's timing really good on the cover, but Alcalamity
going flash. Zenith Blade, he grabs Nightstar. The piercing arrow not gonna be enough. Alcalamity's able to limp away, and now Sagewabe mops up the rest of them. The young gun bottom lane is back better than ever before.
Call him just Calamity, because he absolutely caused a natural disaster in that top bottom lane there. Nightstar, Protoss, and King Clueless all go down. Really well played. Alcalamity hitting that clutch Zenith Blade when Protoss began to tank, allowing Shimmer to get the EQ off. The wind becomes lightning. I mean, just a beautiful, beautiful play there. I was hoping they would cover the dive. They actually flip it on its head. One kill goes over to Sagewabe and another 2 over to Shimmer. Shimmer's accelerated now. He's on the Zin's out. He's got the Tiamat. I mean, this guy can quite literally walk into King Clueless's jungle and just take it over. It is. I'm expecting Shimmer to start being a lot more aggressive here.
And you know what helps even further? Right now, Gravity are finding themselves in good spots in both of their lanes as well. Alorum is beating up on Barrick, making it hard for him to catch these waves under the turret. Winning lanes with a fed jungler is very, very powerful spot for Shimmer to be in. It's good to see that Alcalamity continues to impress as advertised on this Leona. This is what Gravity's going to look like at their best to start out this game, and it's good to see they're continuing it from that last weekend. They've got Feats of Warfare already locked up, and like you mentioned, Shibby, all of the map to really play for at this point.
Yeah, I mean, this kid's the truth. I know he's been grinding in a solo queue. I've been seeing him make noise on Twitter and stuff like that. I got to obviously him play earlier in the last OQs and stuff like that, or like earlier weeks. I was like, all right, is this kid legit? Is he good? That play just convinced everything. I think Gravity have found themselves a diamond in the rough here. It's only game one. I'm completely convinced. I was like, oh, this guy's game sense, understanding what to do, completely turning that dive around. I mean, just beautiful, beautiful play from everybody on Gravity, and that's netted them, you know, a 500 gold lead. Nothing crazy here, but Shimmer's not going to visit topside. Barrick might be in some trouble.
Oh, does take over to level 6. Alarm doesn't have access to Glacial Prison just yet. Shimmer maybe reminding Barrick that he is on this top side. Is he'll go for the classic trade. King Clueless picks up the first dragon of the game on the bot side, and Shimmer will start on these grubs a bit late though, and they do have Protoss roaming up towards the mid lane to maybe overload.
Yeah, I mean,
that looks like Robbie Bob's flash.
Yeah, Robbie Bob ended up flashing out there. Let's see if they can actually pick up all 3 of these grubs so they can start their way towards that feats of monster slaying. Alora going for a kill?
For the kill. Ignite down Glacial Prison, but doesn't have enough to get Barrick's health bar totally out. And we'll just force him to heal up once more. Further up the river, though, that flash out of Robbie Bob meant that the rest of Gravity kind of had to give up control of the grub pit, so they stop at least a monster slaying stack going over. But that means that King Clueless grabs first Drake and 2 of the first 3 grubs. To get something back here for Dog fans, maybe looking for a pick here on Robbie Bob. Does land the Grasping Roots, but down comes the Gravity Well into the Arcane Storm. Shimmer jumps in on a killing spree. Robbie Bob should drop to the plants. The shield from the Q is just enough to spare his health bar. Once again, a Gravity member limps away with slivers of a health bar.
And Gravity once again towing the line of death, right? Just Robbie Bob baiting and saying, you know what? Maybe you can kill me. You don't know. But it's really interesting that Clueless and Lycamos went for that, knowing that Shimmer was just on those grubs. Maybe they expected him to path back to his blue buff, back to his Gromp, but instead he passed towards that mid lane, baits them in, and Shimmer picks up a kill here. 3-0 on the Xin Zhao. He may not have the objectives to back up this power, but he definitely has the kills here. Really well played from Gravity so far, and surely they're going to contest either this next dragon or these next grubs. They got a 1,000 gold lead in their names. Bottom lane is going as best as it can. This is also a poke orientated Varus. I thought this was going to be the more attack speed variant one, because Nightstar loves to play those long scaling kind of 80 carries. But now I'm worried again for that tank profile on Gravity side, right? They have Sejuani, they've got Leona. How is this poke Varus going to run through these guys once we hit 25, 26 minutes potentially?
You said Merc Treads would be hella valuable this game. Well, I think now just pure magic resist is going to be the name of the game for Alorum, All Calamity. Maybe we'll even see Shimmer devolute his build path to try and give him some extra protection. And this is also the period now where Crescent Guard is up. So Shimmer, while he's accelerated now, he just, I mean, think of looking at Dog Fan's roster, how many projectiles does this guy block with one ultimate if he's at enough distance?
I know. Insane value going to be coming out from Shimmer. Probably can block a ton of these Qs coming out from Nightstar, as now he's stuck his way into this bottom lane.
He flashes right on top of Protoss, then throws down the stun. Shimmer picks up the kill with a flash. Crescent Guard gets rooted under the turret, so he's going to try and turn and burn, but he's going to gift the shutdown back over to Nightstar, so both teams a little bit wary on their first dives of the game.
Yeah, Al Calamity kind of flashing in, forcing the issue. Like you said, good stun from Protoss. Gets that shutdown onto Nightstar. Barrick and Alorum tussling and bustling.
Now it's all Alorum. It's going to try to create distance, but Barrick flashes to cut down the angle. Finds a solo kill. So despite the rough start, as rough as you can get for an early game of League of Legends, Dog fans are still finding avenues to work their way back into this one.
Relatively evened out the gold, right? About 200-300 maybe separating these two teams at best here. And that kill going on to Nightstar specifically, it's massive, right? Allows him to keep leveraging that poke Varus advantage. He's already gotten himself roughly a 20-25 CS lead. He's gonna miss a ton as well. And this Ezreal and this Leona, it's past 3.5 minutes, guys. They're swapping to the top side. No penalty detected here. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's another layer of the game here. It's a different flavor of League of Legends, and I'm excited. As now they want to play for these grubs, right? The second stack here. Dragon's going to be coming up in about a minute and 15 seconds as well. I'm okay with Gravity making this trade to secure them 4 grubs so they can get some early pushing power, right? So they can kind of threaten these turrets if they win another team fight, which I think they expect to, given their front line, given the way their comp is set up. One team fight win plus 4 grubs could knock down a tier 2 turret very, very quickly.
Shimmer, speaking on those item advancements, First one to a legendary item has the Titanic already done. Crescent Guard going to be up in mere seconds, so look to Shimmer to carry a lot of the damage load if a fight breaks out. For now, the Dog fans are gritting control in the river as Alorum tries to set a trap on Nightstar. Remember, his Glacial Prison isn't up, but holy moly, we're fighting the river. All Calamity eats about 2.5 ultimates to the face, but somehow just walks all of them off. Sagewabe in a 1v1 with Barrick at the top of your screen as Shimmer's trying to cut down the angle. Sagewabe gets himself to safety for now as Shimmer eats a whole lot of crud with plants and flying discs coming his way. He's going to jump onto the grubs with Robbie Bob here. A lot of poke coming through for Dog fans and Sagewabe. This time he's going to have to flash over the big wall to once again get away from Barrick. Smite down for King Clueless. He's going to take one of those grubs. I think Dog fans off of that are going to just take the trade 3 for 3. No monster slaying stacks once more.
Wow.
Alorum hits the Glacial Prison. Solo Bolo Alorum style on the Sejuani top.
Nightstar looked at him funny. Said, you know what? Never mind. Alorum said, you're talking smack here. Gets that solo kill. Gets a little bit of a silver lining after that kind of disastrous topside fight here. Dog fans, I'm really interested to see how that ended up happening. I think Al Calamity may have gone a little too hard in the paint on that side, soaked up a ton of damage, but their team was split, right? Gravity's top side with, I believe, Sagewabe on that top end against Barrick just could not move to that fight.
Robbie?
And Shimmer and Robbie Bob couldn't get there as Robbie now has dropped the Storm onto Lycamaz.
Oh, he's going to flash for the Q, but he gets feared under turret. Severing Bolt hits it. King Clueless swings in to steal away what felt like a bona fide death. Robbie Bob goes down for the first time this weekend.
Beautiful, beautiful ability rotation coming out from Lycamaz. The fear under the turret, and then the root, as well as the severing bolt. I mean, just really good way play from Lycamaz. We talked about, like, what is he going to be able to pick in this Victor? You banned out the Azir, you banned out the Syndra. Hwei was that pick here. It almost feels like they wanted Robbie Bob to pick the Victor, because Lycamaz seems like he's okay with this matchup.
Feels very, very comfortable. And now Dog fans are in a very comfortable spot. Looks like we're going to get a replay on how this topside escapade started. Let's see if Shibby's analysis was right.
Al Calamity.
We have a fight though
out here and there. We do have a fight on the bottom side.
Yeah, Al Calamity is picked off here. Sagewabe is in a 1 versus 2. He has that lethal tempo, which gives him a lot more dueling power. Dodges out on the hail of arrows. Does not hit the mystic shot. Flash forward from Nightstar. Secures the kill. So they trade out King Clueless, who does fall and drop the dragon, but it's a shutdown and even more gold over to Nightstar.
Yeah, Nightstar probably hit that Varus ultimate, most likely onto Al Calamity there. And again, it feels like Gravity's desynced. They're doing two different things on two different fronts, and they actually can't sync up together, right? It was the dragon, then it was a bottom lane fight in the 2v2. Yes, they get King Clueless, like you mentioned. They pick up that dragon, but they lose a lot. That turnaround on that bottom lane where they got those 3 kills essentially evaporates, and Dog fans is now 1,000 gold ahead. Robbie Bob?
He keeps getting so close to finding these solo kills onto Lycamaz, but we'll just soak up pressure, try and knock down more of these plates, but it does cause King Clueless to once again try and cover. Oh, I got baited by Nico. It's actually Protoss.
Yeah, I mean, Lycamaz doesn't die, but effectively, you know, kind of loses a ton of gold. No TP available. So as long as Robbie Bob keeps rotating the ultimate, drops the storm on his head consistently, can force those backs prior to when they move, not having your mid laner available to move on the map allows your support, allows some of your team to start dropping vision down because you know he's in base, right? Effectively giving you a 5v4 advantage on the map for about 10 seconds. So I like what Robbie Bob is doing, forcing the issue, forcing him out of lane, and just like you said, soaking up more XP, denying minions, and giving himself some of that oh so luscious turret gold that is going to fall off very, very soon here. Big thing to note, this Rift Herald that's going to be coming up in a couple minutes. I feel like Gravity think they have the advantage in these team fights, but have now lost 2 in a row, and maybe they're going to play this a little more apprehensively. Maybe Al Calamity needs to turn it down just a notch.
Just a notch. I think it's a great point, though, because when we talk about power scaling, right, we mentioned the mid laners. Those guys are going to be the heavy hitters later into this game, but seldom talked about sort of those bridge champions, those mid-game power spiking ones, and Sagewabe is yet to get to that Triforce just yet. I think off his next back he will, but Ezreal's not there to match Nightstar and his cheaper lethality items. Along with this Nico, there is a real thorn in the side of Gravity right now, the fact that the bottom lane for Dog fans is going to be a lot more valuable burst-based damage that you need in these mid-game team fights.
Especially if you're setting up these objectives. Shimmer
He's going to jump right over the wall onto Protoss. Doesn't use the Crescent Guard just yet. Still gets the knock on Protoss, forced to flash. Good double root from King Clues, though. Holds the bottom lane gravity in place, but Shimmer wants to get it all done on his own, but he's going to fall just short. Protoss is able to get out. When becomes Lightning does not save him from Nightstar, who lands root after root, and it's a disaster for Gravity. Sagewabe can't even trade a kill back out. This game started with 3 kills for Gravity in the bottom lane, and now it's completely flipped on its head.
I talked about Calamity turning it down a notch. Well, Shimmer said, you know what? Let me pick it right back up. Goes diving in head first on this Zinzao onto Protoss. Tries to go for the kill. Flash, heal available, ultimate as well. And like you said, a beautiful double root coming out from this. Oh, no!
Robbie fell for it. Can he at least trade out like Amaz? Doesn't look like it. The Arcade Storm falls just short. Dog fans are just erupting all over the map right now.
Yeah, this mid game.
Oh,
okay.
Snipe found.
All right, we bring it back here. Good job, Sagewabe, to get that snipe onto Lycamaz, making it a 1-for-1 here. But this mid game from Dog fans, I mean, beautiful baiting, just unreal objective setup, has been able to punish Calamity and Shimmer just a little bit. And like we said, I feel like Gravity think they have the leg up. They think they might be more even in gold, but now they've lost 3 team fights in a row, 2 on the top side, 1 on the bottom lane. Surely now they're like, all right, maybe let's tone it back a bit. Let's play to our scaling advantage with the Victor and the Ezreal, but it feels like skirmishing is in their blood.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it. Small little interaction we saw there. Bottom lane turret falls for Gravity first, so they actually get feats of strength off of that. They couldn't get the top lane turret in time. The trade goes the way of Gravity. They do lose a Rift Herald there, set up well by Dog fans, but just another little thing that gives a slight edge to Gravity that you don't see in the gold deficit they have, which is those boot upgrades.
With Dragon coming up in about 40 seconds here, you do believe that Gravity should have first move on this, because Dog fans use a lot of their resources to take on this Rift Herald. Alorum, though, no TP available, so I'm expecting Robbie Bob to match potentially Barrack here. They do have TP advantage because of how many times Lycamaz has been forced into the fountain because of Robbie Bob's aggression. They have been able to garner that TP advantage. Now, how they will use it is the more important question, as Shimmer, I think, is going to find a skirmish in his own jungle. No, King Luz is out.
Iglos is out. Ooh, good use of the clone there, but the stun still lands onto Protoss. They're trying to hammer all the damage through Protoss. Once again, able to escape thanks to King Clue is just landing all of these roots. All Calamity can't move. Dropped by Nightstar right as the dragon spawns.
Surely Calamity will pick up the Merc Treads now. Like, there's no way he looks at all that CC, text to death recap, 6 seconds of stuns being put into here, and Nightstar, bit of a savant pickup on that second item, goes for the spell shield here. Yeah, it really hinders what Gravity wants to do. And like you mentioned, this dragon not going to work towards that heats of monster slaying, but a Chemtech dragon, you'll take it. Especially if you're going to work towards that Chemtech soul that allows you to obviously stick in fights a lot longer, gives you that extra damage boost once you drop below 50% HP. I mean, Chemtech soul, obviously not the most game-changing, but makes it really annoying, especially with what Gravity is trying to do. Layering the solar flare on top of Shimmer's burst, it's going to be that much harder to kill them, right? And even with this extra shielding and healing, really that Chemtech soul is what it's going to tip Dog fans over the edge here and put a little bit of pressure on Gravity to make things happen prior to that.
Just another slight edge that Dog fans has found in this mid game, but Alorum is looking for a big Glacial Prison angle. Good flash, gets that one out of Nightstar, who did not pay the cleanse tax, so keep that in mind for any of those big catching ultimates later on. Lycamaz is going for Shimmer, who does create a good amount of space, gets the Crest Guard back down. Is this Gravity this time looking for a big turn? Flash out of Lycamaz. 3 flashes burned by Dog fans in this mid lane skirmish, and Barrack picks up a bot lane tower for it.
Barrack's just been dutifully farming, right? Has nabbed himself a bounty here. And I want you to look at Alorum's build really quickly.
Yeah,
this guy is a full support build, right? Has the Abyssal Mask, the Rylays is absolutely looking to just be super annoying, right? Slow you as much as possible, land stuns, and with 3 flashes burned on Dog fans. Now I need to see Gravity use that to their advantage. Make another play, set up your lanes, whether it's top lane, mid lane, whatever you're trying to do. Maybe you're going to set up around this Otacon that will be spawning very soon. Flashes are down, very crucial. Nightstars is down, Lycamaz is down. Your 2 carries flashes are not available here.
Robbie.
And with Uh-oh, Lycamos.
He keeps trying this. Robbie desperately wants this solo kill to Lycamos, but he just can't get it. Finally will with the help of the Blackfire Torch. But like it has been all game, King Clueless has got him covered. So it's a trade for Robbie's aggression in the 1v1.
No flash for Robbie as well. It's going to be down for these next objectives. Although Robbie can play a little bit safer. Same thing with Lycamos. We'll see if anybody actually ends up getting to them. I'm really looking for Al Calamity to let these solar flares start to rip onto Nightstar. As I say that.
On time, he hits the Zenith Blade with Shimmer on the back end. Double shot, 2 roof shot barrage through. And that is the engage they needed. Gravity punished those flashes being down, just like you called out, Chibi.
Is Al Calamity in my head? Do you know what I'm thinking before I say it? I mean, beautiful, beautiful play from him. That's going to set up that Otacon. 2 members down. The bottom lane specifically, your Varus, who is front load of your damage, allows you to kind of poke these guys off. Will be interesting to see if Gravity ends up starting this Otacon. I think the Otacon is super bait. It's a super bait sometimes, right? Like, you feel like you can start it and then you take a ton of damage and then it gets flipped. I've seen it happen time and time again here. Instead, they're just going to take the double lane or the double kill here. They're going to take that gold and put it into their items here. And I know, you know, Dog fans still ahead roughly 2,000 gold, but Gravity playing like they're ahead, right? Playing like they don't care about whatever gold lead that Dog fans have amassed for themselves. It's they're clearing out vision. Dragon's coming up in about 2 minutes. Another Chemtech Dragon, like we mentioned. I have a feeling Gravity might just want to try to give this away. They don't really care about it. Potentially set up Baron vision here and get Dog fans face checking into the Baron pit around the 24-minute mark, but we'll see. Mid lane under siege right now.
Lorem finds a pick on a Protoss. They get the roots down. No Pop Blossom to return. Here comes the big time solar flare, hits onto the back line. King Clueless is found out by All Calamity, who continues to throw down Zenith Blade after Zenith Blade, stunning these shades together. Big Spawn Despair back on. All Calamity will find a trade. Lorem has to back out, but there's not enough consistent damage for Dog fans to really stick around, and they'll suffer a small loss in the team fight.
Yeah, 1 for 2. Once again, those flashes being down. King Clueless has eaten a flash Zenith Blade and a solar flare 2 fights in a row. And it kind of sucks, even though you have that Zanya's, because out of Zanya's, there's a front load of damage coming in. Shimmer and Sakewabe. I don't think you guys win this.
Shimmer flashes right into Star's face and just cuts him down to size. Shimmer's aggression as prevalent as ever for Gravity. 8 kills of the 14 in this opening bout.
I didn't think they were going to win that. I was like, wait, Shimmer's taking a ton of damage. Flash, though, right on top of their heads. Yeah, that Zin's outburst. I apologize, Shimmer. Not familiar with your game there. Really, really well baited from Gravity. I feel like they've been doing this pretty consistently against Dog fans now.
The big thing for Gravity, too, at this point, is you really hit those first real power spikes that Sakewabe shows some of his fancy footwork away from Protoss. But you've got the Ezreal at the Moramana down. You've got this Victor up to 2 items. The main late game carry threats for Gravity are starting to hit that break where they might just be able to finish off a lot of those kills they were just a couple ticks short on in those mid game fights that Dog fans really ran.
Yeah, this front line getting beefier and beefier, right? As you see Shimmer, like you said, trending towards more of that bruiser-y-ish build with the Titanic, with the Sundered Sky. Obviously, look at Alorem. The guy's going full tank. As we do get a nice replay here, and Alorem just comes straight out of the Raptor pit. Such a good look from Gravity to abuse these flashless carries. And meanwhile, we see Nightstar take a trip in the Rift Herald. Yeah, this fight was never gonna win for Dog fans here. As we go back into that picture-in-picture, it looks like Gravity is posturing for that dragon.
Yeah, they're gonna go in. They're going all out for Barrack, though. The Pop Blossom from Protoss is huge onto the backline, but where's the rest of the damage? Dog fans just can't get close enough. King Clueless had to go into the stasis. All he's gonna find is the Storm of the Arcane breathing down his neck. Gravity start the fight, end it their way, and they're gonna get out with a dragon and a pair of kills. Shimmer, no, gets it stolen by Nightstar. All Calamity trying to stop the steal and dies. So Dog fans get a small win right at the end.
Where was the smite? I thought Shimmer was going to smite it away. Unfortunately, it does get stolen, like you said, by Nightstar. So they lose the fight, but they still end up getting that dragon, and now they are on Chemtech Soul Point. A little sloppy from Gravity, but now they've been able to manage to claw their way back, and the gold is relatively dead even. 200 gold separates these two teams. Really good early game from Gravity. I feel like Dog was really dominating that mid game with multiple team fight wins, but it seems like Gravity, like you said, Slayer, has hit their power spikes. 2 items on Robbie Robbie Bob. 2 items onto Sage Wabe. Now they're kind of trending towards that late game power spike that we thought of. Now that Baron's coming up in about 20 seconds, the setup's going to be there. And it feels like King Clueless has kind of fallen off a cliff with this Zyra, right? Has not been as effective as I thought they would be, hitting those 2-3 items, having that tempo advantage. I mean, doesn't even have a CS lead that he would have typically on Zyra, right? Shimmer's been doing a damn good job, and Alorm right now.
Get right in your face. Does have the Glacial Prison, looking to hold it. Maybe for Night Star. Lycamoz's flash gets the second stun over. Still holding on the ultimate, lands the stun. The fear comes out just in time for Lycamoz to create enough distance to survive. So the credence to Lycamoz on his way has kept him alive a couple of times where it felt like it was certain death.
Has Lycamoz had flash this game, Slayer? I feel like this guy has just been perma.
On the last 15 minutes, that's for sure.
The moment it comes up, this flash immediately gets burned here, which again opens up Shimmer and Al Calamity to kind of get their funk on, right? Like they're gonna go straight on to Lycamoz, straight on to Nightstar, throwing everything in the kitchen sink at them, and they can't really do much about it. Even if you do have a Zhonya's, even if you do have a frontline, you saw Protoss hit a massive 4-man pop blossom, but we talked about it in the draft. How else are you going to reach them if you don't have a flash on your Nico? You don't have the follow-up coming in. Like Barrick's not coming in from a flank. Lycamoz isn't there to follow up. It's a really desynced fight, and Gravity taking full advantage of it.
It leads so heavily into the bursty mid-game power spiking of their composition, and it's starting to hurt them as this game goes on. It really feels like the one win con left for them is going to be that Chemtech Soul, recently buffed up on the last couple of patches. And you can already see how much Dog fans are leaning towards that bot side. King Clue is constantly heading over there to clear out vision. The entire bottom river, including Otacon, is completely dark right now for Gravity as they try and defend this mid-tier 1 that seems done by Destiny's case.
Yeah, I mean, really good siege coming out from Dog. That's the big advantage they have with this way, with this Varus, who has ticked over to that 3-item mark here, as well as I believe Sage Wabe is going to pick up a couple more minions, and he should be on that 3rd item. It should be Spear of Shojin, right, for Sage Wabe? Like, I don't think you can really deviate too much from that build. Obviously, he needs the mobility. He needs the extra cooldown reduction that you get. I don't think we'll see anything different from Sage Wabe on this 3rd item. But right now, Nightstar is slightly ahead. Maybe Dog fans could use this, leverage that item advantage to kind of get some vision down. Like you said, potentially threaten that Otacon, threaten the Baron that's on the board right now. But instead, it looks like they're just going to wait around for this dragon that's coming up in 1 minute and 30 seconds. I know you talked about Chemtech Drake getting buffed. I feel it's kind of a fake win con though. Like, I don't think Gravity's like looking at it going, man, we lost the game. We gave Chemtech Soul away.
Yeah, it's not that much of a win con. It's just the Dog fans are their victory formation checklist is starting to very much narrow. But we'll see if they can lean into having set up first. They're looking to go for a pick onto Shimmer. They get the root down, but a Solar Flare times up another big True Shot barrage. Shimmer flies in, going for Protoss once more, and he'll survive for now. Calamity's the first one to fall, but Sage Wabe is starting to really turn up the damage. They have a TP coming from behind. Shimmer knows he has to go all out to try and see how many kills he can get under the turret. He finds one, but gets rooted and should drop to the turret's might. And in comes Barrick trying to chase down Sage, who shifts over the wall, gets away from Barrick and finds another trade for Gravity. Messy fight on all fronts, but it should settle down with a slight Gravity win just by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, I mean, 3 for 3 overall for both of these guys, but like you said, Barrick?
Oh, Barrick, he's messing around with a scaled Robbie Bob. Alorm's so tanky, he can just take the turret for him, but Barrick, he's surviving and he's thriving. Nearly finds the kill to Alorm, gets the Q3 into Robbie Bob's face, but it falls just short. Now it's time for Protoss to try and clean up the mess. Alorm, very tanky. Protoss is on the support. Nico doesn't have enough damage to get the kill done just yet, even with the rocket belt. Dog fans, they've come up so close in this game constantly, but it's Gravity with the win.
Alorm is a monster. That guy just cannot die here. Sage Wabe as well, with Barrick barreling down his neck. Arcane shifts over, flashes back over the wall to get the kill to confirm it onto King Clueless. I mean, a hectic fight. Meanwhile, Robbie Bob gets a solo bolo on that bottom lane side. I mean, Gravity come up with the win. They're able to reset back onto the map here. They definitely want to deny this Chemtech Soul, or at least force Dog to give up some blood, give up some gold here, but instead they're gonna pick it up for themselves, work their way towards that 3rd dragon. Really well played from Gravity. I mean, Shimmer Chad, just an absolute
Great.
Chad, bro. Like, just goes under the turret, says, you know what? I'm taking one, if not two, with me. Creates an insane amount of space for his carries to work with. Here is a problem that has to be dealt with. Really, really well played from him. I've been saying this guy's a monster even since his Illuminate days. I'm glad to see the insanity has been kicked up a notch from him, and he is thriving right now.
He's using the blast codes to their fullest extent. It's Lycamaz picked off with ease. Alorum is getting heralded on the other side. 2 ults committed towards his way, and Nightstar will trade out his top laner. A couple of solo laners traded on both sides here as this game continues to stay bloody in the mid lane.
Yeah, we're nearly 40 kills in at the 30-minute mark. None of these objectives truly have been threatened, at least the major ones, right? Otacon and Baron still up on the board. With Lycamaz going down, though, DTP is available. Alarm doesn't have it. So if Gravity start this, they will be at a 5v4 disadvantage for minimum at least about 15-20 seconds because the respawn timers are desynced. They're instead going to use the man advantage to deny some of these resources, remove the red buff. I believe they took away Raptors as well. Just kind of stifling King Clueless's gold as we get later and later in this game. Has hit that 3-item mark, but I like what Shimmer has built here. The Spirit Visage specifically feeds into his own healing, but also feeds into, like you said, this 2.5 magic damage composition from Dog fans. Like, you said MR is going to be super valuable. I love this from these guys.
Hey, you talking about the dive is on the turret. It's crazy what kind of drug a Spirit Visage is on a bruiser into 3 AP. You're going to see in this game. Shimmer with that item is just so fearless, and he just wants every 1v1. He wants all the smoke. Gonna pack out Lycamaz with ease. Sage Wabe grabs the kill, but it was served on a silver platter by Shimmer. And maybe that's enough for Gravity to really start to force one of those big epic monsters you were talking about, Chibi.
Yeah, Lycamaz got caught in the O-block on the wrong side, and Shimmer absolutely takes him down in that top lane, and that's Baron being started. Yeah, King Clueless should be able to maybe get in here, but it's going down super fast.
All Calamity trying to hold everybody at bay. Nobody over the wall just yet. All Calamity totally fine giving his life for this Baron, but we'll even have to because he just flashed over the wall after a big solar flare. Gravity not done just yet, potentially setting up for a killer blow, but they'll settle down with 5 members strong on the Purple Worms banner.
Beautiful, beautiful zoning from Al Calamity, as well as Alarm throwing that Glacial Prison just to cause more, CC to run through. And King Clueless, I thought he would be able to get in, maybe if we'd go from that top side, but unfortunately can't get in there, can't get the steal. Like you said, Gravity fully draped in the purple should allow them to start getting this push on 3-3 for those grubs, so we're not going to see any minions or void mites here. Dragon comes up in about 2 minutes. Right now, this is Gravity's game to play here. They control the wave states. They control how far they can push up this jungle. Shimmer!
He sees an enemy, he eliminates the enemy. This guy's flash is always down because he's looking for plays. King Clueless gonna drop, and that should really open the map up for Gravity. Shimmer is just on one right now. And maybe all of Gravity are is Alarm and All Calamity. They're continuing this chase, just unrelenting to try and win this game 1.
I mean, love that from Shimmer. We talked about him being that X factor. What is he gonna pick? What he's gonna play is now they're gonna pick up this next epic monster here, Otacon, for themselves. Gonna give them that little extra boost in stats, in gold. I mean, really well played. I feel like I said, the team that has Baron, the team that takes Baron usually will just end up picking the Otacon. It's more of a side objective more than anything here, as they're gonna pick up those roses, increase some of their damage here, also increases a lot of the benefits they get from Baron as well as these dragons. Good, well played from Gravity. Now I need to see them start pushing down some of these lanes, though. They haven't really done much other than pick up kills, which are good, don't get me wrong, but guys, we need to blow up the Nexus to win the game here.
That's a good point. All the tier 2 turrets are standing on the entire map. The only turrets that have been taken by this point are tier 1s. As Alarm, we've seen this exact movie before with different results. Lycamaz has barely survived, just like you're seeing, having to burn all the summoners, but the Glacial Prison still hits for Alarm. Still slowed up. He's able to find the kill to Lycamaz. That's the difference for Gravity in these last couple of fights. They're executing the targets that they left to limp away so many times. And Shimmer able to get out in the face of Barrack, who just cannot find those Dotofo strikes to get a trade, and should power up the Gravity 4-1 split even further.
Yeah, I should see Shimmer just rotate to this dragon right now by himself, while the rest of the team with the Baron that's remaining to start sieging onto these tier 2 turrets like you mentioned. Bottom lane, mid lane goes down. Good job from Robbie Bob, as they're going to pick up some of this standing gold. 700 goes into their pocket, as well as another 700 from this bottom side. Sagawabe shouldn't be in any danger here.
Shimmer really testing how tanky he's going to be. They're trying to burn through the turret. They do get all out onto Shimmer, but it throws the angry Zins out into the back line of Dog fans. Alorum's here to teleport in, but a ton of burst comes across from Nightstar. Trades out both Shimmer and All Calamity with the solo lanes along with Sage Wabe. Have more than enough in the tank to push the tempo, and they're looking for the killer blow. Down goes Barrick. Gravity still finding ways to edge out even the most narrow of fights. Woo!
And Sage Wabe.
He's okay.
He's got arcane shift here, but this dragon's still up. Oh my god. I am clenching right now. Sage Wabe needs to get out of there. Robbie Bob and Alarm, don't know if they'll start this with Nightstar and Lycomos just hanging around here. A lot of the poke coming in. Yeah, they're actually going to reset. We may see another 5v5 for this dragon. Gravity 5,000 gold ahead now. Mind you, the gold between these two teams never really moved above like 1,000, 1,500. These guys were relatively close trading gold leads back and forth here. But King Clueless, or not King Clueless, it's actually the Nico bait, isn't back onto the map here. But King Clueless should be there first because Shimmer went down a little bit later. We'll see if Dog fans can actually secure this. I think they're okay giving up at least one or two of their lives for this Chemtech Soul. They can't flat out lose this fight because they might just lose the game here. But as long as Lycomos and Nightstar survive this skirmish, this fight for this dragon, they should be a-okay. I think Chemtech Soul giving up a couple kills is fine for Dog fans.
Oh, but they're going to go on to Protoss once more. A lot of ults committed onto this Nico that does survive. Gets the Stranglethorn Pop Blossom combo out, but Alorum just will not die. On Calamity, their tanky stats are keeping so much value here for Gravity, and now they're just going to turn on to Barrick. Sage Wabe and Robbie on the chase, but Sage nearly arcane shifts himself to death. Nightstar next up with Robbie Bob on him. King Clueless has found himself on the wrong side of the street, back end of the fight. And nobody dies. Everybody's able to limp away. Only 2 kills found with so much committed.
Yeah, both supports traded here. Al Calamity and Protoss, unfortunately, do not live here, but allows Gravity, I believe, because of winning, because of those health bars. Uh-oh, Barrick's TPing in. I believe Lycomos as well. No, he's actually stayed in the mid lane with no mana. Dragon goes down, but Barrick?
Yes, the all out. I mean, we mean about Cassante for this very reason. How much work can Barrick get done? Virtually 1 versus 4. Absolutely squat 0. Robbie goes on a rampage. Chemtech Soul still delayed, and Shimmer's looking for more angles in. Flashes onto King Clueless, who does pop the stasis, but Shimmer feels like he's too tanky to really deal with. And with Alorum throwing a Glacial Prison from halfway across the screen, they drop Lycomos. GA meets squat for Nightstar as he drops off as well. Gravity want all of the smoke in this game that they're desperately trying to finish off at the 37-minute mark.
Yeah, I think Shimmer is King Vaughn, bro. That guy is absolutely insane right now. Like you said, wants all the smoke, has been leading the charge in most of these fights. 12-4, we flashed to the gold. I mean, this guy pretty much is the second richest member on his team. Only Robbie Bob kind of outshines him only by a little bit. This jungler for Gravity, by the way, is on par with the mid laner, right? That's insane given how much CS, like 344 for Robbie Bob. He's just been doing this off of sheer amount of kills, sheer amount of objective control here. And Shimmer and Robbie Bob, a mid-jungle duo that I didn't think I'd be able to get to see play together. I mean, it's been excellent so far.
Pristine was the way they've been able to carry the load of damage in these fights, engage and damage in these last couple of spots. And that's where it really feels like Dog fans are trying to scrape their way through to get back into this one, and how hard it is should be for them to really execute their comps fights at this point. It really feels like Gravity have to really make a mistake to lose this one from this point on.
Yeah, I mean, Dog fans, you know, composition spiked during that mid game. That's why you saw them win so many fights. But once we asked the question, once we get past 26, 27 minutes, what is Dog fans going to do? Alorum's on 4 items. The dude is impossibly tanky. Shimmer has built double. Now he's obviously gone for the Death Dance. Another bruisery / armor item, right? He's insanely tanky. Sage Wabe and Robbie Bob are relatively never in danger. Robbie Bob has been excellently piloting this Victor. Sage Wabe has been using his arcane shifts excellently. Like, Al Calamity, sure, he's giving his life away. He's Leona, he's the support. As long as they trade 1 for 1, that's your job, right? It's not glamorous, it's not fun, but it gets the job done here as Gravity have pushed down that first inhibitor turret in the top side. Surely they're gonna take this mid lane one. I'm pretty sure with this Baron, they're gonna start pushing in onto this Nexus 39 minutes into the game.
The consistent damage and range of Sage Wabe and Robbie has bought Gravity all of its space. It's putting dog fans in an absolutely impossible spot where they have to fight at some point, and Proto sees an angle in, but it just doesn't find the kills. Robbie goes into the stasis, Shimmer pops the crest guard to pop all the damage. Robbie will go down to Barrack, but now they can just lean on Sage Wabe to bring home the win for Gravity, unless Lycabaz and Nightstar have something to say about it. Big piercing arrow does pick off Sage Wabe. Shimmer goes under the turret to trade. But those burst-bound champions for dog fans really making it hard on Gravity to find the final win. It's just Shimmer and Alarm against Nightstar. They have to find a way to cut down this angle somehow, or Nightstar's just going to keep pounding them with these arrows. In goes Shimmer, gets the knockup. There it is. Shimmer ends it with a 15-kill explosion of a game one. The Gravity are going to take home right at the 40-minute mark.
Shimmer going in 15 and 4, those early kills we talked about, right? Picking up the double kill in that bottom lane fight there, the dive. He was just able to parlay that into such a massive gold lead. And you know what? I was saying a lot of the time, maybe finally they lost this fight. Maybe they'll turn the aggression down. Maybe they'll learn. No, they just kept going, and eventually it worked. Really well played from Gravity. I mean, sticking to their guns, sticking to their aggressiveness there. Al Calamity and Shimmer, this jungle support, a match made in heaven. Both of these guys absolutely going in. As we get a replay here on that last fight, Slayer, and it just kind of felt like the walls were closing in. Really good Glacial Prison coming in, and this was Protoss' best look, but it just wasn't enough, right? You're so far down in gold. You mentioned the burst coming out from dog fans. It's just not enough, right? Alarm is insanely tanky. Shimmer is insanely tanky. Yeah, you dealt with the DPS. Sure, fine. But there are still two more members on this team that can threaten to kill you, and that burst coming out from Shimmer seals the deal here. And I always felt that Nightstar was in danger. It just matters when his Banshees was going to get popped here, or his Spell Shield. Luckily, Alarm was able to pop it, and then that was the green light. The moment you charge the arrow, you find the opportunity. There's no CC available. I mean, just really well played from Gravity here. Good closing sequence. Valiant effort from dog fans. Really good look from Protoss. Yeah. If this is the stuff he can do on Nico, I'm interested to see as we get into these next couple games, potentially a game 3 if they don't, if Gravity don't close out in 2. What are we else are we going to see from Protoss? The Nautilus potentially. We could see Alistar. Like, the guy has a keen eye for engages clearly, but his team just wasn't there. And you see the damage profile. I thought it was going to be Robbie Bob to have most damage, but that last Nexus fight, I think actually tipped Shimmer over the edge here.
Yeah, just a bit. But you can see, like Shimmy was alluding, this was a very competitive one. Dog fans, they had nearly a 4,000 gold lead at one point, and while it got whittled away, they kept these fights consistently close. This game felt like it was dominated by Gravity in a lot of aspects, but does end up going 40 whole minutes before they can find that edge. So dog fans certainly putting up the fight we expected. Important to obviously mention, this is still the upper bracket, so nobody is eliminated off this spot, but it is a big time spot for dog fans. And if you're Gravity, we're going to go to a break shortly here, but on the other side of this one, we're going to have game 2, Gravity versus dog fans, side selection over to the dog side with 10 new champions coming to bat. We'll see if Gravity have a date with Destiny and Tempest early, or we're going to be going the distance. Find out more after our short break. Welcome back into HZ Sports' Twitch channel as we continue our coverage of Gravity's run through the NACL qualifiers of 2025 with them making a 40-minute barn burner, blockbuster, brawler, like all these adjectives fit what that game one was. But Gravity do come out on top. They are now one game away from the fourth round of the upper bracket. But Dog fans definitely put up a really good fight there, Shippy. Just would like to see them maybe create a draft that's better suits their strengths, it felt like, which really was team fighting.
Yeah, I think also they used a lot of their draft capital, right? That's something we got to talk about when we get into the kind of these full fearless formats. I mean, you picked away the Cassante, you took the Hui for yourself. Obviously, Varus, a very strong champion on this patch, where it feels like Gravity didn't actually give too much away, right? Like, yeah, sure, you lost the Zinzao. You don't have the Zyra there anymore, but it's not like Alorm's champion pool gets pinched. The two was like, all right, I'm gonna play Sedge top. My Ornn and Sion are still available, potentially Malphite. I mean, Robbie Bob, yeah, his Victor goes away, and if you're gonna potentially look to ban out more mid laners, sure, Gravity can adapt and they can just take their mid laner on the first round of picks, right? You're not gonna be able to take away 4 mid lane bans this time around. I feel like Dog fans kind of like overplayed their hand a little bit, weren't able to win. Protoss, I think, still has a ton of champions he can pull out. I think the supports are completely fine most of the time in Fearless formats here, but I'm really worried for top lane, and I'm specifically worried for what the jungle is going to look like, because you had an advantageous jungle matchup with Zyra. You out-tempoed, King Clueless did a really good job matching, but that catastrophic dive in the bot lane just allowed Shimmer to get the ball going super early, and you saw what he was able to do. You give Shimmer a cookie, right? You give a mouse a cookie, he's going to want more. He goes for kill after kill after kill after kill. The dude ended up with most damage. I think he went like a 15-4 score line.
Yep.
I'm sure he can do that on other champions.
This is going to be fun to see, though, because Gravity, you know, it's always a marker you see of like the teams make deep runs is flexible compositional styles. If you want to win this many, the column that is this bracket, how many best of threes and eventually best of fives are going to end up playing in this Fearless format, you got to be able to play a lot of different comps. So I'm curious to see, yeah, right, exactly. I'm curious to see if Gravity lean into that like jungle support Shimmer where they get the Sage Wabe like hyper carry like you're talking about. When Gravity look best, it's winning games when they can allow Shimmer, that X factor you like talked about, should be to carry, but then also getting wins on when you looked at their roster, how you thought they were going to play out most of their games. So we'll see if we get one of those Gravity-esque comps in this game too. What is interesting, it looks like, is that Dog fans wanted red side. That still feels weird to me. I feel like we're still very blue side dominated, but you know, I may be pulling from different regions on that logic.
Yeah, I think if you value the counter pick enough to where you think you can reliably get a carry versus tank matchup or a reliable counter pick, maybe in this mid lane, then yeah, I think that's an avenue for Dog fans to win here. I think getting yourself an advantageous bot lane matchup, specifically into Sage Wabe and Al Calamity, should be important. I don't know if there's another champion that can do the same thing that Poke Varus specifically does, unless you kind of lean heavily into that Poke archetype. Ezreal is not on the board, so you can't run Ezreal Karma. So we might see more scaling picks coming out from both of these guys as we, like you said, do get into the ban phase. I expect Gravity, if they see that Dog fans is starting to ban out more of these mid laners, that they're going to rotate their mid laner early, right? Maybe they'll let Shimmer onto that Shungle, which he's been drawing a ban on, right? Like, Dog fans are not allowing it. That's always a good feeling, by the way. Having that one really niche specific champion, wasting a ban on that is tough for Dog fans because it opens up so many more possibilities for the rest of the squad here. So Shimmer, worth his weight in gold and more. But yeah, I need to see kind of Dog fans adapt, maybe not stick to that 4-ban mid lane style. Even when you did get the Hwei into Victor matchup, sure, you were surviving, but I mean, Robbie Bob was just dumping ults on your head every single second. Most of the time you backed, you didn't have TP available, and that is valuable time wasted, right? That is valuable time that you could be on the map, you could be pushing out lanes, threatening dives that you just weren't available here. And if Robbie Bob gets something similar, if he gets this year, or if he gets maybe something like the Syndra that he thinks is going to get banned out, Dog fans are in kind of a bind right now, figuring out where they can work these advantages, because you thought it would be the solo lanes, but it clearly isn't.
The flip side to the maybe we're going to see Gravity solo lanes start to get punished argument is that these are the most mentally hardened players on the Gravity roster, right? Like, it is, especially when you look at tier 3 specifically as a grade for Robbie and Alorum, like, these guys rarely get knocked off their block, rarely panic. They're always very confident and let the game really come to them. So if you're not, it's sort of the adage that, you know, if you want to give like 1 point of pressure added to the bottom lane when you come for Gravity's bottom lane, like they're gonna get really pressured, and they're gonna feel like a couple points of pressure towards them when they die, towards these ganks, towards these dives. But if they survive, it's kind of like a relief for them. If you go for Alorum or Robbie Bob and try and put pressure points onto them, they redirect that pressure towards you. They laugh it off when they're able to survive through it. So it's sort of the double-edged sword common phenomenon when you're going for Alorum or Robbie. They'll have to see once this draft kicks off what the plan is for Dog fans.
Yeah, and I think last game you saw the gold graph. It pretty much showed you exactly where the guys' comps were strong, right? Gravity got that early game kind of kill. They were up in gold up until like the 12-minute mark. Then there was a giant red spike for Dog fans. And then once we hit past, I want to say 28, 29 minutes, Gravity's gold began to start, you know, increasing an insane amount, right? It was mountains of gold here. The first Baron allowed them to pick up a lot of these objectives, these tier 2 turrets, and then it kind of just became worse and worse for Dog fans there. So it's not like either of these teams played their comps out wrong, right? It's just Dog fans had that window where they could kind of look to close out the game, that mid-game mark where they were getting all these kills when they could have picked up these objectives, but that Baron spawn timer being pushed back to 25 minutes devalues a lot of that mid-game power spike, right? It's not as prevalent. You can't just rush down Baron at 20 minutes after winning 14-20, right?
Yeah.
You have to wait that much longer, which gives the scaling composition a bit more time to kind of get back into the game here, and there weren't many objectives to take. Dog fans, for whatever reason, were allergic to the Otacon after winning some of those fights there. It's like, it's tough. I get it. It's a scary objective. It's new, but you've got to kind of pull the trigger in some of those situations there, especially if you're winning those fights, and just not allow Gravity to scoop up everything into the late game. The Baron, the Otacon, the another Baron, the Dragon, stuff like that. It felt like Dog fans kind of hyper-focused on that Chemtech Soul condition. They couldn't get it, and they slowly but surely collapsed here. But on Gravity's side, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Like, put Robbie Bob on another mage, get Alorum on the tank. I'd love to see Shimmer on something like a Viego. Maybe they run Viego Ari. Robbie Bob has been able to play the Ari before. He's played it in CLOL to great success. Vi Ari even. I think this mid-jungle duo, as much as we talk about this bottom lane, as we talk about Shimmer, Robbie Bob Shimmer is kind of like a new age Robbie Bob Dardoch, right? You just swap out the jungler. Yeah. You swap them out, you get a younger, more aggressive version of Dardoch.
Yeah, I mean, it's like if you wanted OG Dardoch with Robbie Bob, this is like the closest you're probably ever gonna end up getting. We'll have to see if that duo continues to bear fruit for Gravity, as we are flying through the game to draft now with the same bans for Dog fans, and they're gonna snack up the Malphite. Now, Shibby, we didn't get to talk too much about All Calamity going into the show. I know I mentioned it to you, but prior, this guy makes...
I saw your replays.
Yeah. This guy makes peeling... Yeah, okay, so this was on the Plays of the Week. Yeah, All Calamity does like to play the Maokai support, so this is honestly a flex pick for 3 spots, knowing Alorum's champ pool as well.
Exactly, right? I was about to say, the jungle, the top lane, and like you said, All Calamity support. And if you haven't checked it out, I would go watch Slayer's replay show. It's everything like that. If that's what you're looking for, you didn't watch
catch up.
OQs. That's what I did to study a little bit. I was like, let me just watch these highlight plays. I might be casting some of these guys. I would go watch it. I love the series. He always plugs it. He always has it going. I've been very excited that he brought it back. Gravity's going to take, like you said, the Maokai. Dog fans, though, are going to opt in for something more hyper-scaling. This is what I expect from Nightstar. This is the Nightstar I know and love. A hyper-scaling 80 carry player, and Pantheon being picked up as well here. I know this has risen in popularity as a jungle pick. I low-key think it's still kind of fake. It's super feast or famine, arguably one of the most feast or famine junglers here. And with what happened last game, I mean, just the balls to take that into Shimmer. I mean, you definitely got confidence here if you're like Amaz.
He talks about those mages being available to Robbie. Doesn't get as many of them banned out. He doesn't want to see 4 mid-banning bans. So he's going to gobble up these here now, take the blind matchup into whatever Lycamos wants. But here is another staple champion for Gravity coming along here. Kaisa. I mean, I don't have the exact number for Sage Wabe, but across his 2 Kaisa games, I can at least confirm he had at minimum 25 kills. So picking this up now is Sage Wabe looking to evolve into the menace he was in the first weekend to try and get Gravity another upper bracket matchup.
Yeah, this guy's Kaisa has been nasty from birth, I would argue, man. This guy has been absolutely insane. I don't know if we'll ever get to see it this tournament, if he ever busts out the Xayah. I mean, this kid's Xayah is insane. Like, Sage Wabe, it really is an 80 carry talent that needs to be watched here. I had my reservations about him coming into this OQ. I was like, okay, well, he played with that Pulse roster. Obviously, he competed in ACL. Like, I got to see him play here and there. But I feel like I never really got to see him be kind of the big carry that the team needs here. On that Pulse-Star roster, I feel like he wasn't really playing around it too much, right? His job was like, hey, scale up, do what you need to do. In this Gravity team, he is a primary carry. If he doesn't perform, it can be very tough for Gravity, in my opinion, to win some of these games here. So I've really liked him being thrust into this more upfront kind of, hey, you are one of the star players on this team. we're going to draft around you. We're going to play around you. We're going to give you everything you need, but you need to deliver here. And so far, along these OQs, he's done his job with a little help from his jungler, Shimmer.
Yeah, and Shimmer, the target of Dog fans' second rotation of bans. They take away the Jarvan and the Vi, thinking Shimmer is going to look to be sort of a supportive menace. This is the spot where Shimmer liked to pick the Shen, so that ban does get a lot of value. He likes putting it on the Kai'Sa, who's going to dive in. We're going to have to see what Shimmer wants to go for here. Lulu was a good ban from Gravity, so they don't get the Enchanter protection. They're just going to go for the Braum instead on Protoss, which does once again kind of take Protoss out of his support wheelhouse that you highlighted, Shibby.
Yeah, the engaged supports, I thought where Protoss would be able to shine here. Braum, obviously a really good pick here, right? Blocks the Kai'Sa damage. If you dive in, you have a lot of ways to lock her down. Point and click CC onto the Pantheon. Sion being picked up for Gravity here, so that's going to go to a Lorem side. Big beefy boy that you're going to have to deal with. Now the question is, are we going to see Shimmer on something new here? The Volley Bear.
Played this once. Yeah,
coming out for Gravity. And yeah, Slayer, talk about it. I want to hear this Volley Bear. Is this guy's legit?
So I don't want to grade it. You got a caveat of the grade. It was the very first game of qualifiers. They were playing a Masters team. They were playing Jungle Difference. So like, how much do you really want to give credence to it? The way Shimmer played Xin Zhao, he's going to play exactly the way he plays Volley Bear, and Volley Bear is a lot more annoying to deal with once he gets onto your team compared to a Xin Zhao, I would argue. So Shimmer is just locked in on just killing anybody in front of him this series.
Yeah, I think he also has a ton of dueling power into the Pantheon there, and that's the pick I expected coming in for Dog fans. I think throwing down the tank v tank matchup into a Lorem, you're not really looking to kind of like leverage your advantages into him. I was expecting this from game one, right? Mbessa, Gwen, Jay, something like that. Obviously, Gravity banned it out. I need to see the carry into tank matchup. Obviously, a Lorem, very seasoned, has played against a plethora of good carry top laners, but it's not like it's a bad pick, right? The Gwen into Sion gives you that advantageous matchup, allows you to scale, be a menace on the side lane. Dog fans have a very clear-cut plan. This Pantheon jungle is going to put a lot of pressure onto these solo laners for Gravity in my mind. I'm going to look to Shimmer to see if he's going to start figuring out where Pantheon is, duel him in his jungle. Volley Bear, one of those characters that has insane dueling power with his Frenzied Bite, obviously with that shield that he comes in, and you can't really run away from him once he finds you. Like, it is tough. You kind of just have to take your licks and hope that you scare him off. It's kind of like what you need to do when you find a bear in the wild. Try to get as big as possible and hope he runs away. Well,
that is how you get away from one of the bears. This is actually a knowledge point that I can lean on to.
Polar bears? Yeah.
Well, here's the saying, right? It's brown get down, black fight back, and white good night, because polar bears are one of the very few animals on planet Earth that will actively hunt humans. So yeah, that's the adage with bears, if you ever need to remember it. There you go. You learned it from me on an Aegis broadcast. You never know. You might find yourself in the wild. You might find yourself in the wild. You're like, wait, Slayer said this is a black bear. Fight it. You gotta fight it.
You might have saved a life here. You don't know. You might have saved a life or a couple. Good knowledge drop from Slayer. Yeah, you're true. That's right. I don't know if you're going to be able to do anything into the eye of the storm that is Shimmer right now as we get these guys sorted away here. Gravity, once again, building a really nice front to back composition. Azir, Kai'Sa, you can play them both ways. You can go that poke route or you can go that dive route. You're completely fine there. The scoops are going to be coming in from Robbie Bob. He's an excellent Azir. I think he's very, very good, very seasoned on this champion. The X factor for me on Dog is that Mel pick that's coming in. I have seen such varying success on this champion as somebody that has just, kind of recently got back into the competitive league aspect of watching games and everything, watching the LPL and everything like that. I feel like Mel is also kind of in that feast or famine role in the mid lane. If she's not like popping off, she kind of just becomes a non-factor with just a reflect, right? Like that's how I feel she happens in the mid lane. Like if she's not dominating, if she doesn't get the kills, she doesn't get that first mover's advantage, right? Eventually Robbie Bob on this Azir is just going to absolutely destroy her. Like the reflect isn't going to reflect the scoop. Like you're kind of cooked, right?
Yeah, really intriguing. This was the pick into Robbie. For sure. And I feel like at this point Mel's damage output has just been tapped too much. It's the new mage fallacy when it comes to Riot, right? On the first patch they release, They probably overtune the damage. You've seen it so many times with so many different champions, and then they either keep them pretty overpowered or they just eviscerate them. And I really feel like Mel's kind of gotten her kit completely neutered until the next season of Arcane comes around, so that could be a while. But yeah, I think Lycama, it's just a comp that's relying on Nightstar and Barrick, which I will say is how I wanted Dog fans to draft, knowing their roster to find wins here. If you're talking about who should play the more setup role versus who should play the more damage dealing role, this draft is definitely the ideal one for me personally.
Yeah, I think Dog fans have drafted themselves probably the best chance of winning. Right? Like we said, I was expecting them to come out a little bit harder in game one, something similar to this. Nightstar and Barrick on these hyper late game scaling kind of roles. You've got King Clueless on this Pantheon to kind of, I would even argue, keep Shimmer in check a little bit. Like, hey, I'm playing an early game jungler as well. Like, if we end up fighting, we skirmish on the top side, you're losing, buddy. If we skirmish on the bottom side, you might be in a little bit of a better situation as Sagawabe on this Kaisa. But the thing is, I feel like the 3v3 with the ability of this Braum and the fact that you can get King Clueless on like an empowered W to instantly proc the stun, there is a lot of outplay potential for Dog fans here. If Protoss, if King Clueless can kind of buddy up together on that bottom side, get that early lane control, get potentially Dragon's Ear. Like, Shimmer is going to shimmer and he's going to do what he wants. It's up to King Clueless to kind of rein him in, keep him in check, while the rest of his team, his late game carry aspects of Barrick and Nightstar have a undisturbed laning phase, right? Use their natural advantages, the range that Nightstar's going to be able to leverage with the rockets, obviously the hyperscaling advantage, and just the overall champion advantage that Gwen has over Sion. Yes, you're going to have to deal with Robbie Bob. He's going to be annoying, and you're going to have to deal with him eventually. But as long as your two hyper carries are fine, they can leverage their range. Nobody's going to be able to match Gwen in the side lane, even if it is Robbie Bob. It's going to be very tough to deal with Gwen past 18 to 20 minutes once she starts building again that Nashers, the Riftmaker, the potentially the Rabadons that she usually goes. Like, when she hits those 2-3 item spikes, I'm not sure what you really do with her, unfortunately.
Speaking of outplay potential, I think Sagawabe has not been punished heavily enough on this Kaisa pick. I think it's very hard to punish him for dashing into that backline, right? Because when you look at Dog fans' comp, there is some good peel there, but how much reliable hard CC are they going to have set up to try and catch this Kaisa? Because that is the big question with Kaisa, right, Shibby? Is you talk about Feast or Fan with Pantheon. If you're playing well on Kaisa, it's the most skill expressive AD carry in the game. If you're playing poorly and you position just a bit incorrectly, it feels like the roughest game of League of Legends you ever played. How confident are you in Dog fans' comp to be able to lock down Sagawabe to prevent those killer instincts that really have ended series so far up against Gravity?
It's up to King Clueless, right? It's the game of chicken, right? If King Clueless holds W, the moment Sagawabe goes in, like, that guy's getting instantly stunned, right? It doesn't matter if it's empowered or not. If it is empowered, great. If it's not, you still got enough damage to come in, and that allows Protoss to land the Winter's Bite, right? It's stun into Winter's Bite. It shouldn't be the other way around. And I think it's going to be tough. I think Sagawabe, like you said, has to be on point. As long as he's ulting away from King Clueless, you should be fine. You should be able to burst who you have. But I'm very curious to see how we're going to be able to deal again with Alorum, with Shimmer, with Al Calamity here on this front line, this tank. Yeah, you've got Gwen able to rip through, but if she's not in these team fights, if she's not there first, like, it'll be tough, right? She's got to kind of leverage that side lane advantage and make sure she's ready to TP on a moment's notice. I think it's going to really rely on Barrick specifically to leverage this side lane advantage, to move before Alorum, and really get to Grubs first, get to Dragons first, get to the Rift Herald. This is a Barrick game. It really rests upon his shoulders in my mind.
A lot of pressure on Barrick, but I hear Summoner's Rift calling, if I am not mistaken, our production team. So without further ado, I think we should be set up to go live to game 2, unless I've been completely baited by the spectator delay. I'm trying to do the math. Yeah, I thought I heard Summoner's Rift. So we're going to see these comps play out finally on the Rift soon, and it's important to remember the stakes here for either team. Honestly, for Gravity, a win on Summoner's Rift here will get them to a matchup likely against Tempest, one of those early out favorites for a promotion spot. but Dog fans still have room to claw back and make the comeback needed to really make this huge double elimination 64-team bracket so much spicier than it already is.
Yeah, you know, after this game, I'll have to kind of familiarize myself, keep up with brackets, see what's happening across the board here. No upsets potentially, but we shall see. But
here we go.
Like you said, we're loaded onto Summoner's Rift for game 2 of Gravity versus Dog fans. Gravity ended up taking game 1, as you can clearly see on their board, and the winner, like you said, moves on to that upper bracket, moves on to a potential date with Tempest Gaming, a potential best of 3 series against them. And if they win that one, I mean, they're in high contention for one of those NACL spots that are up for grabs here, as Gravity have stacked on this bottom side, potentially looking for the Protoss Dog fans invade. Why not, right? If you are the Braum team, you typically want to invade here, but it looks like Dog fans are going to go for a 5-point defense. They don't want to throw the game away at 1 minute 30 seconds.
Does give a bit of space to the top side if Dog fans want to try and get some vision down, but they're not going to push their luck too much here, not try and track Shimmer's clear. As you mentioned, once again, we talked about in the early game of the last matchup, with the Zyra into Shimmer's into out. Want to see Shimmer get aggressive as possible earlier on. That is really compounded on itself in this one. You want to see Shimmer maybe even skip some camps to try and force a fight with either King Clueless or maybe towards some of these more volatile lanes that are definitely going to be pushing against his team that you expect, you know, for the top lane, maybe Barrack to get the push into Alorum. We'll have to see, but we're open for more Shimmer aggressiveness in the early phase if you're a Gravity fan.
Yeah, I mean, starting on the top side, these junglers starting on opposite side of the map. We'll see if Barrack gets the love that he needs in this top side from King Clueless here. And I like that Shimmer's going to work towards this Kaisa, work towards his bottom lane. Sagawabe taking the cleanse once again. So even if that stun does land from King Clueless or potentially Protoss, you have the ability to kind of get a get out of jail free card here. Or it gives you a little bit more safety once you fly on into 5 members. He's saying, I'm not stunned. I can still put out some damage here, but we'll likely see how these team fights end up going. And Alorum,
oh boy,
already feeling the pain right now.
This might just drop to the fully stacked passive. Not actually enough damage. That just felt like it healed Alorum. Confusing nonetheless, but goal for Alorum is just to survive as long as he can up against Barrack till he gets help. So the longer he lives, the happier he'll be. This might be a bit of a slower early game just for the pure fact that we have a lot more scaling oriented lanes than the last matchup.
Yeah, and Volibear, really good full killer jungler. As long as you can keep that passive going from the wolves into the raptors, I mean, your clear time is actually so insane here. And it looks like Shimmer is doing a damn good job in that top lane though. Alorum, like I said, a master of these matchups, has played everyone under the sun against these carry versus tank matchups. He's been tested time and time again. This is nothing new for him, and I'm just surprised that he's willing to do it after so long. This guy's been doing it for like over like 5-6 years now. I mean, that is rock mental if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, just as locked in as you possibly can be.
Yeah, it's insane. I know I would go crazy after a year. And Shimmer on this bottom side, he is looking for something. And Al Calamity, one of the few people I understand, as I've seen from game 1, he might just flash Twisted Advance, you low-key.
Oh yeah. You know, we talked about a bit like how aggressive he'll play even on the peel-oriented champions. The Maokai was the first one that I got introduced to, so get ready for that flash key to come out from Al Calamity at any point, trying to get the Twisted Advance down onto Nightstar to at least try maybe get some of those summoners out of this Jinx. Is going to routinely be the target of Gravity. But for now, both these top laners edging towards potential chaos on that top turret. But we just now passed 4 minutes, so no crazy lane swap punishments for King Clueless and company. Shimmer, luckily, though, snuffs out the play onto Alorum. It's just going to force everybody to return their lanes, everybody to slow their tempo back down until we get some of these neutrals on the Rift.
King Clue is 1-0 on bear attacks right now. He's doing fine. Kind of stifles Shimmer, or like you said, Shimmer maybe caught out King Clueless here. Alorum though, nice decimating smash onto Barrack, but realistically just there to cover. I think he saw the ward, but he ended up not taking it out. So the rest of Dog fans are gonna know where Shimmer is, or at least where he's pathing towards. And if they're smart enough, as long as King Clueless is pinging it out, they'll know exactly when he's on. Wolves. They'll know exactly when he's on Raptors. So it looks like these next 2 minutes for Shimmer is going to be a little rough. He shouldn't be able to get any ganks off in my mind as long as Dog Fans is paying attention.
And that does really help Dog Fans lean into just letting their top and bottom lane farm up. That is the goal. The one issue the Dog Fans held in game number 2 was that their damage profile did not last the sands of time. This is not the same scenario. This is Dog Fans playing to a comp that we expect from this pedigree and this roster composition. It's on the junglers that we talked about on both sides to really sort of disrupt that for everybody else in these lanes, because really all 3 of these lanes are completely fine farming until we're at about 15 minutes at 2 item breakpoints.
Yeah, and Shimmer right now keeping the level advantage up on this volley barrel, again clearing better. Barrick does take a tower shot as well. It does force Alorum out, but he himself is going to have to back Alorum. Also flashed, so there is a potential regank or even dive with King Clueless and Gwen. Both of these guys have the ability to go invulnerable or intangible. We'll call it King Clueless with his E, and obviously Gwen is immune in her mist. So we'll see if they actually fancy a dive into Alorum, who does have that ultimate available. Could actually turn pretty Ori. Pings are going down for this mid lane as well as for these grubs. King Clueless wants to leverage this top lane advantage into these grubs, which I think is the right idea, but I think you got to start it now rather than later.
Here. Shimmer is nearby. He's going to start the grubs on his own. I wonder if he just tries to take one and get out. Definitely doesn't know where King Clueless could be. Neither jungler actually knows where the other one could be at this point until they meet each other at the grub pit. Shimmer picks up one, does not ding level 6 just yet. It's the mid laners that hold their ultimates, not the junglers, as a 2v2 could break out. Shimmer can get his shield down and provide a bit of space. King Clueless holding on to that invulnerable start, and here comes Rybob swinging on it, but he gets his scream and shuffle blocked by the reflect. So Lycomaz doesn't get knocked up or thrown to the wayside, and now Barrett can start to run free, finds first blood, flash away from Robbie Bob. He has lethal tempo, but there's not enough damage in this Azir's kit just yet. And Gravity limp away, having given first blood over to Dog Fans.
I will apologize. I did not know that's how the interaction worked. Robbie Bob gets his Shurima Shuffle, like you said, reflected back. And that's a big cooldown that actually ends up going in the favor of Dog Fans. That kill goes on to Barrick. That's going to be a nice gift to him to leverage against Alorum. And like you said, Gravity do end up taking the one grub away here, but it doesn't look like they're going to try to revisit this. We'll see if Shimmer comes back. I think he expects these to be taken over. If he doesn't, he'll probably just check it here. But yeah, we got a replay of this fight. Shimmer actually gets the first kind of abilities down onto King Clueless, and I was certain that this is how it happened. Reflect comes in, absolutely just blocks it. And yeah, I mean, it doesn't divert the Shurima Shuffle back, but the fact that it can't go farther forward, it can't push anybody into Alorum's waiting arms, turns that fight around here. Very well played from Dog Fans, specifically Lycomaz here. And Al Calamity, no lane swap detected. It is 8 minutes into the game, so he's free to roam. He's unshackled from bot lane.
Unshackled indeed. Trying to get out on the rift and be a menace. We'll have to see, as that really does feel like one of the few ways we're going to disrupt some of these farm offs, as we keep talking about here. 3 grubs in Gravity's hands does mean that King Clueless wants to get in on the monster slaying conversation, so he's going to jump on this dragon with Shimmer on the top side looking for potential dive. So this should be a free one to Dog Fans. Oh, here we go though. Shimmer is going after Barrick. Good flash, but followed by Shimmer. Still gets the stun through. Do they have enough consistent damage is the question, but if you turn the turret off, should be enough space for Alorum to find the kill onto Barrick. Gravity are on the board.
Turned the turret off and dunked on her head during her mist. I mean, just completely negates that invulnerability. Jinx Rocket comes flying in. Maybe it picks up a kill. Nah, Sion is completely fine here. Really well played. Really good certain turn of events for Gravity that gets the dive off. Actually ended up picking up those grubs like you talked about. I didn't think that they would be able to pick up all 3. I thought Dog Fans yoinked one away. Yeah, but really well played from Gravity here, turning those grubs into a top lane kill. Negates that little gift that Barrick got earlier on in the game. 1-1 apiece. Obviously the Monster Slayer 1-1 apiece as well, so feats of strength going relatively well for both of these guys here. Al Calamity back in this bot side, clearing some of this vision over, but because of those roams, Protoss and Nightstar are level 6. There is an opportunity for both of these guys to get a little crazy here. Al Calamity having that level disadvantage. does have to play much safer in this bottom lane.
They really can't afford to go for anything too aggressive just yet, and it's important to like highlight how team fight oriented both these comps are. Is we are once again going to see these junglers get spotted out trying to be aggressive. Shimmer walks right through a ward, so they know he's down here trying to set up a gank or at least cover Sage Wabe. But when we have two teams, Shibby, that are so hell-bent on their team fighting, it really illustrates how important this phase of the game is going to be to finding that edge that are going to make the fights favor either squad. So this window is honestly, it's not going to feel like it later, but arguably more important than once we get to those big fights that we're all waiting for with these comps.
You're much kinder than me. You use the word illustrate. I was going to say it dumbs the game down a lot, like it does. I mean, yeah, realistically, obviously League of Legends is about team fighting. Like you can't fake that skill, right? You have to be good at it at one point or another, even regardless of what your team composition is. Like you're gonna have to get into these 4v4s or 5v5s, and like you said, with both of these teams, like you said, hell bent with these compositions on figuring out these 5v5s. Although it does feel like King Clueless hasn't been really able to get too much done here, and is gonna fall off a cliff relatively soon after that first item. This dive is coming in potentially. Protoss is here. Ultimate comes in potentially from King Clueless.
Oh yeah, they're going to Grand Starfall on Sage Wabe. Has to use the cleanse, killer instinct, everything to create enough space, but the Nature's Roots do find their mark onto 2. That's both summoners, ult, everything out of Sage Wabe to survive. Exactly what we need to see Dog fans do with their Pantheon jungle.
Yeah, I love that because he has flash up as well. 2.5 minutes up until this dragon. Sage Wabe is not going to have either of these cooldowns up. A prime target as Shimmer and Robbie Bob are setting up a trap. Like a mouse. Oh, he knows. He saw them move on mid-wave. I mean, there's a ward on that bottom side, or like that top side of river, but also the lane wasn't shoved in as well. So you just kind of saw him walk away. It's like, yeah, I'm probably gonna die if I go this way. Really good from Lycamaz to snuff out and figure out where Shimmer and Robbie Bob is. I like the attempt from Gravity. As the swap comes in, I don't know if we can really call it a lane swap. It's 12 minutes into the game, but it looks like Gravity want to play for these grubs that have spawned here. Pings are going everywhere. Gravity have the pink wards down. They've got control wards ready to go. They have effectively shut out a lot of this vision, at least from this river side, but they aren't able to get top lane in. I believe Nightstar with these rockets are just gonna be able to shove them back. They should be able to come into your dog fans. Should just be able to come in and just bustle their way in, right?
I'm definitely feeling a bit queasy about Gravity's commitment to this, especially with Sage Wabe, one of their big threats, not going to be really useful in this fight. Yeah, Shimmer does yoink one of those grubs away, and hey, that's all they wanted. They just wanted one. They wanted their little tax there to get over to the Mites. And they will get there, and they'll stop the monster slaying stack. So Gravity and Dog fans are still at 1 apiece. And the important thing to remember while all these plays are going on the top side is that Robbie Bob's been able to just farm up like a menace another game in a row. You see him take that plate, second plate picked up, but we're going for a play on the top side. There's All Calamity's flash committed onto Protoss, who does throw up the big shield. Studs are going to start chaining though on top of him, so he has to flash out before Sage Wabe can really start churning out some of this damage. But speaking of the damage department, Nightstar nearly finds himself a turn with the rocket that hits All Calamity instead of Shimmer. Making sure to remind Gravity why he needs to be the one prioritized in all those skirmishes, not the support. Oh, Robbie Bob. He's going to push King Clueless off him, but he took 2 turret shots, so Robbie says, I got to go for the kill, but maybe didn't equate for no minion wave. And on the top side, Nightstar is running through the bottom lane of Gravity with a double up, all courtesy of the rockets. Dog fans out of nowhere explode for 3 kills.
Beautiful pickup here. Robbie Bob once again. The classic over-aggression into the mid lane here as we get a replay. I want to see how this ended up happening because we thought these guys got away here. Wave does get pushed in. Does Al Calamity go for something funky or does he just get caught out here? Oh, he's going for the Hex Flash! And there's just not enough damage. Yeah, Cleanse Flash. And then there just comes the damage. Wild Arrows Jinx, one of the stronger one-item power spikes for one of those late-game carries. And once she gets excited, I mean, the rest is history. I respect it, Al Calamity. You went a little too hard in the paint. Nightstar had all of his summoner spells up, and they're able to turn that around beautifully. As well as Protoss landing that Winter's Bite allows for that stun to come in, allows for that extra bit of damage, and then they get excited, comes in, and yeah, Sage Wabe and Al Calamity pay for their over-aggression here. Is look over to Shimmer. Thought he was going to build something more tanky. The guy has opted in for Spirit of Shojin. I think he's going for that like wonky AP. Yeah, the AP hybrid build that we've been seeing a lot of Volibears play. It's really strong when you start skirmishing and dueling, but I feel you lack in that tankiness department.
Yeah, was going to be rough for them as the Grand Starfall comes down once more. Sagiwabe teaming up to try and save his support, but King Clueless getting a ton of value out of this Pantheon, now playing towards that top side. And we have a rare spot so far in this series. It got close at points, but Gravity's aggression was never really matched in game number 1. And now Dog fans are not letting them get away with it, Chibi.
Seen this picture before. 50 minutes in, Dog fans 2,000 gold into the lead. They transition their mid game really well, and then somehow, some way, Gravity comes back in. It's happened in game 1. Let's see if Dog fans can leverage that mid game lead into more objectives. I think my biggest gripe was how apprehensive they were around that Otacon that spawns at 20 minutes. If you have this 2,000-3,000 gold lead, you need to force the issues. They know Alorum's in here, but Alorem might just get walked down.
Yeah, I mean, he's just let Nightstar farm these lethal tempo stacks. Alorum's not gonna get the knockup fast to flash away from the Rocket Shimmer, and a little bit of trouble with target selection there. Does a little bit of waxing around Protoss, but he's still gonna commit the Stormbringer. They want Nightstar, but he just won't get rooted up. Protoss is buying him so much space, but Robbie comes in with the Emperor's Divide to find the double kill. Gold Eclipse back for Lycomos to find one trade. Well, that's a ton of gold given over to the veteran mid laner of Gravity.
Part of his Emperor's Divide did get blocked, but the more important part is the size of that land here. As Lycomos just being relatively annoying. Al Calamity has gotten the Hex Flash onto them. Go back bot lane! Go back bot lane! I
hear a Scion ult as well. They really are fighting Lycomos. He burns his flash as well to survive. First turret does get picked up on the top side, so Dog fans do get the feats of strength off of that. This is where you get a replay of the top side skirmish, so let's see. Oh, this is what we missed while it was happening. Bottom lane, Sagiwabe. Yep. Does he find the trade? No, he doesn't. That's his summoner Sagiwabes have just been on cooldown all early game, and this is what we talked about, why it's so tough to justify picking Kaisa sometimes.
Yeah, Sagiwabe unfortunately getting the Lycomos treatment from game 1. The guy doesn't have any time to breathe as his flash and his cleanse are down, or will be down once again. Cleanse not up for this dragon potentially. Flash is up though. We'll see if they're able to do anything. That bottom lane fight, like you mentioned, happened. And I will say this, Dog fans doing a good job trading back and forth here. I like that move from Al Calamity. They overloaded that bottom side. But if that's happening, Sagiwabe has to understand that, like, hey, I'm the only play that can be made. Let me play a little bit safer, as Robbie Bob is going to go into Lycomos.
He turns the enemy turret into his own fortune. Lycomos gets far too low here. Grand Starfall out, going to be canceled by Al Calamity. King Clueless nearly finds the kill onto Robbie Bob, but they find the shutdown. Shimmer picks that one up. Just like you were afraid of, Shibby. Game number 1 rearing its ugly head again as Gravity are finding ways to thin that gold lead from the mid-game escapades.
Slowly but surely here, and I will say this, Gravity, like, against better teams, potentially Tempest, near Airport, these kind of guys, Respawn, when they acquire this kind of mid-game lead, they're not as easily able to wrestle it away, right? Like, they're gonna have a pretty tight iron grip on that kind of stuff. So Gravity, this does bring some concerns as we kind of look into the future a little bit. I will need to see them kind of shore up to some of those mid-game mistakes, not give as much gold away. But the fact that they're able to come back and claw their way back here, thin that gold lead like you mentioned, I mean, it was what, 2,000-3,000 at one point. Now it's like 1,000 gold separating these guys. The fact that they're still willing to make plays across the map, Shimmer and Al Calamity, like I said, a match made in heaven. Both of these guys clearly have an idea of how they want to play the game, and they match each other's levels of aggression here. And it works for them to get back into these games, right? The same playmaking ability to get those leads can also get you back into the game here. So I like that they've kind of found that symbiotic relationship with each other.
Speaking of, tropes for Gravity as a team and their drafts, once again, it's another game where Gravity, they don't mind sort of waiting to scale because they're trying to out-sustain these team fights with this Volibear and the Scion to deny the Nightstar resets. So we'll see just how tanky those two can get once the dueling really starts to come out, especially for this Volibear. Rift Herald crashes into turret, doesn't get the mid-tier 1, but does allow Dog fans to potentially try and set up around this Drake. They've been fans of the dragon stacking all series long here. And while it is a Cloud Soul, still a pretty big win con to play for.
Yeah, tons of things coming out here. Shimmer is just going to be absolutely fine. Cloud Dragon going to go in the favor of dog fans. Shimmer's like, you know what? Take the Cloud Dragon. Take the use of stats. I'm going to try to take as much jungle as I can here. I believe he picked up the Grubs or the Krugs. Is going to pick up the Raptors as well. And now Lycabot has to be very careful of how they position on this turret. But Protoss and Nightstar are there for backup, so the play can't be made. Good look from Gravity, but other than a couple jungle camps, realistically, dog fans take the dragon. They get still mid lane priority. They almost knock that turret down with that Rift Herald. Maybe another wave or two they were able to see jump onto it. Gravity does trade red side vision, but I don't know how valuable this is given the fact that it doesn't look like Gravity's willing to pull the trigger on this Otacon just yet.
Been a lot of hesitation for Otacon takes in really all of the qualifiers because of how much of a gamble it is. Comp to going for a Baron play has been the usual way of highlighting the risk of this Otacon play, and Gravity really are just leaning into the split push aspect. They, at this point, just think Alorum is really hard to kill on the side lanes with ults up. Robbie Bob is relatively safe. Gravity are trying to just stretch dog fans thin to stop how potent their team fight is, but they're getting a team fight whether they like it or not. All Calamity jumped on, burned through. Nice gets the reset, and Barrick is flying for Sage Wabi with the needlework. Can't land the hits just yet, but they've got Gravity cornered around their mid-tier 1 turret. Watch Robbie Bob at the top of the screen. Maybe try and find a flank angle with that Shuriman shuffle everyone looks for. They're all outing to try and defend this mid-tier 1 turret. The wave thins down. In goes King Clues with a Grand Starfall, and they get the turret. Now Robbie Bob has to flash away from Nightstar, who's hunting him down with a lethal vengeance. Dog fans playing through their superstar AD carry, and boy, is it birthing them fruit so far.
Beautiful, beautiful flash follow-up from Nightstar. Robbie Bob, like you said, I think was trying to position for that scoop, but instead that mid lane turret that got softened up by the Rift Herald ends up going down super quickly, and he gets caught between a rock and a hard place. Robbie Bob, the sacrifice for Gravity. The only casualty, but still a big one, as Nightstar picks up another kill, has gone into the 2-item mark for Jinx. And this is where Nightstar has made his money so many times.
Exactly,
right?
yep.
On GVU, in the MEC, playing this sort of matchup. He's played in the OQs before. This guy absolutely prince wins on late game carries. And the fact that Sage Wabe has been stifled so much on this Kai'Sa, he's 0-2-0. You don't even have that potential assassination attempt, right, onto Nightstar that you could see, right? If he's caught out of position, if the Jinx is playing a little too far forward or isn't actually playing with their team, you have the ability to just dump everything onto him once you ult there. I feel like Sage Wabe is not in that position. Robbie Bob has been able to maintain, like you said, that CS lead. He's 2.5 items in. I believe he's working towards what is going to be a Rabadon. So yeah, you have that, but Shimmer's not tanky, Alorum's not too tanky, and this is where I wanted dog fans to leverage those mid-game advantages. Hey, Otacon's up. We took mid lane tier 1. We know they're pushed back. We see 2 on the bottom side. Let's just rip it right now.
Yeah, and they know they have the summoner advantage too. There's so many flashes down for Gravity where they have almost all theirs except Nightstar. So why not play aggressive on the map? Take whatever you want, including that Otacon. Get the huge XP buff. They're going to try and get over here to cover this mid-tier 2, but the wave is too thin here for Robbie Bob. Shimmer is going to cover as well, but they've got a teleport coming behind. Robbie going to get knocked up, uses the Emperor's Divide to buy himself more space, but Shimmer is going to be left alone at melee range and just farmed for free by Lycabot and Nightstar. Robbie's going to go down next, can't find the trade kill. The mid 80 carry damage dealing dynamic duo. How many Ds can I throw out? Showing out for dog fans right now is they're going to keep pushing the tempo up. Looking to potentially dive Alorum. Maybe not the best target selection. Dog fans potentially fighting off more they could chew. And Alorum looking to punish him. Does use that Scion ult to get forward. Forces Barrick to flash. Sets up the killer instinct so Sage Wabi can swing on in and pick up the kill onto King Clueless. More gold over to the AD carry of Gravity as they desperately try and find an edge back into this one.
Yeah, I mean, silver lining at best. Consolation prize for Gravity as they pick up that kill on to King Clueless. Yes, the gold goes over to Sage Wabe, but Nightstar just picked up $700 for himself on top of those kills he got on the bot side. This Jinx is so far ahead of Kaisa. This is Nightstar's game to win, and he's got a decent enough front line. It's not massive like Lorem, right? He's 3 items, but the thing is, the space that Barrick makes, the space that Protoss is able to make on this Braum, we talked about him kind of trending away towards the engages and playing more towards this supportive / peel orientated kind of build. I mean, perfect for Nightstar, who is well and far ahead, has that IE in hand. I mean, you're not focusing him down. If you're not able to get on him, if you're Robbie Bob, if you're a Lorem, it is tough here. This composition that Gravity has crafted for themselves, the window is closing in my mind, because Nightstar eventually is going to pick up potentially a defensive item, a Bloodthirst or something like that, and he's going to be that much harder to kill.
Oh, they're going for King Clueless, who does flash but does not get away from the knockback of Azir's ultimate, so Pantheon's going to be picked off. Good kill found for Gravity. Jungler right as this soul secure dragon spawns. Gravity have bought themselves more time, but it's certainly costing them on the other side of the map having to play for this dragon.
Not wanting to give Cloud Soul over, like you said, a lot of the dragons did end up getting buffed, right? Cloud Soul, and on top of that, the fact that Dog fans have that Otacon, like giving that away, maybe not a win condition per se, but you don't want to just give it away for free. You want to force. Yeah, they lost so much. 700 gold on the top side. Their jungle's getting pillaged right now. They might just give up more here. Really, really tough. I mean, this is what you have to do. When you're a team that's behind, you have to go for these kind of like net negative trades. You got to get something because you know everything else is going to be taken off the map. You're not fighting on even ground, so you've got to kind of go for these warped fights, get a kill, get a dragon, lose what you can, and hope that the extra time that you've allowed yourself, the extra gold, the funneling of minions, is enough to bridge you towards that next team fight. And I like what Gravity is doing. Very textbook, very standard. We'll see if it actually pays off for them, or if Dog fans just run away with this game.
Because the same question, the same worry is going to come up here, Shibby, that we had for Gravity's comp. When Shimmer, the X Factor, the jungle, doesn't get a lead like we saw in Game 1. When Saga, Wabinal, Calamity have had a rough go of it in the bottom lane. You know what you're getting from Lorem and Robbie Bob. You're seeing it now. This is exactly what you expected when you saw them drafting the Azir Sion. It's the other pieces of Gravity that are too far behind, it feels like, and could cost them this game too. But they're looking for more picks, and they're going for King Clueless once more. Saga Wave flies in with the killer instant, but this time Protoss is able to block a ton of the damage. Glacial Fissure down as well, but Robbie has Nightstar in a 1v1. He's going to lose. Nightstar flashes for the lock, keeps himself alive, and no one else from Gravity get close enough to touch the Jinx. Support for mid laner traded out, but it's a very takey Lorem trying to buy more time. The question is, can Gravity even step up their
bottom lane?
They don't have the damage, and they're just leaving Barrick to farm their base for free. Time to cancel the reset, Dog fans. Don't let anybody go back to their base. Let Barrick just be the hero, taking everything Gravity has, and maybe they'll just win the fights too when Nightstar picks himself up a double, goes on, pretty excited. Sage Wabe flashes, but only finds the trade. Lorem's the only one left up, but Barrick's just gonna call game and force us the distance. Dog fans are not done with Gravity yet.
Knock, 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 Barracks at your door, and the Nexus goes down. Gravity, a cacophony of errors on the top side. All the meanwhile, Barrick is pushing into the bottom lane. This Gwen that we talked about, who is going to match them when she gets to 3 items? Who is going to deal with her? It looks like nobody, as Dog fans push this to a game 3 off of a heroic performance from Barrick and Nightstar. The 2 individuals we highlighted in the draft certainly showed up in game 2.
We called it from draft, Chibi. This was the comp we wanted to see from Dog fans when they were matched up against Gravity, just really in general for them to succeed in. Boy, did they play out the draft just how they drafted it. Nightstar's damage is ludicrous, and Barrick, remember, this guy was the MVP because of his split pushing. He never really even had to play a fighting role because Nightstar was just doing it all on his own. How many times that game, Shibby, did we think Nightstar was dead and he was able to limp away and get the reset?
I mean, beautiful support play from Protoss, but yeah, I mean, really good positioning from Nightstar. And the fact that he held his summoner flash for so long, Robbie Bob slid in on him, right? Robbie Bob just ran into him. Yeah, and was like, you know what, I'm fine. I'm okay. He held his flash. And the fact that he was able to just kind of get over the wall, and then again, Shimmer tried to flash onto him, completely fine once again, right? Like, Nightstar's patience, his ability to hold his summoner spells until it's absolutely needed. I mean, this is the Nightstar that I know and love, the one that I've been watching for so long. And that was a classic Nightstar game in my mind. Jinx got accelerated, is able to carry the game. The guy is a 2-time MEC championship, right? Like, MEC champion. The guy has made top 16 in CLOL.
Top 8.
He's not. Yeah, I mean, he's not terrible. He's not a bad AD carry, right? So, like, to come in here as Gravity and to give this guy his pick, to give him those kills and not expect him to carry, very, very big mistake here. Gravity kicking themselves with that composition, not able to do anything there, right? Like you mentioned, what happens when the key carry pieces, when the players that need to step up don't actually get their way and don't get ahead? What happens? Well, and you saw the Nexus explodes. Barrick goes into your bottom lane and absolutely rips through a Gravity Gaming here. Game 3, though, after the way game 1 went, Slayer, I didn't know we'd get here, but Dog fans, once again, flipping the script, right? The dark horse of a team that you called them when we talked about off stream.
Yeah, exactly. They have shown up in droves, and they forced us to game 3, a spot that Gravity is familiar with. The Fisher College Series went the distance. They'll have to do it again as these two teams fight for a spot in the 4th round of the upper bracket, just 2 series removed from an NACL spot, as the pressure and the value of every single game magnifies as we go forward. And we'll bring that microscope on to game 3 draft after a short break with a couple messages. We'll see who can find the win here between Gravity and Dog fans with a likely date against Tempest on the other side. We'll see you in a few. Here we go, folks. First matchup of the day on the Aegis Esports live stream here has gone the distance. Gravity came out swinging with a Game 1 win, despite it taking 40 minutes being in complete control, and we've flopped already to a Dog Fans victory behind their staple hyper carry 80 carry Nightstar on the Jinx, looking fantastic. And we now know for sure the winner of this series will be going up against Tempest and will get a chance to knock off one of the pre-tournament favorites for an NACL spot. Just really heightens how big of a Game 3 this is about to be, Shibby.
I know. It's kind of crazy. Like I said, I didn't know if we'd get here given how Game 1 went. Gravity went with a little bit harder to execute composition, right? You talked about the Kai'Sa, you talked about what they needed to do there, getting onto the Jinx. It's just Nightstar got super far ahead here as we are getting into Game 3 of this Fearless draft here, full Fearless. So none of these champions below either me or Slayer are available for Game 3 here. Both of these guys gotta reach deep into their pockets and hoping that they come up with something big. You don't want a penny, you don't want pocket lint, you want to find the $20 you left last week, and it's like, oh wait, I washed it in my back pocket. Cool, I can get some Taco Bell here. We'll see if Gravity can end up getting Game 3 and getting these picks. The jungler pool for Shimmer was pinched out last time around, and it looks like they're gonna opt in for getting King Clueless. Not even like a advantageous jungle matchup, just keeping Shimmer in check is all you need to do, it seems like.
Yeah, and then they also go for Robbie's staple Yone. They don't want to see that in this game number 3. So Otis of Dog Fans just consistently targeting the top side, and they're going to lock the Elise B1. This likely to be support, but I also think this is a pick that's been pretty... It's had a decent hindrance because of the lane swapping, so you can't really set up for as many early game dives as you'd like until you get past that 4-minute point. But after that, it's the same elite support that's been terrorizing 2025.
Yeah, I mean, a crazy character that comes into the Zevora. I remember when she first came out, people were playing her top lane, experimenting, obviously, with that support role in the jungle. Then she kind of just got shelved away, was played with Renekton, and then now she's back, better than ever, oddly enough, in that support role. Like you mentioned, the lockdown with the Cocoon, very, very important. Also, that upfront loaded damage. You can get that burst that we talked about. I feel like Elise Varus was going to be insane here, but looks like Gravity are going for a bit of a different composition here. I'm not sure if I love seeing the star 80 carry for Gravity on a pick like Jhin. But Robbie Bob Rise goes kind of hard, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah,
Robbie Bob has already leaned back towards the Rise before. I joked that Gravity were doing their homework at the LPL with some of these staple picks, right? We saw the Shen Jungle come out and that split. We've seen the Rise be popularized by Doinby. So Robbie Bob going to pilot it as one of his staple champions, but the instant answer from Lycamaz, I'm pretty confident that is a mid Tristana to try and just bully Robbie Bob off of another scaling, farm your way to 3 items and be a menace game style that he's had in both of the last 2 games, regardless of the result.
Yeah, and with the onus on more like lane dominant picks, this Tristana kind of can fit into anywhere, like you said, bottom lane, mid lane, and she can kind of just run amok, right? And it's gonna be Orianna in the mid lane here, so it's gonna be a bottom lane Tristana. Gonna be tough, right? If a Cocoon lands, Tristana's jumping on your head. She's Goomba stomping all over you, and there's not a lot you can do about it. Whether you're the Jhin, I'm unsure what support pick can come in here that will dissuade the jump in. Maybe the Alistar to counter the hop, right? The moment she jumps in, you headbutt her, see what happens. I would like to see that, as well as it's really strong with these Rise teleports that'll be coming in. Teleporting a Alistar into the enemy team is a recipe for disaster on a Dog Fan side here. Instead, they're gonna opt in for the Galio. Is this gonna go into the top side? Is it gonna be support? Like, Al Calamity probably can play it, but also like it does look like an Alorum pick if it's tank Galio.
I feel like it might just be the consistent answer to Elise support, right? You try and throw. All right, you always want to match Galio up up against an AP threat, and also Elise is always going to try and repel on top of enemy champions, be in their face, wants to go in the spider form, so you get the taunt off and try and catch the Elise before the repel can come across. We'll have to see though, right? It does feel like Dog Fans believe this is a Galio support because they're still banning Alorum staple champions in the second phase, taking away the Poppy, and I would expect an Ornn ban. No, they're just going to target more of Shimmer. I like that though, going for the Kingdred, knowing you've got a Rise and a Galio already on the comp.
Yeah, maybe we bust out the Viego if we're Shimmer here. Again, Shimmer's been kind of pinched on that champion pool, right? I mean, Nocturne's been taken away from his own team as well as the Jarvan, so he can't go there. Tilly has been removed from his team, as well as, like you said, the Poppy potentially being flexed in the jungle, Kindred, Vi, Shen. Like, the guy's down to his maybe, what, 10th, 11th best champion, potentially. Zinzal, Zyra,
close, yeah.
and Volley Bear have been taken away, Pantheon as well. Like, we're down to the wire in this jungle matchup. Yeah, and we're really slumming it a little bit. We'll see if Gravity Gaming ends up rotating their jungler last, or if they're going to save that top lane counter pick. There it is. Oh.
Yeah. I was already going to call out the stupid bit I had to watch of you and Ferris the last time the champion got locked
Ferris
in.
went crazy.
Yeah, Ferris went crazy. I'm going to try and follow it. I already have about 3 lines just bouncing around in my head thanks to that Warwick lock-in. So we get the Shimmer Warwick jungle, and the response for Dog fans is they're gonna get the Wukong down here. So they'll get the Wukong coming across, kind of just leaning to this Wombo. I mean, it's not your favorite Orianna ball companion, but it definitely works.
You've got a couple. At least Repel, Tristana jump in if you want to get really frisky. But yeah,
crazy.
Wukong Orianna, obviously, a team fight wombo combo. Like you said, ball delivery system's pretty good. Aatrox being locked in as well for Dog fans. Probably anticipating the Ornn, right? Like that's like, oh, he's probably gonna pick Ornn. He's probably gonna pick some tank. Aatrox, that's completely fine. The lifesteal, his ability to kind of just vamp away. Now the crazy pick would be if Renekton gets locked in for Alorum and he's like, you know what, I'm gonna take it and I'm gonna run this bruiser in your face here. Highly doubt it, but Alorum has been known to surprise here.
Yeah, all right.
There
Alorum's
we go.
Not on a tank. Alorum's not playing a tank. Everybody look.
He's playing a tanky-ish champion, but he's not on a tank. Bruiser. There we go. And yeah, Alorum just hey, I pulled it, opened my third eye. I was like, Alorum might just bust out the Renekton here because of that early Aatrox actually just kind of says, like, I expect you to pick a tank, and they've got enough beefiness. Like Warwick's a drain tank, Galio's super beefy, Ryze ends up building a lot of health if he goes the Roa Archangels build, potentially into I have seen some wacky Ryzes where instead of going Archangels they go into Fimbulwinter. I don't know if that's that kind of game. We'll see if Robbie Bob is huffing the paint here on that end, but realistically there is a lot of beefiness on Gravity's side.
Yeah, they're playing beefy and brawl oriented. Also, I'd like to see Gravity like flex towards playing the map a lot more here. Once again, right? You have a Realm Warp and a Hero's Entrance available, so you can really try and spread out the game as much as you can to the other lanes. It's something that we know Gravity is very good at doing. You mentioned it when they're playing from behind, but you can really do it in this comp when you're ahead. So I'd like to see Gravity try and spread out this makeshift wombo. Dog fans have so much raw damage, but they're really neutered in the fact that they have to play for the Orianna Shockwave, they have to play for the Wukong, or the Elise finding an angle in to fights. So why not just try and leverage man advantages across the map the entire time? That's the hope here for Gravity, because you are leaning all your damage eggs, like 90% of them are into Robbie Bob's basket, like 90% for the later game. Like for major team fights, it's got to be Robbie Bob, because barring a huge Jhin lead for Sage Wabe, or even crazier, Alorum winning a top lane early game on a bruiser, which hasn't happened in a very long time, in qualifiers at least, there's just so much on Robbie Bob, which is the guy you want to go to in their biggest game of the qualifiers so far.
Yeah, this is the time to have the random Robbie Bob nuclear game.
We're due,
right?
We're due.
I know we're due. This guy somehow seemingly levels up as we go on. I mean, he did it in CLOL last year. Like USD kind of came in, everybody thought they were a little bit underpowered. They didn't know what they were going to be able to do, and he kind of just came in and started rocking the stage very, very quickly here. Could be similar results as we get deeper into the OQ qualifier stage here, and Dog fans looking to make arguably one of the bigger upsets of OQs so far here. If they take down Gravity, could be ending up for some spicy debates, and maybe Gravity was properly rated potentially, right? If they end up losing here. But I like this. Robbie Bob Ryze. Like I said, I don't know how much of a fan I am of Sage Wabe on this Jhin, but sometimes Jhins can get quite ahead and they could just start absolutely ripping through players here. And the caveat is, Dog fans don't actually have a really tanky team. Like, two-item Jhin can rip through Elise, Tristana, Orianna. Like, a one clip of this could actually go in. A fourth shot into the right target absolutely murders most of Dog fans here. Not going to have as much mobility tools, which will be interesting to see. Obviously, it was on the Ezreal, then ended up playing the Kai'Sa. This is a different look of a champion for Sage Wabe here. So he's going to have to play a little bit more apprehensive. He's going to play a little bit more reserved and just really set up his team for success here. The funniest thing here is figuring out what Shimmer is going to pick.
Yeah,
now, on Maryville, he has been playing Warwick jungle, but the issue with that, and the reason you can't give it too much credence, is that in the North Conference, they have been playing teams that are considerably worse than them. It looks like Maryville has been giving him reps in at least in the CLOL space. We'll wait to see if he actually gets any reps in the NACL space once that arrives. But Shimmer has been playing in CLOL and has been playing stuff like Warwick, has been flexing a lot of these champions. But again, a lot of those North Conference teams, at least a majority of them, don't really hold a candle to Maryville. So it'll be interesting to see if he's able to kind of flex this same Warwick prowess against a jungler like King Clueless, who has obviously shown to be able to hold his own and keep Shimmer in check.
And Shimmer is, leading into the X Factor talk you've pointed out a couple times, Chibi. Shimmer is playing a champion that is kind of designed adversely to the Gravity comp. When you saw the Galio, the setup of Jhin around this Rise, really screams play back, play patient, try and disrupt the Wombo while on the back foot. No, Shimmer, we're gonna get into the very famous meme song that's probably gonna get said a couple of times for this champion pick. Like, you do not play Warwick to peel. You do not play Warwick to disrupt someone coming at you. You play Warwick to hunt down squishies. So I'm curious to see if we'll ever get Shimmer kind of desynced with the rest of his team's style. It helps that Alorum will be flying with him on that Renekton, but I worry that if this game gets even, you can open up spots for Robbie or Sage Wabe to be in a weak position. Dog fans can just kind of run this game, getting the Wombo off onto the carries and then turning their attention towards this scrappy top side.
Yeah, and the thing is as well with Tristana, she's a scaling champion through and through, right? She obviously got that range buff a while ago, but if Nightstar specifically gets a similar start to what he got in game 2 with that Jinx, right? The wild arrows into potentially Phantom Dancer and then IE. If he gets the 3 items, Nightstar was obviously really proficient on the Jinx with less mobility tools. Nightstar and Tristana, again, a champion that he's been able to make his money on time and time again. These scaling picks, right? If they're moving him around the map properly, if Dog fans are going, okay, you've taken the bottom lane turret, let's move you up the top lane, print more money there, let's print some money in the mid lane. Like, Nightstar could get deviously ahead on this Tristana and completely nullify what Robbie Bob, Shimmer, and Alorum want to do. They're playing a relatively short-range composition on the side of Gravity. Like, Rise's range isn't insane by any means. He's more of a battle mage in my mind, right? Sage Wabe really only one that can play that range game, but he's there for the setup, right? He's there for the curtain calls. He's there for the roots. Realistically, you find Lycamaz out by himself, or you find Nightstar by himself. Once the root hits, then you throw the Warwick ultimate on top. The 2v2 for Gravity on that top side going to be really good. I think Warwick obviously thrives in those environments, in those skirmishes, because of how much lifesteal, innate lifesteal he has. But yeah, I think it's tough. I think Nightstar is in a very good position to carry this game as long as King Clueless and Lycamaz are wombo comboing each other, or wombo comboing against Gravity on top of, Robbie Bob, Sage Wabe, which is not that difficult to do. Like, this is a really good composition from Dog fans. Heavily relies on Alorum leveraging the Renekton into Aatrox matchup, and for Shimmer to once again get ahead. Warwick with 0 kills or behind is terribly useless.
So bad. Yeah, it's a rough spot to play from. It's a new draft strategy from Gravity that we have not yet seen. It took 8 games to get to this point. This is a matchup marred by youngsters with former success in the qualifiers and in the promotion tournament, trying to once again defy the odds. If you talk about the Dog fan side, Lycamaz, Nightstar, that Reluminate top 8 team, Barrick, getting a shot at the NACL, having impressive showings. King Clueless getting on the radar of many people around Tier 3 with how he's recently been able to perform going into 2025, up against a Gravity roster that you talk about when it's roster building is perfect. Veterancy,
yes,
young, new, up-and-coming players combined around a hyper carry-esque 80 carry player, a team with aspirations to play for the NACL trophy, promotion trophy. There's so much on the line here. One game to decide a lower bracket spot or a matchup against Tempest. Here we go, coming in for a landing for one final time on Summoner's Rift for our opening matchup of weekend number 2.
Gravity, again, like we said, opted in for that red side. They lost game 2. They took game 1 here, and we'll see if any of these teams are going to look to get a little spicy here. As Calamity is looking to maybe potentially go into this bottom lane. I doubt he'll start W, but Protoss is face checking.
Oh, he's gonna get taunted. Deadly Flourish start with Sage Wabe. They're just gonna try and burn through Protoss' health bar. Wonder if he has the repel in store for any sort of crit shots. Calamity not gonna get the flash to follow him under turret, and they're just gonna force Protoss to take a reset. Should be enough time for him to get out of the rift, but tempo advantage gained by Gravity early.
Sure, but I mean, Protoss actually doesn't really give much away. Calamity, yeah, I mean, loses the ignite. I mean, net benefit for dog fans, actually. It's completely fine. Getting away with their life and yoinking his summon away, sure. I mean, that does allow Gravity to place that ward onto Raptors, which will allow them to track where King Clueless is. But if you look on the other side of the map, Barrick, I believe, actually, not Barrick, sorry, King Clueless actually ended up dropping a ward onto the red buff here, so they're going to know where Shimmer is as well. Both of these junglers should be spotted out fairly quickly. Dog fans, I mean, hey, that's an igniteless Galio. Can play a little bit more aggressive if you're on the Protoss side here. As Nightstar has opted in for the cleanse, and Sage Wabe goes for the barrier here. Yeah, so a little bit more survivability does give them the kill threat in that bottom lane. Barrier is better than cleanse, guys, if you're looking for the 2v2.
Good shout out there, Shibby. And it's good because dog fans are definitely a bottom lane, all burst oriented. It's Tristana Elise. They are just hitting one CC spell and trying to burn through your health bar before you can even really react. So see how much value the barrier gets out of that for Sage Wabe, who is looking to have a bounce back game after his killer Kaisa from weekend 1 fell flat here. But all the tension really drifts towards this top side, where I get to say for the first time, Alorum is playing to win lane in a matchup.
12-3 CS right now as he shoved Barrick under the turret here. No wacky summoner spells. I thought maybe Shimmer might have opted in for the ghost that we see a lot of these Warwick jungles take, but he's going to go for the flash. Nothing too crazy. And it's always interesting analyzing Elise support because, yes, you can leverage the range advantage, the spiders, and everything like that. But, I mean, her skirmishing power is so disgusting when she gets that attack speed steroid, the burst that comes out with her Q. Like, she unironically is the best of both worlds if you're playing for like lane dominance, as right now she does get kind of jumped on and she's fine. Like,
yeah, they were banking on the minions thinning out in time for the turret to take over, but not enough. That one caster minion survived on a sliver of HP, and so that means that no turret aggro for Protoss, and they'll continue their push under the turret here. They do have Shimmer pathing towards bot, so could see a gate come out from that speedy Warwick pretty soon here if dog fans aren't careful.
Alorum not losing a step on that Renekton. Beautiful charge on the rage meter to get the double E. Gets the Q before the second E, and before any damage gets traded off, Barrick unfortunately just doesn't able to trade it, right? Alorum slides back on out. Like, we talk about Alorum being like a tank player, the guy hasn't lost a step on Renekton. He probably has, I would even argue, Alorum probably has, if you count scrims and everything like that, thousands of games.
The caster curse. I see the caster curse coming. Alorum trying to get out before King Clueless can cut the angle down, but should have to use his flash. Picture in picture, though, we do see First Blood's actually picked up by Sage Wabe. Sure, we'll get a replay on that one potentially, as Alorum does survive the gank, only ever to burn his flash, so Gravity off to a better start than the last game.
Now Shimmer, I think, flash E'd, got the fear on, and able to burst down.
They finally got Protoss.
There, yeah, they finally got him after he's playing so aggressively. As we get this replay coming in, and yeah, Shimmer just cuts the angle. Beautiful from Calamity. CC layering was absolutely magnifique there, right? Taunt into fear, into root, into back to the grave. As Robbie Bob, this rise. doing what he needs to do here.
Here's Protoss. Yeah, Protoss. You got to calm down with the success stories of these solo laters. You're just asking for them to get ganked. But this is what Protoss wants to do on the Elise right now that we're past the 4-minute mark. Get on the Rift and play like the jungler you were constructed to be by Riot Games.
I know. The fact that there's so much burst coming out, like King Clueless and Protoss absolutely can just find Shimmer in a dark alley and be like, you know what, you're not supposed to be here. Beat him up for his lunch money and leave. And we'll see if they're able to kind of double up and buddy up. Like maybe they can kill Alarm here, who doesn't have that flash, who's a prime regank target. Other than that, though, Gravity playing the early game well.
What sort of alleyways did your school have? Where you're getting robbed for your lunch money in dark alleyways? I think I was a short kid growing up. I wasn't the biggest, I wasn't the meanest, and I also got myself in a lot of trouble. My mouth, as Al Calamity might be in some trouble. I can see that. I also can see Al Calamity just going down here to King Clueless and company. Protoss able to get the stun lock, and Al Calamity's gonna fall. So Gravity went down the wrong alleyway that time and had to give up a lot more than lunch money. That's 300 gold over to the Wukong.
Yeah, I mean, that's your next allowance, man. Unfortunately, not be able to get that Xbox. Al Calamity, again, gets super aggressive, which I love, but he doesn't seem to turn it down too much, especially when he's in like much more dangerous situations. I can understand why they were going for that, right? Maybe deny the Raptor spawn, look to get some wars down, figure out where King Clueless is. Once you get that vision down as a support, it allows your solo laners to play a lot more aggressive, specifically this Renekton, who's trying to leverage that early game advantage. If you know that King Clueless is on that bot side, you know that he's taking Raptors, you can cheat another couple waves and be a lot more, risky in that top lane skirmishes or the top lane matchups. King Clueless, though, gonna pick up the Scuttle Crab, and I think they want to make a play for this. You're picking it up,
regen.
Right?
Oh, okay. I thought Shimmer might actually get away with the steal there. Maybe he just wants to fight with King Clueless. Warwick is really good at brawling. They have a Realm Warp coming through. Robbie Bob's going to be here. Flash get the root. Flash was already burned from King Clueless, so he's just got to run his way out of it. The Shockwave just a tick too late for Lycaball. Shimmer now is able to heal, teleport with that silly Warwick Q interaction. The bottom lanes have both swung over, but it's Al Calamity that finds the root on a Protoss. The shot through for Sage Wabe gives Feats of Warfare over to Gravity as they win another narrow skirmish.
3-2 kill score, and just Shimmer hunting him down, says, I didn't want the Scuttle Crab, I wanted you. And King Clueless goes down. Really good usage of the level 1 Rise TP. That stuff, it's not even a real ultimate sometimes because of how short the distance is, but the fact that it's able to TP over that wall, flash, get the root on. Yes, Lycamaz hits a massive Orianna ultimate that does allow them to snag a kill back, but good move from Sage Wabe and Al Calamity. But King Clueless, with Shimmer going down, that's going to give the green light for these grubs to go down. Now, will they take 3 or will they be content with 1 is the question. Protoss has moved, so it looks like they're going to go for the full buffet.
Does Shimmer let them get away with that? He takes level 6. Does have that very big Warwick ultimate to dive on in if he wants, but nope, he's just going to watch the grubs go down. King Clueless is going to pick up first 3 with no real classic dragon answer on the cards here for Gravity just yet.
Yeah, Ocean Dragon's still up. I'm surprised Gravity's not going to work their way towards that Ocean Dragon here. Is mid lane, Galio's there, and Shimmer and Alarm are being a little sneaky. Barrack, brother Barrack, might be in some trouble if he steps up. If he steps up a little too far for these casters, he's going to get immediately ulted, right?
Yeah, maybe Alarm's trying to force a fight, but Barrack does not fall for it. Wave's going to thin out, and Shimmer wasted a lot of time there. I mean, from watching the grubs get taken and setting up that top lane gank, that's really a whole minute that Shimmer has had no impact on the map.
Yeah, hasn't been able to farm as well. Is losing that. All right, King Clueless 10 CS ahead right now, a couple camps, and he still has his bottom side to pick up here. And like we talked about, can Shimmer be contained? Can he be kept in check? And if that's the case, what does Gravity do? Well, Sage Wabe is 2-0 on this gen, opting for that lethality rush. We said at 2 items, he can relatively, one clip most of dog fans here, right? Whether it's Tristana, the Elise, or even
oh my god,
whoa,
Shimmer flies in, infinite duress, and queue up animals by your favorite Maroon 5. Shimmer's Warwick has its first real play.
That ult was like max range as well from the bush. Terrifying. This game is a jump scare if enemy Warwick is there. And I mean, just Really, really well played from Gravity. I wasn't expecting it, but I mean, he just pulls the trigger. Lycomos has no time to react. Mind you, the flash was burned as well during that top lane fight near the Raptors. But again, Shimmer has to reset after this. So King Clueless and Protoss taking advantage of that, saying, well, it is a Warwick that's lacking in ultimate. How scary could he really be? Let's just take the dragon, and they can't do anything about it. So right now, feats of monster slaying is on the side of dog fans. Another set of grubs or another dragon could lead them to tie it up in the 1-1 feats of strength, and then it just comes down to first tower.
As we continue to learn more about dog fans, I've been routinely impressed. King Clueless's map awareness and timers he's found have been honestly his most impressive strength of this series. Consistently getting early advantages in those neutrals. There's the shockwave out of Sagawabe. They get the stun through on the cocoon, but it's all just to keep him off the wave there. And it's not like Sagawabe was ever under threat of dying.
He's gonna force all of these individuals back, jungler and bottom lane going away. I say that though. Al Calamity, yeah, they might. And the thing is, if they get that first turret, obviously with Tristana, inches them closer towards the feats of strength. Alarm still on that top side. I mean, just the turret busting potential of Tristana already has it down 3 plates. Potentially we'll be able to pick up another one here. Trying to stop it. I respect that, Al Calamity, but you might actually end up paying with your life. Root comes in.
Good interrupt though to get the hop off before you're really snared, or I think Sagawabe just commits to the ultimate. They're committing onto a gank onto Alarm though. Renekton does not have the dominus, but he's able to slice himself out to safety, and oh my god, it's deja vu. I hear the song. It's fading. I hear I hear Maroon 5 fading out of my eardrums, but the kill was picked up. Shimmer is he's using this Oracle like a Nocturne ult at this point.
Yeah, Shimmer with the JBL speaker walking away into his jungle once again. The dude has a strap to his back, and unfortunately, Lycoma is unable to hear animals until it's directly up in his face. Al Calamity, though, matches the Protoss gank here, but Shimmer's in the back.
Here first. Yeah, Protoss taunt gonna have to be dodged by the repel. No, Protoss is gonna eat the taunt. And Shimmer doesn't want to go forward. No ultimate. Really just takes away a lot of Warwick's kit and sets up King Clueless once again, right on time, right on schedule. This guy is with these neutrals. He's gonna set himself up for monster slaying feats, 6 grubs. Dog fans are in a pretty good spot despite the kill score.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that Gravity are just so willing to give these away. I mean, it's a Tristana and Aatrox on the enemy team. 6 grubs is insane for this composition, given how fast they're going to be able to take out turrets, right? Like, Gravity cannot lose a team fight because they will just lose half their map. They'll lose a lane's worth of turrets very, very quickly. And they haven't even wrestled Dragon Control back. Like, Gravity has been... Robbie Bob?
Robbie. Yeah, he gets Shockwave, ulted. Protoss is going to hit the cocoon. Robbie has to flash, create some safety to get the hero's entrance out of All Calamity as well. Protect the prized boy of game number 3, Robbie Bob. Still 3-0. Huge shutdown, and dog fans know it. Expect them to go back to this well consistently.
Yeah, I mean, the saving grace for Gravity is that they're dropping of objectives has netted Robbie Bob a 3-0 lead on this Rise. He's very well ahead of that game curve that we talk about for Rise players and how fast they need to hit the 2 items, the Roa into what is most likely going to be the Archangels. And he's going to hit that super quickly, potentially before the 20-minute mark. And he's going to be a force to be reckoned with. Now, this Tristana as well.
Chicken. We're playing Ultimate Chicken, and Alorum's losing. Barrack chasing him down, trying to get the Dominus Rage Bar stacked in before Barrack can cut him down with these sweet spots, but he has to burn his flash. And on the bot side, it looks like Nightstar is taking out all Calamity. There's the Infinite Duress, but the healing doesn't come through, and they're just setting Nightstar up to blow through Gravity with smithereen-like shots. Robbie Bob teleports in, but it's too late. Nightstar already has a triple kill, and Lycomos is coming down. Nightstar wants it all, going for the quadra kill, another hop. He's gonna flash back into vision and get Robbie Bob on the trade. 4 kills, actually a delayed ace across the map for dog fans.
Oh my lord, and now I'm scared. And as we get into this replay, Al Calamity getting aggressive, good buffer from Nightstar, and then the turn comes in King Clueless. It's a massive Wukong ultimate, and unfortunately the damage, the DPS check is going to go to Nightstar every single time. Lethal Tempo Tristana is just going to win in these extended trades. Luckily, Robbie Bob is able to TP in. salvage some of this play, get more kills under his belt. I believe he picks up the shutdown onto Nightstar. But I mean, if Nightstar is able to do this on Tristana with just like, he wasn't even at full items. He went back and picked up the wild arrows. I cannot imagine a 3-item Nightstar Tristana. It is going to wreak havoc on Gravity.
Gravity came in as the favored team to move on with so much pedigree on their roster and a youthful ejection from Shimmer and Sage Wabe. But Dog fans have come to play today holding a minuscule gold lead in game number 3, looking to do what some of these former Reluminate players have been doing for many qualifiers before. But it's all going to come down to these big fights now as we've moved into that mid-game phase, and now Gravity are finally attuned to trying to stop King Clueless's mad race for every neutral objective on the map.
He's been farming them, and I don't know if they're actually going to be able to stop this. No TP on Alorum. As Aatrox can TP down to the bottom lane, so Alorum's got to take the long walk, but it's a 4v4. I don't think you win this.
Shimmer has to ult out over the wall, and they're just going to give this dragon. So the neutral game is perfect from Dog fans. They have both sets of grubs, both opening drakes, and they're looking to put Gravity into the lower bracket with every positive play.
Safe to say this would probably be one of the biggest upsets so far in the OQs, given how high Gravity's seeding is and how low Dog fans was. I mean,
they can't be here. They can't cover this turret. Shimmer doesn't have ultimate. This Warwick does nothing. Luckily, they won't be punished too hard besides giving up that turret and giving away feats of strength.
And props to Dog fans. I mean, expertly playing around. It feels like they're playing around the Infinite Duress cooldown, right? 100%. Like every single time. Sure, Shimmer's able to get kills onto mid lane, but King Clueless always there. All right, I'm gonna take this objective. I'm gonna take this from your back pocket. I'm gonna yoink this from the safe. You know, you can take that. That's fine. But I'm always gonna get something in return here. And the fact that they are able to burn Shimmer's Infinite Duress, he has to use it defensively. Well, there's a dragon, there's a turret, feats of strength directly put into the pockets of Dog fans here. And game 3, maybe Dog fans have just figured out what to do. Pinch Shimmer's champion pool, put him on his 11th best character, and see what happens.
Yeah, and force Alorum to go onto a bruiser when he's mostly that big tank player. Just got Gravity out of sync, it feels like. They're just not in that same comfort zone, draft-wise, that we saw in their last 2 matchups. And you put it well, Shibby, just given the way the playbook to a potential future Gravity matchup is, they are not eliminated by this series, regardless if they win, obviously, or not. So a lot of tape being given out for Gravity as we're back to regular scheduled program with King Clueless, man. That is 5 neutrals in a row taken by this guy, and Gravity have not a peep to answer with.
And the storyline here as well for Dog fans, I would have to check this, but it may be the first time that Nightstar actually faces off against Aaron in a competitive match. The guy that...
Right, yeah.
Right? GVU, AD carries facing off against each other. Nightstar obviously came in for GVU after Aaron had left. Aaron moved to Slew, on to bigger and better things, clearly winning C-Lol. This might be a potential, you know, kind of a revenge match for Dog fans here, at least for some of their players, facing off against obviously Tempest Gaming, who have 2-0'd and are awaiting the winner of this match, probably watching right now. I'm sure Sean is watching this match right now and seeing who they might face. King Clueless.
Throughout the shockwave, you get rid of the wave, and King Clueless goes with a Cyclone. That is the D-Sync that worries us about Dog fans. We've not seen the Shockwave Cataclysm Cyclone thrown together just yet, and they don't get Robbie Bob at that point, who now at this point of the game, we talked about from draft, Shibby, but all the pressure is on him to carry these fights home.
He's 5-1, and I talked about it. He will hit that 2-item power spike well before 20 minutes because of the work that Shimmer has put in here. Flips onto Alorum. I mean, you can clearly tell what their job is right now, right? See Nightstar, kill Nightstar. Get an Infinite Duress onto him. Get the stun, right? Yeah, just immediately run onto him as quick as possible. Throw as much as you can. As a pause does come in, cuts the tension like a knife.
This is the worst thing.
Hey, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. We can assess the game state right now. I think we're in a really fun spot. 19 minutes in. I mean, Gravity about 1,000 gold down, but their main win condition, Robbie Bob, very well in position to carry this game, right? 5-1. Archangels, Roa is 3 minutes away from being fully stacked. It looks like Robbie Bob is saying, I do need to carry this. He's going to build towards what should be a Shadow Flame or the Rabadon's Death Cap, right? While on the other side, a lot of this rests onto Nightstar's shoulder. He's already got the Yuntal, he's got the Navori, he's most likely going to build towards that IE. Like, he's strictly going for how many times can I jump around the map and make myself an annoying 80 carry, right? Like, you've got the Wombo combo from Lycamaz and King Clueless, which hasn't been able to land super cleanly. They haven't gotten that massive 4 or 5 man shockwave yet, but it's bound to happen. So now it's up to Gravity to be like, well, we've got to make things work. We've got to get Sage Wabe into this 2-item position so he can start one-clipping some of these characters.
And we still haven't seen Gravity able to lean in to how powerful the global threat of their composition is, right? Which really feeds further into the questions around why we haven't seen any neutral fight where they have the advantage or them knock down really any of these turrets yet. They have a Realm Warp, they have a Hero's Entrance. I'd like to see Gravity try maybe leaning into strong siding Robbie Bob, knowing that they can bring out Calamity in to cover him at any point on the side lane, or put Robbie on an island and try and overload back towards the other side of the map. Something of that nature, because we have rarely seen the Realm Warp or the Hero's Entrance utilized to change any of these fights just yet. And that's partly why Dog fans have raced back into this game to take the lead.
That's insane, right? Because surely if Shimmer goes in, that he's going to get a Hero's Entrance or Heroic Entrance coming in as we get back into the game here. I think we're going to get that little stutter step, the Euro step from Riot Games coming in onto us as they're going to work through this pause. It's a little stutter that happens. Gravity, though, like you said, really not using their globals to the best of their ability. And the fact that, like, Shimmer hasn't gone in on these objectives, hasn't looked to kind of use the Realm Warp with Robbie Bob. Like, ideal scenario, it's Robbie Bob, Alorum, and Galio Realm Warping onto your backline. These 3 beefy dudes, all the CC coming in. Robbie Bob's just unloading his machine gun style Rise build that he has. And then all the meanwhile, Sage Wabe is directly putting shots into your backside with the ultimate, right? With the curtain call.
That's the ideal fight that Gravity just have yet to get in this game. They've not found that spot. Sure, they had a big early lead. They broke out 5 kills quickly, but since then have really calmed down and now are a bit on the back foot, trying to answer King Clueless, who continues to just steal everything away from Shimmer. Took the scuttle right there. Now re-engaging on top of Shimmer again. That infinite duress is used defensively, and that just shuts down so much of the creativity for Gravity while that ultimate's off the Rift.
Yeah, Shimmer, once again, that infinite duress not coming into fruition. Had really good success with it early game, but this is the difficulty of playing Warwick when it comes to, like, post laning phase. What do, right? Like, you're so gated by your ultimate that the fact that, like, you can't walk in, you're not going to really get any of those blood scents, and even when you do, the team knows that you're coming in. It's kind of like a signal like, hey guys, I'm going to run at your face, be prepared to throw all your CC at me. Yeah, lock in, like, make sure your mechanics are on point. So Shimmer has to find, like, these super creative angles, like flash infinite duress from the bush, and the fact that Dog fans have not been allowing that, they have to. They don't have infinite duress.
That's
like,
true.
They just can't do anything. If they Realm Warp in, again, like we said, Dog fans forcing that ultimate out and then playing the neutral game objective, playing the lane states the way they are around it, it's tough. And, like, Otacon, I don't know if you can just give this, though.
They're gonna have to find an answer at some point. Robbie Bob has teleport on this side lane. Both mid leaders can join the fight, but Gravity are walking the tightrope right now against Dog fans, potentially looking to give up this upset. And it does look like they're going to force a reset off Outcon. I was so confused. Where's Outcon hiding in that tribe, bro?
Peekaboo.
So Gravity do pass the sort of stat check or the bluff given there by Dog fans to pick up a turret on the backside. Robbie Bob even more gold, but at some point they're gonna have to come fight at one of these neutrals, and the ones that are popping up on the map are game altering at this point.
Yeah, you could give one dragon away, you can give the grubs away. cannot give Otacon Baron and everything else.
No more dragons anymore.
Yeah, you can't. No more dragons as well, especially with it being Mountain Soul. Like your burst comp, the stuff that where infinite duress comes in, where you're gonna have Sage Wabe only able to fire like 4 of his bullets, pretty consistently. Like that extra shielding, the armor, the magic resist is gonna come in. It's gonna make your burst comp that much harder. It's gonna make you that much more difficult to kill. And dog fans, especially with Aatrox and Wukong, who get deceptively tanky and beefier, obviously Wukong with his passive and Aatrox with his lifesteal, Mountain Soul is beautiful for them. Like it could get very, very bad in the next 3 minutes for Gravity. Like this game could end up going from even to absolutely unwinnable.
The multi-threat capability of dog fans' comp is something that is a worry in the back of the mind. I think pointing out Barrick is such a valuable person to highlight as one of those highest pedigree players on this dog fans roster. The veterans are on both these teams are really in their solo laners, which is cool to see. But Barrick, I mean, there's no heal cut yet for him. There's no heal cut to deal with him at whatsoever. Once he hits 2 items, one World Ender, he just rolls your team as well, and definitely has been getting an edge over Alorum in a lot of their little fights here, partly why he is the one sporting the bounty despite both of them having zeros up on the board. But I'm hearing pings towards this top side. It looks like King Clueless might look to punish Robbie Bob here.
Shimmer is here to cover potentially, but at best it's a 2v3. We'll see, as I love dog fans leveraging some of their power into, just taking this jungle over, and Protoss just clearing this jungle camp. I love that, right? I mean, just
they have 6 grubs,
throwing down control wards. Yeah, 6 grubs. Mid lane tier 2 should just go down here. You don't have anything to stop Tristana. That went down absurdly quickly. And Nightstar, he's cresting upon his IE, and Alorum and Barrick do have a bit of a skirmish on the bot side. I don't think it's going to amount to much.
He flashes to get the kill, but Barrick's healing through. And remember, all of dog fans are rushing down here. Alorum has to get this kill. He's basically bona fide dead, but he doesn't get it onto Barrick. And now the whole might of dog fans. Shimmer, is he going to fly through the old? Oh, he goes under turret with the infinite duress, finds the shutdown. Alorum does end up falling, and now Shimmer, you got to get real creative here, because you should just drop. King Clueless drops the Cyclone, doesn't get enough damage. Can Shimmer heal through? No, not with a second bout. King Clueless drops Shimmer. What's on the map to play for dog fans with 2 down on Gravity?
Pings, I hear pings going down for that Otacon. Robbie Bob, though, cresting towards what is going to be that Rabadon Z type. If you can pick it up before dog fans can actually make it a play on an objective, it could be the strongest member in the game right now. Shimmer kind of had to go for that, and I feel bad because, like, if he doesn't, then Alorum just dies for virtually nothing. Picking up that kill onto Barrick with that bounty as well. It is a small shutdown, but realistically, I mean, Shimmer is just a 1-for-1 champion, unfortunately. Like, he goes in, and if a Hero Conscious isn't there, if Rise isn't there, like, you're kind of just giving your life over for 1 kill here. If the Baron does spawn, we get pretty interesting terrain this time around. Actually,
my favorite terrain,
I would argue, works in the favor of Robbie Bob's machine gun style, because if you're packed up in those lanes, right, we'll call them, or those highways for Baron, you could take a ton of damage here. But I don't think that's going to be of importance right now, because Dragon's coming up in about 40 seconds, and Gravity have to be here. I'm sorry, you need to drop the wave top if you have to. It doesn't matter if it's in a negative wave state. Get your vision down, get the control wards, give up gold, because you cannot give this Mountain Soul away.
Level 16 Robbie Bob. You need to prop him up, Gravity. He is the golden boy. If you want to get this done and dusted, so dormant has Gravity been. And they got to rely on you called it the Rabadons, the 3-item rise, the veteran, multiple time CLOL champ, to get Gravity into a matchup against Tempest.
Nightstar has also hit IE as well, so it's a 3-item rise versus virtually a 3-item Tristana. And Nightstar has been performing excellently on these carry picks here. Like I said, that Varus from game 1, I thought it was going to be attack speed. It would end up being poke. That's not his bread and butter. This is where I see Nightstar always make his money. Long range, late game carries, and he's gotten to the 26-minute mark here. Primed and ready to just carry dog fans on an upset. Robbie Bob!
He already gets his Saris pop. They're going to drop the curtain call to try and hit Nightstar. He's going to tank some of these shots, but gets out to safety and might mark Robbie Bob here, who's already below 30% HP. Both top laners pop their ultimates off to the side. Alorum trying to buy space for Sage Wabe, but Gravity just cannot fight without Robbie Bob. They have no chance in the world. Down goes Alorum. Gravity have to give away the Mountain Soul, and now we're starting to hear the alarm bells really sing for Gravity.
Heroic entrance available, infinite dress as well. Shimmer. Oh, the dragon goes down.
Too late. He flies in. He's just gonna get melted by Nightstar, who now can just start reaping the rewards of this Tristana. Here come Dog fans. They're leaving the pound and they're looking for the glory matchup against Tempest. They don't find any more kills for now, but this is Dog fans' game. It's series to lose.
7 for 7 on objectives, by the way. All 4 dragons. All 2 grub, yeah, all the grubs, and now they're gonna go for the Baron here. Like, if they pick up Otacon, which I don't think is gonna happen, it looks like Gravity are gonna end up taking it here. Consolation prize, a bit of a denial, but Baron with 6 grubs with a Tristana as well. One bad team fight in the next 2 to 3 minutes, and it could be Gravity being sent to the lower bracket and Dog fans having a upset matchup against Tempest.
The bracket shattering once more in front of our very eyes. Pointed out so well, Shibby. One more fight will really decide this for Dog fans, but for now, they're just going to try and increase that gold lead, get item differences across all the lanes. Like Amaz knocks down that last outer. They're going to have Barrick cover him. But it's still the same question. When is Gravity really going to try and fight full force for their comp? Here goes Shimmer with infinite duress. They do get Lycamaz. They get the taunts down as well. Shimmer's going to follow through Lycamaz's flash. Robbie Bomb trying to set up tons of damage, but the shockwave from Lycamaz on the way out blows up the entire play. Sure, you get Lycamaz, Robbie, but you're going to fall across the wayside. 3 down for Gravity. Is this the upset blow for Dog fans?
Sage, Wabe, and Alorum, the 2 members tasked with holding the line, but Dog fans, 4-1,
Here comes Nightstar. He just blows through Sage Wabe's health bar, and that's gonna be it. Upset alert. Gravity falls to Dog fans, who have a date with Tempest in upper bracket round 4.
You said it best, Slayer. Out of the pound and into the upper bracket. The shattering as we get the replay off that last fight. One last huzzah for Gravity. They try to make the play with the infinite duress, but a massive shockwave earns the fight, and it's just not enough. Robbie Bob's shoulders unable to carry Gravity towards that win, and Dog fans have a date with Tempest Gaming.
Oh, it's that same core, man, that Reluminate team from summer 2024, who everybody was like, yeah, they'll make GSLs. They're not going to be a big threat. They pushed their way to top 8. I would say the spot they're in now is very similar to what Nightstar and Lycamaz were able to do just a summer ago. But it's once again Nightstar proving why he may be the hot commodity to AD carry, and Barrick consistently being a difference maker in that top lane. You're really seeing why Nightstar has been propped up by many and why Barrick got those NACL spots on AoE in a game like this.
Yeah, I mean, we can forget about game 1 Nightstar, because game 2 and game 3, that was an AD carry differential, and it might be a little bit of big brother picking on little brother, because when Sage Wabe did play for Illinois College way back in 2023, did play in the MEC, again, it was Nightstar that was beating on him. It was Nightstar that they were laning against, and yeah, I mean, beautiful play from Dog fans. Another upset coming in, like we said. They're going to go on to Tempest Gaming, a team that is truly going to give them a challenge here. And now Gravity, they're in the lower bracket, right? They have to face off against Dorado, I believe, is who they're facing off against. I'm unsure. I have to check the bracket. But, you know, has the blueprint been laid out on how to beat Gravity Gaming?
Oh boy, yeah, we're gonna get a real old head matchup. I'm assuming the result. I'm assuming the result of the lower bracket side of this. It's third party, Shippy. So.
Oh wow, yeah, real old head matchup.
Real old head grudge matchup. I believe that will be the matchup we do. Is we are following Gravity's road.
Yes.
So we'll get to see third party versus Gravity. And one of those 2 teams will be out. So that is one hell of a way to move into our next series. Unexpected spot to be in here. Myself and Shibby definitely believed we were going to be getting a Gravity matchup against Tempest. That has been taken out of the equation here. Dog fans are moving on for a matchup that will put the winning team of that matchup, this is going to be hard to follow, into a matchup for the NACL promotion spot. They are one outside of it. Dog fans, nobody thought they'd be there. Huge credit to them. They'll have the matchup with Tempest. We are going to go to a bit of a longer break here. We still have the rolling schedule, but it will likely be Unk v Unk in the lower bracket here. It's going to be third party taking on Gravity for their tournament lives. We'll see you guys as soon as we get into that one.
Call down the reckoning, bring back hope and peace.
coming back a bit quicker than we had expected here, folks, and I have to apologize. I was baited by the wrong bracket. So I was only like half wrong, though.
Yeah.
It's still an Unk v Unk matchup here. There's some youth on both sides. The Unk status is definitely still at a high tier. It's Saving Private Dozer. So ISU with their coaching staff and more veteran leaders playing on the team, going to take on Gravity here for a spot to stay alive in the qualifiers now. A conversation we have not yet had about Gravity, but Shibby, give the people the lowdown on Saving Private Dozer here before we jump into that draft.
I mean, this is like ISU 3-4 years ago, right? PCL Cross rounding out the top in jungle, Wave Control, aka Mr. TJ Command Attack playing in mid lane, I believe, which is kind of cool. He obviously historically was a coach, is a coach for ISU, and just took on that role of like recruiting and all that stuff a while ago. And then it's NACL playing AD carry, and the I'm not gonna say X factor potentially, but definitely the wrench in this team is that D0WG, the namesake of this team, is playing support here, and I'm looking for Gravity to leverage their bot lane advantage. No way in hell can you lose to D0WG support. I love their icon as well. It's just D0WG photoshopped onto. Yeah, I mean, this team half memes, half dreams, but cannot be counted out. Like, let's be very clear. TJ Command Attack, when the whole thing was happening with the Champions Queue and all these players were coming in, Command Attack, TJ was like doing really well. He was playing stuff like AP Varus mid. You had pro players talking about him, like, who is this guy? Blah, 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 blah. He is somebody, he's one of the coaches, one of the few that keeps up very high in solo queue. Grandmaster Challenger player, I believe. Unorthodox guy, is willing to throw a wrench in the plans. Obviously, we know how good Cross is. The guy's a monster in the jungle. And then PCL and NACL, I mean, we understand. These guys play for ISU. We know what they look like. Like I said, D0WG is the only guy where, like, if he's on Alistar Nautilus, I'm sure you can get it done. Don't think he's going to be bringing out like Elise support anytime soon.
We do see Marksman flying already, though. One change that we see from the matchup before is the Dog fans consistently banned the Corki away from Robbie Bob in the early stages of their best of 3. This time it slips through. Still get the Shungle ban, by the way, so Shimmer's still getting that respect, but Corki slips through. Saving Private Dozer will respond with a classic bottom lane combo, unfortunately for D0WG's champion pool. He's going to play the Karma Ezreal, well-known, double-ranged, aggressive bottom lane that definitely gets a boost knowing that we are out of lane swaps, but Gravity or Shibby, they're getting their staple champions once more, getting more back to a more refined base from the draft, I would say, compared to what we saw against Dog fans.
Yeah, and it's interesting because obviously we're doing full Fearless, and a team like Saving Private Dozer might thrive in that kind of environment. Obviously, we talked about Command Attack, TJ being a savant of different champions, and the fact that D0WG has both played mid lane and top lane at a like collegiate professional level, he can play Karma. He's played Karma mid, like he's played Karma top. Like,
yes.
Yeah, so like it's fine. Like he plays that in the support role. Saving Private Dozer has kind of already got themselves a really nice bottom lane, and I'm not sure if I love this Nautilus pick. Sure, Al Calamity is going to be on a playmaker. That's what he does. After 3.5 minutes or 4 minutes, you can kind of roam the map and see what you can do. But I talked about Gravity leveraging their bottom lane matchup. Dozer has just flipped that on its head, right? They're like, okay, we're going to take the strongest on paper bottom lane, regardless of how experienced our players are and maybe mechanically not as sound. We just have the best champions, dog. Like, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah, this is a very standard to the current meta draft we're getting for sure, with the Zinzao locked in as well, coming across there for Cross, who is another youngster jungler that I had in a very similar tier to Shimmer, put in the right spot. I think he can really thrive. So Cross for Shimmer is going to be very, very fun. Love this ban from Saving Private Dozer, though. The one time we did see Corki picked up for Gravity so far, despite it being such a Robbie Bob pick of past, Lotus rosters, they did shift it back down towards Sage Wabe. So Yone is a really good ban. I would just take away some of those AD mid threats that you pair really well with Zyra if I'm Saving Private Dozer.
Yeah, I think you're batting out some of these mid laners, assuming you think this Corki is going to go in the bottom lane. Can be flexed to the mid, but I feel like it's going to go into Sage Wabe's hands. Good mobility, a lot of carry potential, true damage, pretty much feeds into everything that he can do. Will be interesting to see Robbie Bob versus TJ. That matchup is something that's happened time and time again way back, right? When when TJ was a player. Robbie Bob obviously played for UST amongst other collegiate teams. The funny thing is this OQ has brought in a lot of players that are very familiar with each other, right? That understand like, hey, I played you in CLOL, or I played you in this random tournament, or I played you at, 66, or I played you at the Harrisburg class, like all this random stuff, right? Q-Fest, yeah, right? Like it kind of all culminates into this giant 64 team bracket, and you get upsets like this. Gravity, right? We've played against players that they've played time and time again. We got a bit of a Illuminate kind of mishmash of both teams, and yeah, I think upset potential through the roof right now. Obviously, Gravity feeling a little bit down. This is a game that they should win, given the circumstances. They need to win, but I mean, definitely a pick me up. I think they need to win this in my mind 2-0 for me to kind of look at them as a substantial threat in the NACL, right? For that crown, for that title or berth, playoff, whatever you want to call it. Because right now, if it's a slug, drawn out 2-1 victory, I'm definitely going to have my reservations about this team.
And from a mathematical standpoint here, by going to the lower bracket, you have halved your spots for the NACL. Only one of the 3 spots to tier 2 is in the lower bracket, so it just makes it even tougher for a team like Gravity. We got to the back end of the draft though, with the Rakan selected here, which so this is Dozer going on the Rakan. TJ's at it again, man. This might be the Karma mid, could be the Karma top. We'll have to see here. They saved the R5 to keep that flexibility in the draft. Shibby, what do you even think here?
I mean, that's just, again, really good drafting. It's been one of his strengths for the longest time here. Obviously, they know what Alorum's going to play. I was thinking the Gwen, but maybe they're going to go for the Garen to even be more unstoppable on that side lane. Camille is interesting. Camille's Inzal is fine. I would say go Gwen. I would think Gwen is the move. You could go for the Garen simply because he could be unmatchable in those side lanes. Corki looks like it's going to go in the mid lane like we talked about. Really good flexibility from both sides here. Varus, Nautilus, much more threatening in that bottom lane, right? If this Rakan eats an errant hook, maybe the depth charge lands onto somebody, it could be really rough. But that Karma mid, once again, going into TJ's hands, keeping that draft flexible until the very last second here. Corki into Karma. I'm going to say Karma, can definitely trade very heavily with the Corki, especially with the shield usage, empowered mantra, Q. Like, TJ's obviously going to take a more supportive utility role, which is completely fine with him. He understands how to leverage these champions in these positions, and he's just going to rely on players that he knows, PCL, Cross, Makel, to get their jobs done.
So both teams really leaning into the flexibility of their draft so far. We're getting the Robbie Bog Corki mid. Sagewabe goes on to the Varus. In this game, I am praying, I am pleading I better not see a comet on this Varus, man. This is a perfect on-hit game. You've got low range. Like, the only person that's going to outrange you is Ezreal, who really isn't a ton of a threat onto you. You have so many targets to just throw auto attack after auto attack after auto attack into you. It's just Rakan, Xin, Gwen. Let's get Sagewabe, who, like you talked about with Nightstar, is not a type of player I associate with poke builds, early game lane dominance. I put him into the tier of scaling threats that win you fights. So we'll have to see which type of Varus we get, because I do know Sagewabe has already played a Varus game that was the lethality route.
Yeah, I mean, they could opt in for that poke, like you said. I mean, rockets plus arrows, very difficult to dodge. Not a big chunky front line for saving Private Dozer, right? Like, you land some of those abilities onto a Gwen, onto a Karma. Sure, you can shield it, but I don't know if it's going to be enough, especially once something like a Serpent's Fang comes in, if they opt in for that poke, right? Zyra's really good at controlling the environment, controlling the terrain, making it so that, hey, if they engage, we can just peel back, we can throw down the Stranglethorns. I mean, yeah, you're right. I would love to see an on-hit Varus, but I don't hate the idea of them going for the double poke, Corki, Varus, soften you up, allow Alarm to charge in once everybody's 50% HP, and you either burn him or you turn around and run, right? So Private Dozer, it's a bit of a tougher composition to execute, a little bit beefy. Gravity, though, I understand their plan. I get what they're trying to do. Now, they cannot give up objectives like they did last time, right? The fact that they were so apprehensive on contesting objectives, the fact that we're getting forced out consistently. Shimmer's on Zyra. He's not on something that can ult away here. He's got to be proactive, use that tempo advantage, right? He was on the flip side of this matchup last series, game 1 on the Xin Zhao into Zyra and won that. Now he's got to prove to me that he's the jungler that is going to promote into NACL, that deserves that spot by playing the flip side of that matchup and winning that as well, especially against somebody like Cross, who I think you're right, is on his level in terms of like young hotshot junglers that can get the job done.
Young hotshot junglers in premier collegiate spots. It's gonna be a fun matchup to see between them. Should be heading into game, I believe, soon. I've not heard word yet if we've gotten the client side draft going. I would hope we've got the client side draft going by this point, but it is very important. We got where they just started. So these players, man, they get through the draft rules so quickly, and then they want to limp their way through Champion Select. At least we're not watching Champion Select or live client drafts like somewhere else you might be watching. I appreciate
I'll say it like Liga Ace. I don't care. Put me on the list. I'll say it right now. Slayer has nothing to do with this. This is purely Shibby, by the way.
No. We're united front. Okay. I'll take it. I'll go down.
I'll take the hate. It's fine. No, yeah, I agree. You know, at least we have something to talk about. We've got the nice draft. We've got the symbols. We've got everything going here. High quality production that you may end up seeing tomorrow potentially. You know, I'm not going to spoil anything just yet, Slayer, but there might be a certain organization that's looking to bring up a very good game and a very good series tomorrow here. But let's talk about this one. Gravity versus Saving Private Dozer, a team, again, you cannot count out. You cannot come into this after this loss, which is devastating, right? Again, losing in the fashion that they did for Gravity, to come in and be like, all right, guys, we're playing a worse team. We should be able to pick this up. And then just bouncing out like Busters, right? 2-1, 2-1, like that. That would be terrible for a team like Gravity, who has aspirations of promoting, who has players that can get it done. It would be terrible. And then Shimmer's aura would be so low. You don't want to reduce Shimmer's aura. That guy is a max aura farmer.
Yeah, dude. I hearing you say these phrases they're just a generation gap away, it just makes me laugh every time, even if you are tapped in, Shibby. It's fitting. We've got the Unk color caster on the Unk matchup.
Dude, I can keep going. I know these players like the back of my head. I've been watching these guys for years.
Let's holistically look at how different of a road it is for Gravity now, right? Like to soak. Before you'd won that series, you would have been 2 best of 3s, I believe, 2 or 1 best of 3 away from a promotion matchup. Now, Jimmy, a lot of games to play for Gravity, but looking at their side of the bracket too now, I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves because I know that's kind of what we did in the Gravity loss, but we're expecting them to win here even more so than maybe the Dog Fans matchup. So Gravity, after this, you have to play the winner of the Pepe team and Exodia on one side, but on this side of the bracket, like looking around, this is the rough side of the bracket. So, like, to keep in mind, like, this part of the lower bracket, the bottom half, now has Galaxy Gaming coming down here after their loss, and also Citadel. We are going to be, like, halfway through the lower bracket, and we're going to have to watch Galaxy Gaming and Citadel play a best of 3, where one of them's out, which is mind-boggling to think about. And that matchup won't be very far away for Gravity. So this is a rough place to be if you're Gravity on this side of the bracket.
Yeah, I think they'd also have to go against potentially friendly fellas. I think it's loser of C58 in that next match. So, like, I mean, Gravity have to make a diabolical lower bracket run.
Yeah,
right? Like,
it's a lot of teams that were ranked above them.
Yeah, like there are teams that they could, obviously, like tons of teams, right? And the fact that they're here, and the fact that, like you quite correctly mentioned, you only have 1 shot for this promotion, right? Yep. And now you have to face off against, like you said, potentially Near Airport, Respawn, Ducky Getters. I mean, any of the top like 1 through 6 teams, right? That were in here. Tempest potentially. Like, there are so many teams that now you don't get that cushion. It's not, if we lose this, we drop to the lower bracket. It's, we lose this, we're out completely here. So could be tough. Could be a historic losers bracket run for Gravity as well. Like, I'm excited for that potential, especially for a team like this. They can do it. UST, again, they got winning championship in their blood. Robbie Bob Alorum, these guys that have won CLOL, right? They know what they're doing. Or sorry, Robbie Bob specifically has won CLOL. Alorum, who's done a ton of work, right? In NACL, OQs, has promoted, has demoted, has promoted, like all that stuff, right? It's not that they can't do it and they have the DNA to do it. It just is really tough with a bracket like this.
It is just so tough to play from the lower bracket. You are playing more games than ever before. If you know, like before it started out, 5 best of ones, like so 5 straight games you'd play for seeding, and then GSLs you'd end up playing like a max of, you could play a max of I think 3 best of 3s,
Yeah.
and then from that point on it's just like an 8 team style single elimination bracket from that point on. So it's just such a different facet, and I've seen a lot of discussion about it. I'm also in the camp where this format is, a lot of people are a fan of it. I've been a fan of watching it, but I do think part of the allure is how new it is. And I think it's already been confirmed this is not going to be the format for future qualifiers. So I'm curious to see the discourse. Yeah, it can't be around this. Well, yeah, obviously, because there aren't going to be 3 NACL promotion spots up for grabs. Hopefully, I can't confirm or deny.
I wouldn't mind if they knock it down to like a 32 team bracket for like the 2 qualifier spots, right? The 2 spots in NACL, and then they just have it like that, like a little bit of a condensed version. But I like the seating. It's off solo queue. I don't get death threats because I'm on the committee anymore. You know what I mean? Like, it saves a lot of people headaches
now, right? Just for CLOL?
Yeah. You can't fake it. You can't fake it, right? Like, you can't. Also, like, it values solo queue, and like, sure, you can maybe try to get around it with like subs and stuff. They'll probably fix that or amend that later on. But the thing I like about it is that, yeah, the sheer number of games you have to play to make it, like the fact that you can't just luck your way into a spot. You can't just go on a run. Like, you've got to win, and it's best of 3. It's fearless, which is kind of cool, right? It tests so many different aspects of the game. Yeah, I think, for future reference, maybe they'll bump it down to 32 teams or like 24 teams, whatever. But right now, the 64 team one style bracket that we're getting, one tournament bracket, it has already produced excitement, right? Upsets. Near Airport is here. Like, we got a team of LCS veterans looking to do something, right? You've got teams that are backed by doctors and Respawn, right, who are looking to do things. Like, a lot of people have come into play, and a lot of teams are looking to make some noise here. With 3 spots up for grabs, I think it's been a massive amount of fun. Hectic covering it, though. Glad there are teams and organizations like Aegis specifically who have stepped up to cover this and stepped up to provide you quality coverage, unlike other facets and other productions and broadcasts in the space.
Well, this matchup would have been quality about 3 years ago with all the unks we got on the Rift here, but still, nonetheless, we are live for Game 1, lower bracket matchup between Gravity and Saving Private Dozer. Pretty calm start so far, with the fact we don't have as much action with the lane swapping. Some preliminary awards coming out here. Both teams leaning towards potentially canceling out some of these invades here. It actually is going to be Cross and Saving Private Dozer initiating one on the spot side. So vertical jungling going to be a thing here, which should be really intriguing with those no lane swapping timers that we see.
Yeah, that'll be really interesting because the early gank, like you said, I mean, it's fine because like if it's a jungler or a guy with a jungle item, it won't really be detected. But it's really interesting that Gravity have opted into split the map here because PCL has the advantage, right? He can even potentially 1v2 this. While on the bottom side, like this Ezreal and this Rakan are going to be so much, in favor of diving Sage Wabe, diving Al Calamity. It's like a pseudo, I would say, ranged matchup. Drew Dozer on the Rakan has like a ranged auto attacks, but it's not that much more. So Al Calamity can get the CC down. I want to see what Cross is going to be able to do on the Xin Zhao, if they're going to be willing to trade or if they're going to be looking to deny here. Vertical jungling does come out. Pings are already coming in. You see Shimmer pinging towards that top side. So I need to see PCL play a little bit apprehensive though once, Level 3 gets hit on Shimmer once, hits about 3 minutes 15 seconds here. And like you said, it is the UNC matchup. It's those early LA Fitness basketball games, like the 8 a.m., 9 a.m. games, where all the older people come in. That's what it is.
Yeah, but they always have that one youngin that's just running them all. And we'll see which of the youngsters cross, Mako, Sage Wabe, will really answer that call. Shimmer as well. Pretty rough trading there coming in the mid lane between Robbie and Command Attack. TJ, wave control, I guess, is his newest adage. But it is the quicker clear for Shimmer coming across. Already done with his entire topside camps. As Cross maybe skipping a couple camps here. Don't know what he really could do in this spot. His scuttle's not up. He knows there's no camps to take on the enemy bot side. He's kind of just in limbo.
Yeah, and realistically, he's just here to kind of cover Alora, make sure he can play a little bit more aggressive, takes the scuttle. It also, the split map is really interesting because Shimmer doesn't get that quote-unquote tempo advantage where he'd be able to match Cross on the same bottom lane, right? You'd see the Xin Zhao and the Zyra meet up together on that bottom side, and then the Xin Zhao's like, well, I can't do anything here because Zyra's here and they're going to win this 3v3 or they're going to win this 2v2. It gives Cross a little bit more ability to kind of maybe gank mid, gank bottom, threaten a dive potentially. And the other I would say benefit that we didn't really talk about is the fact that ISU's coach is TJ. So the fact that you get to play with your coach in the game, that just gives you such an insane advantage, right? And the fact that he's able to keep up on his mechanics, keep up that he's challenger. Is he the next best up-and-coming mid laner? No. But his brain, his work is now Ala Calamity, though.
First time on a real hook champion, and Boise's showing out, consistently hitting Mako, and just gonna pick up first blood on his own, slams the anchor down on the head of the Ezreal. All Calamity earning first blood for Gravity. You can tell he's angry they're even here.
Yeah, he's pissed, and he's like, well, I shouldn't even be facing, and he absolutely takes advantage of Drudozer and the Makel bot lane. Maybe Drudozer a little bit too far forward there, desynced with Makel. But essentially the point I was trying to make, as I wrap that up neatly, is that the fact that you get to play with your coach allows you to just be much more freeform on the map, because he's got the objective setups under control. You know what he's going to do. His whole last couple years have been tailored to understanding the game on a macro sense. So you're covered there.
A good thing to watch for as we shift out of the just traditional lanes that the recent patch has put us into. Especially on a champion like Karma, where you really can kind of shove waves constantly when you get that first item Malignance done and play the map pretty well. We'll see how much TJ/Command Attack can get in that category, as Dragons have just been the bane of Gravity's existence in this one so far. They are going to drop another first Drake here, unless Shimmer has a crafty steal in mind, but should just be Cross picking this one up. And yep, another first Drake over towards the enemy team up against Gravity.
And Gravity dropping another objective early on, not even willing to trade what is going to be those grubs coming up, as I do see Shimmer and Al Calamity on that bottom side, but luckily Sage Wabe is on that poke. Varus allows him to lane a little bit more independently here, but need to see Gravity take these grubs. I need to see them be proactive, use the roam. Drudozer unfortunately tries to go in, battle dances back out. Sage Wabe, one more of those, Mr. Dozer, and you're gonna die.
Yep. Nothing new about that in League of Legends, man. Sage Wabe, this is what we talked about for Gravity, right? Is that really felt if they're going to play their best League of Legends, it's going to be not just with their bottom lane getting a lead. That's an easy thing to say. It's the confidence of this new duo that was really what shined in Gravity's first day that got them, a pass to the last Sunday. Yeah, where they looked most potent. So Sage Wabe doing things like this, flashing for Chains of Corruption, and still hitting the arrow. I mean, Sage Wabe and All Calamity are pissed off that they're in the lower bracket right now, and you're seeing it in these opening minutes.
That was not a caster curse, that was a caster blessing. Even if Sage Wabe ends up going down here, I'm kind of stayed for that plate. I don't know if it's going to be worth. It's going to give that kill over to Cross potentially. No flash, barrier available.
All right, Cross can get the knock up here. Should be an easy kill picked up by the ISU starting jungler, but the response for Gravity on the other side of the map is to knock PCL down a size. Who said takes can't brawl early? Kill picked up there by Alorum, and the Feats of Warfare on the back of it as well.
Yeah, really surprised that PCL ended up even actually dying to that. Sagawabe's down bottom lane by himself. Grubs was just taken. Surely you play a little less aggressive or far up, but maybe there's just too much CC, like you said, to deal with. Maybe Al Calamity, I think, burned that flash if we get a replay up there. Doesn't have that depth charge, so he just actually flashed, probably raw hooked. PCL unfortunately does go down. I don't think PCL even had a chance to flash. I think he was CC locked for days. And Sagawabe does have to back off. That play in the top lane does net Saving Private Dozer some pressure in that bottom side, and wave control is in your jungle.
Yep, command attack is jump and shimmer. Dredge line to keep Cross away from him though, and they're just gonna burn through his health bar with Sagawabe much more accelerated. Trying to set up Sagawabe to be that young gun on this Poke Varus. More slows, more damage, but it's NACL. It's jumping in with the Arcane Shift. Doesn't have enough damage to find the trade. It's Sagawabe, one more auto to pick it on up. Give this guy a lead and let him sing the Gravity song.
2-1 and 2. 2-0 on Al Calamity as well. You're right, this bot lane absolutely pissed right now, showing why we were so high on them last series and why we've been singing their praises. But this, like I said, a matchup they're expected to win, a matchup that I want them to win 2-0 convincingly for me. Gravity cannot let this go 2-1. They cannot go into a slugfest 40-minute game between these guys. This is a team now where they have to clean up very quietly and concisely to kind of, like I said, give me some of that that confidence I had in them early on to prove that they can make that lower bracket run here. If Saving Private Dozer make it difficult, if they kind of like poke some more holes in Gravity's armor to potentially reveal some of that blueprint that that was already revealed last match or last series, Dog fans were able to kind of expose it, then it could be really rough here. So I want to see Gravity kind of take over and end this game within 30 minutes.
And that's such an important point to make, that Gravity just stick to their roots, as we see Sagawabe whiff on the Chains of Corruption there. But just not go on tilt here. Gravity, stick to what you have drafted as a priority point. And it's mostly always been this bottom lane. All Calamity Sagawabe back on some of their bread and butter champions. They've got themselves out to a pretty commanding lead, nearly 3,000 before the 10-minute frame. Hopefully that'll open up Shimmer to just kind of dominate any camps he wants at this point in the game. He has got a pretty sizable CS lead going for himself, as you expect with the Zyra. Now just trying to translate that into feats of strength, potentially playing for 6 grubs, dragon stacking. It's really Shimmer's map to play for.
Yeah, and we're gonna see Zyra kind of leverage, like you said, that tempo advantage. Looks like he's trying to play for those Raptors, like you said, playing for enemy jungle camps, trying to keep Cross underfed as possible here. Cross has 1 kill to his name, but with Shimmer picking up these camps, I believe he should be able to get that Leandry's on back. 9 seconds though towards that dragon. He's not gonna have it. He's gonna just gonna try to go for this. I don't think they can give this dragon away. I'm surely Gravity has learned their lesson, and they should be okay, right? You can't just give this away. Take the Krugs, push the lane in, and work your way towards the dragon.
Simple rotation, yeah. Get the dragon off the board. There's no real way to match this. You can already see NACL is coming mid lane with Drew. They're all shifting up to play for these grubs. This is a trade that Gravity will be happy with. They're not a comp really designed to split push heavily. I mean, Alorum teams are not really ever about playing the map very aggressively. Is Cross is actually just going to go for Robbie Bob here. They get the knockups, but Drew does not get the grand entrance. Robbie burns the flash, but stays safe. And I'll open up Alorum to try and knock more plates off this top tier 1.
I'm going to bring that flash means that he's not going to have it for this dragon that's up right now. He won't be able to contest the grubs here as well. Dragon does go down. It looks like Zyra was soloing it while she was on the grub. Yep. Wait a minute. Whoa.
There's that clear
tech. Yeah, there's the tech. Good job on Shimmer there. Getting that going. I was like, it's up, but I was like, I don't see Shimmer near it at all. It actually goes down. But that is an abusable cooldown for Saving Private Dozer to potentially go on to Robbie Bob and force more. They've got really good ways to force it. Drew has the flash available, has the quickness, has the, like we said, the knock up into the charm potentially, or charm into knock up. A lot of different ways that Robbie Bob can end up dying on a side lane here. So he's got to play pretty safe for the next 5 minutes up until about 17, 16 minutes here. Really hinders Gravity's playmaking ability in my mind, but Al Calamity and Shimmer, no strangers to getting it done by just themselves.
And the pressure points for Gravity right now is really just playing for these tier 1 turrets. Like Alorum is, every time we flash up here, he's shoving wave after wave down PCL's throat, chunking these plates away. they're also looking to maybe punish cross this invade onto a camp. He thought he was getting a free gromp, buddy. You're getting a free one-way ticket to a gray screen. Sagewabe eviscerates him on this lethality spike.
Gets the gromp and just backs in like enemy vision, unfortunately. Didn't know that was warded. Why would it be? But I guess, you know, Lorem doing a good job covering his back. And now the dive comes in with the jungler down.
Who said the tanks can't throw hands? Same exact gank all Calamity made work 5 minutes earlier. PCL drops for a second time. Gravity playing the map much better right now, and it's starting to show. Might have a catch here on to command attack. The full decimating smash is thrown down. Jimmer's here to bring the rest of the damage, gets the root over the wall, drops the Stranglethorns just for an extra measure, and mid lane, Sagewabe has punished Drew Dozer for a dive. Everything going wrong for SPD, and Gravity look to be right back in form the way we expected them to be in the upper bracket.
We'll say this game one looks eerily similar to the game one of their series against Dog fans, so I'm gonna keep my excitement here. Robbie Bob?
He's dead. No mana.
Yeah.
Not gonna have enough of the tank, so Cross gets a good pick back, but this is still a monstrous gold deficit to overcome if you're saving Private Dozer.
Yeah, 6,000 gold for Gravity here. And all the kills onto all the right members, right? 4-1 on Sagewabe, 2-0 on your Hyper Tank, I'll call him, in the top lane. This Scion. It's funny enough, Al Calamity has 3 kills. I mean, sure, man, build towards those support items, being ahead of the curve, especially against Drew. I mean, having that locket and the tier 2 boots is super nice this early on, 14 minutes into the game. It actually negates a ton of damage, right? Locket early on can be devastating.
Oh, Calamity using his economy boost to the fullest for sure by this point. And now the question really becomes, how can saving Private Dozer really try and answer? Because none of the real damage threats are anywhere close to being truly online. PCL is far too behind. You need some serious items on this Gwen, and Ezreal is definitely a champion known for needing more than just a Triforce to be effective. This is a hard game for saving Private Dozer, even if they stall out for a couple of minutes. This is not a comp designed like what we saw from Dog fans, to kind of just outscale and outfight Gravity.
I will say on the damage end, SPD does outscale, but like Scion is like in a very specific category where like I call him a hyper tank instead of a hyper carry, because this guy just gets infinitely tankier and tankier with his passive and everything like that. He just becomes impossible to kill here. And you're gonna have to, you know, lay in hundreds of auto attacks into Scion to try to get him down here, especially if you're someone like NACL who's playing the Ezreal. That burst is just not enough. Yeah, it is a long ways away. I do agree with that. But with Gravity's pension, I mean, the fact that that game one against Dog fans went to 40 minutes, they're not, you know, they're not like, it's not like they have an ability to necessarily close it out consistently prior to 30 minutes, right? I think they should. They're in a perfect prime position. Herald's coming up, then you've got Otacon, and then you take Baron, right? It's a very formulaic way to play League of Legends, and they've got the gold league to play it that way. They don't have to get cute. They don't have to get fancy. They can simply just go, here's an objective, I'm going to eat this. Here's an objective, I'm going to take that. Oh, here's the Baron, let me get the sweet treat. I'm out. Let's end the game before 30 minutes. That's all Gravity has to do.
And damage-wise, what works for Gravity so well is sort of the hyper carry handoff that we could see happen with Sagewabe going this lethality route. We'll have to hold those conversations with PCL. Thinks he can burn through that Takey Lorem health bar. And he eats every single needle in the needlework and is still about half HP. Now trying to look to turn the play with all Calamity coming through Shimmer as well. PCL is locked in a cage, and it is coated with the color gray this game. Drop it for a third time to Shimmer.
PCL. He's the exact same way, by the way. Al Calamity hits him with the depth charge, and you're gonna get put into the bounce house. Alarm as well on the Scion, knocking this top lane tier 2. Yeah, hyper tank. He's a hyper tank. He's like, him and Ornn arguably are the only two in the game, but by God, they tank very differently than like a Malphite or like a Maokai. You know what I mean? Like, they are a different breed of tank.
Level above for sure.
Yeah.
Or like, like, or Mundo maybe with him, but like Mundo is only that tanky because he just regens. So it's not even, it's almost not even the same conversation.
Yeah, he's ability reliant. Like Scion just can tank regardless if he's got.
Just starts Scion dance in front of you, man.
Yeah, if the Scion player removed his keyboard, he would still tank. You know what I mean? Like, it didn't matter.
We're dealing with these bottom lanes real quick though. Ultimate's being thrown down. Does get the TP out of Alorum, so yeah, take the wins where you get them if you're saving Private Dozer.
It's true. Tier 1 mid lane goes down, so all the tier 1s have been knocked. Tier 2 in the top lane as well, like we mentioned. And Robbie Bob, we talked about that cooldown potentially being abused. Cross your back when he has flash!
Yeah, and then he burns the flash. Doesn't it? The wind becomes lightning. They do get the slow off the monster too. Robbie should drop here, so made it clear in this game that both squads hate one opposing member of the other team. It's been Robbie Bob punished by saving Private Dozer and PCL for the Gravity side.
Flash be damned. Robbie Bob does go down, but Cross and TJ invest 2 of their own. Big crucial cooldowns for not a super big payoff, right?
Wow.
Like, you're going to need this for the dragon that's coming up. And sure, Robbie Bob not having flash, very crucial. But your Karma, your Zinzao, who relies on flash to kind of go in, get those engages going. If he doesn't hit, the wind becomes lightning. That's a lot more difficult to play around. Becomes a potential pick target for Gravity, right? Taking the jungler out, a flashless jungler, 30 seconds, 20 seconds before the dragon. I mean, Gravity's going to eat that up every single time.
Did see that Command Attack teleported out of a potential gank coming his way, so that big coach brain getting him out of a tough spot, but does set up for a pretty big Herald push. It looks like Shimmer hopped in. Good old Shelly is going to try crash this one into the tier 2. They have all Calamity and Sagewabe swinging over, so good overload coming here from Gravity, playing the map well to try and get more structures on their side. They're going to go up nearly 5 turrets to nothing, but hold on. Here comes saving Private Dozer with their first big fight. PCL waits patiently on the flank, looking for his time to strike. Pops the needlework, goes into the mist to dodge out on any of the knockups. Here comes a huge charm from Drew Dozer onto 3 with the Stranglethorns just lock all of SPD in place, and Sagewabe's able to turn the fight on its head. Hyper take at the front, and they're pushing the bow forward, chasing down both Drew Dozer and NACL. It's a winning fight for Gravity. They're just too far ahead right now for saving Private Dozer to deal with, and you're about to see it with this piercing arrow into the heart of Command Attack. Alorum grabs the kill, and now they turn their attention to the first goal they had, the tier 2 turret, and maybe a bit more as NACL flashing out of the decimating smash still gets slowed up. Here comes another piercing arrow to the hearts, the dagger into saving Private Dozer for this game 1.
I think I counted like 50 autos that NACL threw into Alorum and still wasn't enough. That fight was good if they were only like 2,000 gold down. Yeah. But unfortunately, SPD perpetually for the past, I would say, 8 minutes or so has been down roughly 5,000 to 6,000 gold here. A good look from SPD. A much different fight if they're closer in gold here. But unfortunately, Gravity just slapped them with the wallet. Sagewabe was in no real threat. That's the crazy part, right? Like, they were getting pinched, and it didn't matter. Gwen hit full needlework onto this team, still didn't matter. Like, it is just so heavily in the favor of Gravity Gaming. That was arguably SPD's best look in a while, and now they've got to wait, what, 5-10 more minutes potentially before they can even think about sniffing a fight, because they are just so far behind. And by that time, Otacon's going to be taken. Most likely Baron's going to be started and taken by Gravity. Like, this is now just a test of how well can SPD turtle until NACL and PCL get to the points they need to be.
Such a far ways away for guys like NACL, who's really just in a tough spot. I mean, it's almost poetic that the 2 guys you brought up have the same exact depressing score line. They're both 0-4-1 at this current spot. But for Gravity, this is what you want to see from one of the teams who were touted as the outside looking in on the bubble, if you will, for all the March Madness fans, of being a NACL spot holder. This is probably their most dominating game since their matchup against a bunch of master players to kick off the qualifier, and it's really just going through the motions here to close this one out. And they're taking Otacon down. They're just taking all those big neutrals, forcing Saving Private Dozer to either give them away or potentially look to her fights on the other side of the map here. Robbie Bob is just completely targeted right now by Saving Private Dozer, and they're going to pick up 2 kills. All Calamity tries to save him, so this Otacon was pricey, and a Soul Point Drake is spawning right now with SPD on a huge man advantage.
Yeah, SPD are going to work their way towards that 3rd dragon. Like you said, Ocean Soul could be on the menu for them very, very soon, at least minimum in 10 minutes. It's around that 32-minute mark that we talked about, the SPD need to turtle. All they have to do now is potentially deny this dragon's weight. Alorum leading the charge. Like you said, the Hyper Tank coming in. It's a 5v3.
But Drew goes in the background, gets a knockup on the Shimmer, but gets rooted up by those Tangle Thorns.
Take the dragon!
Now they got to turn to the dragon here. Cross just finish it off. We'll pick up that objective bounty. How much of a chase does Alorum really want to go for here? SPD are slippery enough to get out, so they only pay the price of their support to get to a very interesting soul point on Ocean Soul.
And you would argue Ocean Soul much more valuable on a team like Gravity, who has
for sure
Scion, obviously the Nautilus. But for SPD, I mean, Gwen becomes really hard to kill. Even the Zin's out with the innate healing, especially with healing plus Karma shields. Right, like we flash over the gold. I mean, pretty much across the board, every single member is ahead of their counterpart, with Cross actually matching Shimmer, at least only down 100 gold here. Robbie Bob as well, only 300 gold up against the Karma. And the Karma, the thing is, a much more low-functioning utility champion, right? Her items aren't as expensive. She gets much more value out of that Malignance, probably better than anybody else in the League of Legends roster right now. So the fact that Gravity, some of their players are only a couple hundred gold ahead, allows SPD to kind of make some of these plays, right? Robbie Bob, like you said, has been the target of destruction for SPD. PCL obviously the side for Gravity. I mean, there is a world where they extended to 32 minutes. Like, I could see it happening if this Baron gets constantly denied by the Karma queues, the Ezreal queues. Like, it could get rough. Gravity definitely need to pull the trigger, but it's definitely, they're a little hesitant right now.
And, you know, back to that, you know, marksman conversation we had, the bridge that you create with these two play styles. Sage Wabe's damage is on a pretty big timer. It's not that he won't ever have good targets, but at a certain point, you get the maximum out of this lethality poke style. Yeah. So you gotta, you know, utilize that window, as he's one of the most fed members. Luckily for Gravity, this Alorum guy is just gonna stay as tanky and get even worse as this game goes on. I mean, PCL's throwing full combos into this guy, and he's still barely below half HP, farming grass stacks like it's nothing right now.
Didn't even have to ult, right? It was like not even worried at all. That is a master of his champion if I've ever seen. And now PCL invested pretty much everything in the kitchen sink and has wrestled lane control for sure. But this might be barren for Gravity if TJ comes in and try to make this play. If they don't kill Alorum fast enough, if he just lives a little too long, Baron's going to be taken immediately.
And he's got that big shield. They're going to dive him. He's going to pop the unstoppable onslaught, though, and he just drifts his way on out of there. Loses the tier 1 turret. What does Gravity get on the back end of this? Baron is being just ran down. The power of the Zyra plants and Robbie Bob over the wall. They can just two-man the big purple worm. Alorum is buying so much time. Cross is now on the bot side. They really want to kill off Alorum, but it's just going to end up costing Saving Private Dozer so much for this one shutdown.
Does go on to PCL, so there's a good gold injection. If they end up picking up this bottom lane tier 2, I know given the spot that SPD are in, it's not bad. Like, that's a solid trade, right? 300 gold or 450 gold on that bottom side with the first turret, then another 700 to shut down onto Alorum, 300 plus another 400. Like, it is about 2,000 gold roughly. I'm going to do my quick maths here, swinging over to SPD, but unfortunately the gold lead's so massive for Gravity right now. It's tough, right? Like, that's the only play you can make for SPD, but it's still not enough. Now, it does go into the pockets of PCL, which is nice, but your top lane, tier 3 is already at a half health. Alorum's going to be banging on that door with the Baron. They could go for a 1-3-1 with Robbie Bob on the bottom side once he catches that wave. And it's really hard to play this anti-siege when it's Varus drilling arrows into you time after time again on what, like a 6-7 second cooldown?
Yeah, and Shimmer also over the wall, like, hits one of those grasping roots, can throw a full combo on anybody. He's gonna start hurting. His damage is a little bit nerfed, the fact he went for the more utility Zanya second, so yeah, Shimmer is a bit, you know, further behind his other counterparts with the lead they have. Gotta give credit though to Saving Private Dozer. They are really finding ways to stall this game out, and it goes back to the point you made when we got into this matchup, that having your coach command attack playing in the captain's chair as well, it just opens up so much creativity, and you're seeing it here as they're once again going to go after Alorum, this time with 4 strong. Alorum's got bigger health bar this time round. He's going to flash back towards his turret, gets a 3-man decimating smash. TJ nearly goes down, but the Karma shielding is just too much of a brunt for Alorum to bear.
And it looks like they're going to back after taking that kill. They're going to lose tier 2. I suspect they're going to lose tier 3. They've actually lost a lot there just for Scion, the raid boss. Bottom lane tier 3 goes down, double inhibitor being traded. Sure, you get the gold, you take the top lane tier 1, but what was it worth, SPD, as a TP coming in as well?
Maybe this teleport's what made it worth here. It's both PCL and command attack, and they just blow through Shimmer. All Calamity's got 4 people in his face. He's going to drop as well. It's got to be the double marksman for Gravity to rescue a fight out of nowhere, but maybe it's just a stall game. Play the time. The super minion wave is getting Nexus turrets knocked down. But Saving Private Dozer, they have their sights set on something even bigger, Shibby. Did we ever imagine this team in such a goal deficit would get themselves an Ocean Soul?
I am scared to see what this team is if the gold is equal. Ocean Soul still being contested. TP comes in. Slayer, we might not be done.
Yeah, I don't think we're anywhere near that. Sagiwabi was setting up for the steal, but PCL just runs him down. 1,000 gold shut down to the Gwen. Ocean Soul over to Saving Private Dozer. They get both marksmen. Alarm is on the wrong side of the entire pit. This game is almost leveled.
That is not command attack in the mid lane. That is Megamind right now, as these plays have been absolutely bonkers. They get the tier 1, they force Gravity into a situation, into the mid lane, where they commit for the tier 3, the ward behind them as they get the TP in, massive knock up from D0WG. All the meanwhile getting closer and closer to that Ocean Soul. They get the team fight win, they take that. Do they lose a lot? Sure. They lost a massive chunk of their base. Double inhibs, 2 super winning waves coming in, but they nab the Ocean Soul, work towards the Elder. They kind of, even the playing field of that Baron that was used. And right now, like you said, SPD, as though being down, what, 5,000, 6,000 gold, that Ocean Soul alleviates some of that. PCL's on 3 items. NACL's working towards 3. We talked about, can they get to the 30-minute point? Can they get past that a long ways away? Well, the journey is happening right now, Slayer. We're getting closer.
Yeah, I could see the horizon at this point for this SPD roster that you called out. Has so much damage, and certainly helps that they get the Nexus turret to respawn. It's only 3 minutes that thing stays down. There's no way Gravity have anything to really force that pressure point with the wave states they're currently in. Yeah, I mean, Saving Private Dozer have bought themselves the one big fight they want, up for Elder later. But PCL, like you mentioned, is just completely caught here. Does a ton of damage, though. That needle work is getting so much value. PCL won't die. Sagiwabi and Shimmer both have to flash to create enough space to find that first kill. But now Cross wants some action. In goes D0WG. Good route from Shimmer to make sure the Cross don't find him. But all Calamity's down next. And now it's the hyper take Sion that has to stand tall and keep all of Saving Private Dozer at bay. Robbie Bob has been walking his way down to the river. But buddy, you're too late to the party. Saving Private Dozer have accomplished their mission. Down goes Shimmer. Makel's chasing down Sagiwabi. Down he falls as well. It has to be Robbie Bob, the veteran for Gravity. Both of the solo laners, the UNC status of this team, have to find the win, but it's just not gonna be enough. Makel is looking for the quadra kill. He's gonna get it. Saving Private Dozer out of nowhere.
And Makel's still going. He's trying to take everything down. The zombie form goes down. And yes, they might lose another Nexus turret potentially, but Gravity, they had a 6. They nearly had an 8,000 gold lead. Megamind in the mid lane. Mr. Command Attack. Play after play after play. Macro play after macro play. And they found themselves in a team fight win. The healing plus the shielding. Ocean Soul on top of Malignant's Karma. That is absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, and now the Gwen needleworks just heal for half his HP. I mean, we watched Gravity. They got stun locked, like IRL stun locked, when they saw PCL just heal off all of the damage that Shimmer and Sagiwabi had in the kit. But focusing back towards what we're seeing now, it's Saving Private Dozer playing with all the confidence in the world. And I don't think Gravity's even gonna get here in time to answer this Baron. Picked up for nothing. Saving Private Dozer, 5 purple banners strong.
This game is flipped on its head, and I'm not gonna say I'm a magician, I'm not gonna say I'm a prophet, but we got to 32 minutes, Slayer. It looks like SPD might walk away with this game after being horrendously down for what? I'm gonna say 20 minutes? I think since minute 10, they were pretty much in the hole, 6,000 to 8,000 gold lead. They gave so much away, but somehow, some way they managed to pick up that Ocean Soul. And I blame Gravity for the fact that they just weren't on point with these objective takes. They weren't on point with these dragons. Like, this is a verifiable and an issue that we have seen time and time again now with Gravity. Last series it happened, this game it's happened. Like, why are we not on point with the objective timers? With players this good, that should never be a thought, right? That should be something that's automatic.
And it's put them in such a hole because I think the one person that suffers the most from that lack of control around Drake Pits is Sagewabe. All these conversations that we brought up being like, yeah, this could be an issue, but like it shouldn't, are now here. Like Sagewabe, the poke threat of Gravity has been cut in half at least, if not more. This Varus that was so like 3.5 to 4,000 gold ahead now is just tickling even like NACL at this point. All these guys can tank these piercing arrows, and there's not much Sagewabe can do but play the same way.
Yeah, it's now it's up to Robbie Bob, because he's got the true damage. He's got the ability to like get a lot of consistent long engagement fights that'll maybe potentially out damage the healing of Ocean Soul. But now we're in this situation. Gwen versus Sion, sure, Alarm's a hyper tank, but that's a hyper carry against him. And PCL's just gonna run this guy down. I don't know if he's safe under the turret. And now the siege continues. You've given up so much. What can you take back, SPD? You've got the Baron, you've got Ocean Soul in your back pocket, Elder spawning in 15 seconds. Surely Gravity understand, no pun intended, the gravity of the situation.
You give away Elder, you give away the game. That is definitely the reality, but they're starting to feel the poke power of Saving Private Dozer. Mega Mind, command attacks, Karma is getting so much value. Sagewabe is already down to half health. He needs to get some plants to respawn. SPD, why not start this Elder? Force them to fight you. You're so much stronger. PCL, though, needs to be careful not get caught on the front line. We'll get out to safety. Unstoppable Onslaught coming through. Stasis used by PCL. Alarm just drives through the entirety of Saving Private Dozer. Where are the carries? They need to step up for both these teams. It's Drew Dozer flying in against Sagewabe. NACL hits a huge Mystic shot. He's going to get him cut down. It's all falling apart for Gravity. Saving Private Dozer with the 4-man kill to end this game and find a crazy upset.
This is insane. This is only game one, Slayer. This is just what one game against Saving Private Dozer does here. Perpetually down up until like 30 minutes. They were down 8,000 gold. But like we said, TJ command attack, having your coach in the mid lane allows you to go for some unorthodox plays, trading objective after objective. And in a twist of events, Slayer, SPD take a 1-0 lead over Gravity Gaming.
A complete gut shot. I mean, knocking the wind out of you. Whatever trope you want to pull towards, that is what has been levied to Gravity. That is the biggest throw of the qualifiers so far. You can fact check me all you want. I know there's a lot of games, but for the magnitude of the series, to see that big of a throw, wow. It's hard to put words to magnify the situation. We'll show with the post-game stats. Like, the gold graph is going to show you how hard of a pill this is going to be for Gravity to swallow.
The gold graph's going to be insane. It's going to be mostly blue until it just hits red. As we do get that replay here on what I believe that last fight, that final fight. And it was just really good setup, right? From SPD here. And the kicker is that you mentioned, what is Sagewabe going to do? I mean, they're over this wall. They're throwing arrows, rockets. This poke composition gets absolutely just routed by the Ocean Soul. It's a fight on two fronts. And look at Shimmer and Sagewabe. They're just trying to find a way in. Robbie Bob's trying to find a way in. But they are just getting hopelessly routed here, right? PCL is going in. Cross finds a win, becomes lightning. And this, like, blob, this amorphous blob of SPD that has this Ocean Soul is just slowly but surely swallowing up everything that Gravity is throwing at them and eventually just devours them completely. Look at this gold graph. They were almost 10,000 gold ahead at the 21-minute mark. And this was a game that Gravity should have won.
This is a game that Gravity will remember for a very, very long time and could really be the defining game for what has been a downward spiral of a qualifiers run here so far. But all the credit needs to go over to Saving Private Dozer for recognizing not just how to execute their comp, but how to survive, outlast, and persevere in this one. I've been making all the unk jokes for a reason, but the reason why we preach them is for game scenarios like this. For a guy like Command Attack, who has seen thousands of games play out on competitive stages, knows every little way to force the door open just a crack, push themselves into a spot to win. And once they got there, Saving Private Dozer have accomplished mission one, a win in game number one with their tournament lives on the line as well. So it's time to decompress, debrief, give Gravity some time to try and get some sort of mental refortified, because their next game could be their last if they find a loss. We're going to go to a break once more. On the other side, game two of our lower bracket bout between Gravity and Saving Private Dozer is on deck. Welcome back, everybody, as we continue upset mania of a qualifiers for weekend number 2. Saving Private Dozer overcome a 10K goal deficit at 21 minutes to win game number 1. Completely shock Gravity, who should be frankly spiraling at this point. What do we got to do here for Gravity to save this tumble?
Honestly, like I was a 10,000 gold lead that you threw, and I think there's one big thing we can point out is like you need to be automatic on these objectives, right? Like you can't just give these away willy-nilly. Like even in that last game where they had that 10,000 gold lead, down 3-1 to Drags. I believe the only one set of grubs even got taken during that match. Like first set, I think despawned or something like that. Like
something like that. Yeah.
Rift Herald usage was pretty mediocre. Like I don't know. It's tough because the easy thing is to say, okay, Gravity, get on point, get on these objective trades. But they kind of just got out macroed. Like I obviously I joke it's Megamind in the mid lane. Like TJ found he made gold out of dirt. Like straight up, he made something out of nothing, gets them a ton of gold, injects it into their win con, which was the Gwen, by the way, gets gold onto the Ezreal, and then they just started rolling fights. The fact that they were able to force Gravity into the mid lane, because Gravity's like, oh, they overinvested in the top. Let's push mid, let's get the inhibitor, and let's see if we can end the game. But there was a ward behind them, so they TP'd behind them while Dragon was up. Like, Gravity, unfortunately, SPD was 2 steps ahead. Dude, it was crazy. I don't know, like really well played from them. But I think Gravity definitely has the mechanics. They are better players. Like we can say that kind of, you know, confidently. Like, hey, they understand how to get leads. They understand how to play the game. But when it comes to that later macro decision making, it is rough. And as we get into the draft, so I just want to do a quick bracket update right now. Ducky Getters and Friendly Fellows are 1-1, and Dog Fans is 1-0 up on Tempest Gaming. By the way, there is a world where Tempest Gaming dropped to lower bracket, who is one of the favorites to promote. And I believe Salty Runback is right now covering Dorado Gaming versus AMI, which is down to the wire. It's 50 minutes in on game 1.
Yeah, they're 50 minutes in. Shibby's boy Low Jazz threw one fight and just won them another fight, so that game's not over in time. But let's focus.
Year of Low Jazz.
Let's focus back in on our side of this crazy bracket as we are flying through the draft so far. Some champions that Gravity have gotten denied from them consistently are coming up and available. We've yet to see Shimmer Jarvan gets that one banned away. Sage Wabe gonna lock in the MF. So already Gravity have forced themselves into that tunnel of playing for ultimate wombos. They have to chain ultimates together in a team fight scenario to win this game. That's what happens when you lock in an MF every time. So
it's an R comp. That's all it is. Just R plus R plus R, and let's see what happens here. I do like this Ashe, though. I feel like Ashe has kind of fallen priority here and there as some of these other maybe more lane dominant picks come in, but I think she's still very good. Got nerfed this patch for sure, don't get me wrong, but like as a long range like engaged potential, right? Especially dunking that up with the Ziggs, which is clearly going to go in the mid lane here for TJ, another champion in his wheelhouse. I think it's important to understand, like, if this MF gets caught out, even if you do have cleanse, like, there are more opportunities for this Ashe to hit you with arrows than you are able to cleanse here, especially onto the Azir, who's probably not going to bring cleanse. Like, arrow plus Inferno Bomb could actually just 100 to 0 some of these characters. Gravity, do have that drive, and like we said, Shimmer is not going to be put onto his like 10th or 11th best champion. Tom Kench being removed is very smart from SBD, allows them to kind of deny some of that safety and that ability to eat up the MF here. It looks like Gravity are playing something that is going to force them to fight these objectives, whether they want to or not, which is the big thing we asked for.
We were looking for it, so we'll have to see how these comps further illustrate themselves as we move into that second phase here. Cross going to be the target of Gravity's composition so far. I like it. Whenever you see an Ashe lock in, right, you need to bring that sort of secondary in your face engage. Like, the arrows are nice for pick potential, but you got to have, usually it's either jungle or support that bring home that second engaged key ultimate. So with the Braum locked in here, you take it away out of the support role hands. It has to be Cross that plays a pretty engage oriented jungler. He loves the Vi. That's a good first ban. Maybe take away something like the Wukong at this point further. Nocturne would be an option. Just some of those really annoying key ultimate engage first junglers. But instead, they're gonna try and take away PCL's champion pool with that final ban.
Yeah, they're gonna take the Camille away right now, and yeah, good shout out there, right? Cross does have to be disengaged. Potentially could go to top lane. We'll see if PCL is gonna opt in for the tank v tank matchup. I don't think that's what you want to do. Into Alorum, you kind of rolling around in the mud with him, and Alorum unfortunately just is better at tank matchups, right? He's gonna know what to do here. There could be a Malphite pick here. I mean, SPD, like, TJ loves Malphite. The guy is a Malphite truther since like forever now, so we may see that in that top side depending on what Gravity picks. It looks like they are gonna be saving that top lane counter pick for themselves here. Good shot on the Wukong, gonna provide that in your face engage that they need here. And someone pointed out in the chat, Simo, I'm reading, that is true. Ziggs actually makes it a lot more difficult for Gravity to kind of stack their R's. You don't want to be in a Cataclysm by yourself or with a couple members if there's a Ziggs bomb being thrown over you. So good shout there. And Gravity are just going to go all in. They're saying, let's throw the Nico on top. Press R, guys.
So this worries me, right? Because these are the comps that you can like out macro. Like, if you play the map correctly, the way we saw Saving Private Dozer well. Please. I want it.
Okay.
No.
They're
okay. All right. So I thought we were about to get it for. Yeah, this is PCL picking. But like, one way to make sure you don't get decimated by a Wombo comp is just stretching the map, not allowing them. This is exactly what you should do. You put PCL on a Garen. He is never going to play with his team, and Gravity are ideally in Saving Private Dozer's world never going to get to chain together this ultimate Wombo combo they need. That was a great R5 pick for Saving Private Dozer. They've got turret shredders with the Ziggs Garen. They are going to try their best to never have to 5v5.
Yeah.
Unless they're really ahead, right? Like, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, SPD have insane wave clear as well. I mean, like you said, Garen's never going to play. Like, this is the thing. Garen's never going to play with his team. Oh, and we just... Whoa! And we're gone. I don't know if you can still hear us. Okay. So that's fine. You guys can still hear us. The thing is that Garen's never going to play with his team, and he's always going to be the play for Gravity to make. But the issue is, what are you giving up to stop this Garen, right? Because if it's SPD say, hey, PCL... give your life for this tier 1, draw as many people as you can, we'll take this dragon, yoink that, we'll take this bottom lane tier 1, yoink that, right? It's almost like, I hate to say this, it's like a chess piece for TJ, right? Like, he can kind of move PCL around, as we're back on video, he can kind of move PCL around as he sees fit, and creates this black hole of pressure that they can then bounce off of and say, hey, let's make this macro play, let's go for this macro play, let's do this and this. And for SPD, like you said, it's in their wheelhouse. The fact that they were able to climb their way back from that 10,000 gold lead just through like maneuvering around the map, abusing where Alorum was, and getting gold onto their carries. Granted, there's not a specific hyper carry in this match where they can kind of hang their hat on. There's no Ezreal, there's no Gwen.
Right.
There is possibility for them to be a lot more active in the early to mid game with these picks.
Yeah, there's kind of the pick potential and spreading the map out. That is the game plan for Saving Private Dozer. They've got lanes that they can be pretty aggressive in the early phase here. Ashe Braum can be really oppressive with the slows and the concussive blows. Nico MF, like, Gravity are not only leaning on the Wombo so much, they're like forcing themselves to be so dominant in the mid game, right? Like this is designed for team fighting and mid game. And what's intriguing about that is I would argue Gravity's shortcomings today have been those two very facets of League of Legends.
Yeah, I mean, it just kind of looks like they're getting pushed and pulled around wherever. It feels like you've got the team with the mechanics, you've got the team that can get the lane dominant picks and everything like that. But once, like you said, transition into that mid to late game, once you kind of have to kind of think a little bit more heavily about the game and where you're putting your pieces, Gravity kind of seems to unfortunately collapse there, and SBD prime position to take this over and kind of just deliver that haymaker blow to Gravity, right? A 2-1 loss in that last series against Dogvans, a series where they looked dominant game 1, got absolutely outmaneuvered in game 2 and 3. Game 1 here where you have a 10,000 gold lead, you drop that. Like, granted, I'm sure the mental toughness for these players are there, but you are not in a fun spot when you lose the way you did in that last series and you lose game 1 in that series. We are going to need to see a historic bounce back from Gravity, given the expectations of this team, given the names on these teams.
This is not a roster that by any means should be bowing out at this point in the qualifiers. Now, there are important caveats and asterisks to put behind that statement that there have been a ton of upsets, so a lot of teams that you wouldn't expect to be facing off as early as they're going to be are, but that is not the reality here. As much as I've been impressed by the unique style of Saving Private Dozer, 1, Gravity wasn't expected to even be in this matchup, and 2, they are still the favored team up against this makeshift ISU roster. It would be a shock of the split to see Gravity bow out here. This would be, I mean, off the top of my head, I got to think this is the lowest finish potential for guys like Alorm and Robbie Bob in years.
Yeah, and I don't think you could have summed that any better, right? Because of how this roster was constructed. It follows the formula, right? 2 veterans, young gun carries in Shimmer and Sagewabe, bringing out Al Calamity, a prospect, a challenger support level player. Like, they should have all the pieces ready to go. Like, Robbie Bob and Alorm should have the veterancy, the experience to get this team over the finish line when it comes to those late game macro decision making skills, right? Even Shimmer to an extent, right? He's in the MU system. Granted, he did play with Illuminate. Like, he does have some of that in his blood here. And it's very surprising for me to see them in this light here. Now, Gravity, obviously, it's not over. They can very easily flip the script and take this game 2-1. Dog fans did it to them. Losing game 1 isn't the end of the world, but it's going to have to start with Gravity kind of tightening up, buttoning up around these objectives, and really using their wombo combo composition to trade objectives, right? To get what they need to get, force the issue. PCL is going to be splitting in the side lane. He's going to be Garen. I don't even know if he's going to take TP. He might just take Flash Ghost and resign himself to just being that side lane menace. And you're just going to have to kind of pick on wave control. Pick on TJ command attack here. Use your Misfortune and Nico to the advantage. Get these engages onto the immobile Ashe and leverage that into objectives. Don't just fight for fight's sake. Fight for an objective. Fight for the idea of we're going to now set up our Baron, our Otacon, our Dragon. That's what we're going to do here, and that's what I need to see Gravity do.
Phrase that stuck with me what you just said was setup. I think Gravity just always need to prioritize setup before their fights. Like, fighting does not come without setup, because this comp looks so terrible with no succinct timers and no succinct control over neutral objectives. And again, I'm just going to keep hitting this idea home. Gravity have struggled the most in the very avenues that they are banking on right now. And it's either going to come out one of 2 ways here, Shibby. It's going to be a head scratcher that they leaned into this after the day they've had, or it's going to be maybe the game that vindicates them, because they have leaned into what has scorned them all day today. Like, I don't have the exact numbers on it, but I'm confident saying 80% of Dragons we've seen in Gravity games today have gone to the enemy team. They didn't get any last game. They got one of them up again in the game prior when they lost to Dog fans. And those dragons are not only just going to be valuable to them now, should be for, you know, the reason of the win con that is Soul, but that being the catalyst that sets them up for the Wombo combo that they drafted.
Yeah, you know, we can't harp on it any more than we already have. Objectives for Gravity as we do load in to game 2 for Gravity versus Saving Private Dozer. Potentially the last game in this NACL Open Qualifiers tournament for Gravity Gaming. They're looking to flip the script and take it 2-1 to keep their hopes alive, while Saving Private Dozer are looking to make a potential legendary losers bracket run here. I am Shibby here with Slayer, and man, I'm excited. Regardless of how this game goes, I think I've been having a fun time following and watching this OQ tournament. We talked about the bracket, how much excitement it is. We talked about bracket updates. Tempest Gaming is down 1-0 to Dog Fans. Friendly Fellas, and Ducky Getters are 1-1 right now. Really, the only result that expected that turned out the way we wanted to do is Near Airport 2-0ing Respawn.
Yeah, and Citadel, I guess, who are already down in their losers bracket. Burning through opponents. So they quick 4-0. They're ahead to the next point of the lower bracket. But yeah, I'm with you, Shibby. Regardless how this game pans out, we have such fun storylines to look at. Either the collapse of Gravity or another game 3, a full 6 set for myself and Shibby. Wouldn't have had it any other way on my Saturday. 5-point start once again across the board. Not a ton of vision gained by either team. Good ward from Shimmer. We'll be able to spot Cross on his clear, unless Cross, once again, why not go back to it? He's forcing another vertical jungle angle, and PCL's going to try to annoy Shimmer on his clear. No, just spot him out so that he gives Cross that info that this vertical jungle is going to be safe.
Yeah, and it's easy to say that, like, the vertical jungle didn't work out necessarily for SBD because they did actually just lose that early game outright. But, I mean, I don't mind it. Right? Going for the vertical jungle against a tank top lane player. Like, sure, PCL is not going to be as safe in that top side, but it's Sejuani. Are you that worried about giving a couple kills over? As Cross actually is going to face Shimmer?
I think he wins this, unless there's any help coming. He flashes over Robbie Bob's Sand Soldier. Early game woes at game number 1, but not the case here. Double kill to Cross. The perfect start for Saving Private Dozer.
Catastrophic collapse is happening for Gravity Gaming. Slayer. I don't. It's a dwarf star inwardly collapsing upon itself. It's happening in real time as NACL and Drew find a nice stun over. Heal gets used. Heal gets used in the bottom lane. Gravity right now are down 2-0, and it's arguably the worst character to give these 2 kills to. Cross is going to go back. He's most likely, he's picked up already 2 longswords. This Wukong, I mean, it's just going to start hitting hard around the 10-minute mark.
And for a guy like Cross, right? Everybody, you know, pulling on the CLOL strings that this matchup already has. Shimmer was one of the big moves of the CLOL offseason, going to go to Maryville. But Cross has been one of those underrated figures of the future of ISU's league team at the point when he was picked up. Now he gets to show why maybe he should be on one of those next premier collegiate rosters now with the unfortunate demise of ISU's program. I mean, this is in a lot of ways such a tryout for him.
I know. I mean, if he performs well in this tournament, goes up against, like you said, future Maryville University jungler, right? Obviously, because UG will eventually get picked up. Right, it will happen, and he'll be leaving Maryville University. Like, Maryville has said, like, pretty much is with this pickup for Shimmer, said, hey, you're going to be our next guy. Like, you're going to be the one that's going to be in charge of potentially our NACL team and our NACL victories, our CLOL victories. It's a big burden to hold. And for Shimmer specifically, a lot of expectations that were on his shoulders with this Gravity roster. I'm sure Maryville's watching. I'm sure a lot of other teams are watching here. And with Cross coming in, and handedly dealing with Shimmer, yeah, I mean, it could tip the balance, tip the power scales here, and give these ISU boys some fresh homes, right? Let's put it that way.
Right. Unfortunately, we have to put it. Another unfortunate update. We're doing our best to get the score bug back up. It's been a bug-riddled day for sure on the score bug front, but we can at least tell you that The gold lead is slightly saving Private Dozer favored. Those 2 opening kills over towards Cross. Had a bit of a lull since then with the action so early on, but expect to see Cross really try and insert his will into this game now that Drake's respawning and the Grubs are not coming up far after. Like to see Shimmer and company try and prioritize this Drake, but it's a reset timer for their bottom lane, and the Drake's going to spawn right on tempo. So the same woes are going to continue to show for Gravity here, unless something real crazy comes out from their side.
Yeah, and I don't think they're going to unfortunately be able to contest this, right? Because of those early kills, like Caulfield Hammer to a longsword. Brother, you're not winning that. I'm sorry, even if you are Jarvan here. But it looks like they're going to be posturing around the Grubs here. So when it does spawn, they should be able to take it. Robbie Bob has already taken a recall. And uh-oh, bottom lane.
Bottom lane's getting a little bit feisty here, trying to stack those Braum stuns across to give NACL the win. He's flashing after all Calamity. Feats of Warfare secured for saving Private Dozer, but they're looking for more. Sage Wabe has to flash himself under the turret. The perfect start for saving Private Dozer just continues to ramp up.
3-0 as we get the scoreboard back in favor here. Like you mentioned, another dive coming in on Sage Wabe.
I mean, why not? Just keep pushing the tempo up here. Down goes Sage Wabe.
Shimmer's here.
Will just get executed. Can Shimmer find any of these kills with all Calamity coming across? Waiting on his flag and drag, but he doesn't want to just go into the void. TJ able to brunt the rest of his team out, and it's still more kills with no answers for Gravity.
4-0. SPD, you talked about that gold lead being a little bit up when the 2 kills came in. Now they are confidently 2,000 gold ahead nearly. 2 kills onto Cross, 2 kills onto the Ash, and an execution on top of that. Everything going south for Gravity Gaming right now. Can you go even further? Is there anywhere worse than rock bottom? You can only go up. Maybe Gravity Gaming, this is the start of a potential comeback here, but they've got to do it on the hands of Robbie Bob, on the hands of Sage Wabe, the primary carries for this team. A dual damage threat composition, an R composition, right? Wombo combo, as you called it, Slayer. They've got to be able to get to that point.
Yeah, they're just now starting to get those ultimates up, and the question now becomes, can they break out of the mold that Saving Private Dozer is putting them into of, hey, we're going to play all over the map. We're just going to be aggressive in all 3 lanes so that you cannot get towards these wombos. We have to now start looking towards where can Gravity try and chain these ultimates together to just, at the very least, get the gold lead back. Alorm's trying to do it on his own with the solo bolo. Ignite will pick it up, so Alorm Sejuani is still just as potent as it was to start off the day.
Yeah, really insane here. Alorm showing you why he's the tank top master here. That TP Ignite Sejuani. Unfortunately, okay, 1 Void Grub was stolen away. Good from Shimmer to deny that. So the monster slaying feat does not go over into the favor of SPD just yet, as they did get feats of warfare, so the feats of strength slowly in the favor of SPD right now. But that 1 kill from Alorm does allow him to kind of build into that tank Sejuani that we talked about, right? How disgusting it was when he was playing that. He builds the Rylays into what I believe was an Abyssal Mask, right? And then he went to... Yeah, I don't think so either. Adaptive Helm as well. Sage Wabe's in some trouble.
Good slow from Drew Dozer to set up the arrow. Sage Wabe's dead. He's got no mana, no nothing. He's getting emoted on right now by NACL and company as Saving Private Dozer's bottom lane extinguishes the exciting flame that was all Calamity and Sage Wabe.
5-1 right now. NACL and a lane or role swap Drew Dozer. I mean, this guy, we joke about him having... He's a 156 trick, right? He plays every single champion in the game. Swapped to mid lane, played mid lane, played top lane. Now he's being swapped down to bot lane with TJ command attack in the mid lane. You know, part of me believes that it's just TJ and like 4 minions being moved around, but really these guys have been able to hold their own. Cross has been doing a damn good job. Obviously 2-0-1, this bottom lane.
Oh, he's lucky to get that root. NACL is out of mana. Shimmer is close by here. They're going to have to use the heal just to speed up. And they'll be out with safety, but Saving Private Dozer starting to really limit test their lead here, and they got to be careful they don't pull a Gravity doing that.
Yeah, it is still only about 1.5k gold separating these 2 guys here. Mountain Dragon is up in 1 minute and 15 seconds, and We hammered it so much. Where's Gravity going to do? How is Gravity going to try to set up for this? You already see the control wards down for SPD, and I want you to look at that control ward in that bottom side near that red buff. A potential TP ward for someone like Garen. I don't think it's going to be up, though. But that extra vision that they're going to be able to have, they've already laid down some of the foundations for setting up against this drag. If you're SPD, they've got control wards down, they've controlled mid lane river, they've got red side controlled. Gravity, you kind of have to walk in and clear vision, and they can't really like set up their own necessarily, as they do get one down onto that river. It's up to El Calamity.
It is up to any of those fight starters for Gravity to find that avenue. Right now, all they've got is Alorum Sejuani starting to get a little bit overbearing into PCL, but this Garen's goal is still going to be the same regardless of who falls behind. At a certain point, Alorum isn't going to be able to deal with the single burst damage that PCL brings to the table. It's just this lane's still kind of a shade of game number 1 where Alorum had a massive lead into PCL, but that sleeping giant moniker really showed out. Dragon spawning on the rift here for Cross, who's going to immediately start it on Vision. Could this be the first timer for Gravity to kind of try and chain those ultimates together and win themselves a fight that they desperately need?
Level 6s on all your members here, but unfortunately, you don't have the wave control. You don't have lane prio really in anywhere. And so SPD picking up a second dragon for free right now. One step closer towards that monster slaying. Feats of monster slaying, and one step closer to the feats of strength here. And it's a Hextech soul as well. You may have been able to give him a little bit of reprieve if it was a cloud dragon or a Chemtech dragon, right? What are those souls? No. But brother, it's Hextech soul. You can't give that away, especially into Ziggs and Ash. Like if SPD get this, you can kiss Gravity's game good night here and their chances to qualify for an NACL spot.
Pressure continuing to build the same way Gravity have led it in previous games. The only difference is they don't have that early kill lead that they were able to lean up on for so many of those games. We're going to keep asking the question, when does a fight opportunity present itself for Gravity? Because right now you can see it's just wave control across the map. Command Attack is not letting any of these lanes be a pressure point for his squad right now, trying to play the map well. Only problem is, does he get caught here by Alorum, just going to all in him. Uses a great Sassel charge to create some distance. Back towards the top side, we see the minion call from a Calamity to get PCL locked up into the bullet time Cataclysm. PCL, he just flashes out of it. Cross goes back in with the ultimates now down. How does Gravity look without those key R buttons? The question's gonna have to be answered because they're getting the full 5-man might of Saving Private Dozer. In goes the man himself, Drew Dozer, with the knockup on the Glacial Fisher. All Calamity falls, and now they're flashing after the other components of Gravity's comp. The only fine summoner is found, but it's another win for Saving Private Dozer.
Kill score goes over to Saving Private Dozer. Shimmer does a good job securing the grubs here, as he may have found Cross on a blue buff.
Yeah, Sagewabe's here, but Drew Dozer once again being the bodyguard. Look at the shield he throws up in front of Sagewabe. It's the immovable wall as Mako goes on a rampage, but Drew Dozer's looking for more, trying to get the concussive blows stacked up onto the MF. But Sagewabe gets out. Headline, though, is more kills found for Saving Private Dozer.
Unfortunately, Shimmer did not have Eclipse available for that fight, and Cross sundered Sky already, right? We talked about how he'd be a problem in about 10 minutes while he is just absolutely running through, right? Playing with full confidence. 2-0-3, taking the blue buff in front of Gravity, right? It's tough. You're in such a big hole here in my mind. Yeah, it's only 1.5 thousand gold. Now it's about 2,000 gold, roughly separating these two teams. But it feels like SPD are just kind of one step ahead. Even Al Calamity had a really good Nico engage on the two, but they just could not sync up the R buttons.
No, they were just a little bit stuttered, and it made the difference. Feats of Strength picked up off that first turret for PCL, who starts to get into his bag as that constant weak side split push threat. You can see the gold leads below starting to build up for some of these Saving Private Dozer members, and it's an important point to make, right? Especially for Mako. Ashe as a champion is marked, as that utility play in the bot lane, but if you get an Ashe ahead, low-key sleeper damage dealer.
Yeah, you and Yanni both have been on the Ashe does damage, guys, and I tend to agree if she can get to those breakpoints, right?
Right,
3 items
yeah.
potentially, Ash. I've seen just like whittle down members here, especially if you're 4-1 at the 15-minute mark. You've already got the Kraken going. Sagewabe has ended up building the BT. I just feel like this R composition, you can't completely count it out from Gravity just yet, because it just takes one good MF and Cataclysm from Shimmer and Sagewabe to kind of just turn the fight on its head here. And Al Calamity, if he can find some of these engages, one maybe similar to that he found on that Grub fight with the appropriate follow-up, SBD could be in a tough situation. Although they are 2.5k gold ahead. In 55 seconds until that next Hextech Dragon, SPD want to jump onto Hextech Soul Point as quick as possible. We could see a 22 minute Hextech Soul potential for SPD here. I want to see Gravity contest this Dragon. Throw everything at it. Like, it's tough for me to see them go down 3-0 on Drakes again.
Well, maybe this is how they set up for that Dragon, is picking off that weak side player in PCL. They got Sagewabe and Shimmer here. PCL's going to drop. Does that have enough time for them to go for more? The Dragon is still another 30 seconds away, and it looks like once again Gravity are going to sack the Dragon to play the other side of the map. They want the gold injection of these turrets, and they're going for a tier 2, likely to trade away that soul point once more, like we've seen them do all day long.
And we talked about it in draft, right? PCL going to be this chess piece for the rest of SPD, telling me, hey, give your life for this, create some black hole of pressure while we get everything else on the map. What is it going to cost Gravity to make the play onto PCL? Right now, they've secured a tier 1 and a tier 2. The Dragon is going to be taken by SPD. They're going to take the soul point, as well as potentially tier 2 going down. Mind you, wave control, TJ command attack on that Ziggs can knock these down very quickly. Yeah, satchel charge. You might have been making a net negative play, but it looks like Gravity are going to try to trade equal objective, let's call it. 2 turrets in the top side, Herald for themselves, and it looks like the tier 2 turret in the bottom lane does get saved here. So Gravity taking a page out of TJ Command Attack's Megamind playbook. They make a net positive play in my mind. At least gold-wise, the direct injection of that is crucial.
They're going back to the same well. PCL has no turret coverage this time, so he's got to go for maybe a playbook out of the Trick 2G one with the Udyr, but the Cataclysm slams that home. He's stuck in with all the Sand Soldiers of Robbie Bob. Big spot to get some more gold towards this scaling artillery mage that Robbie Bob needs to play pivotally.
Yeah, I mean, Robbie Bob's has just gotten Azir. This is the first time he's gotten Azir to this day, right? Was banned out continuously.
He got against the Mel.
Oh, yeah, he got against the Mel. Sorry, yeah. Unfortunately, yeah, he did get against the Mel. It just wasn't able to do anything. Sagewabe, though, on that misfortune. That was pretty nice. Good damage coming out. And despite Mako being about a half an item up, let's call it, give or take here, still not able to contend with what MF is as a champion, right? If he gets those double taps, if he gets the Q bounce off, like, it can be very, very rough here. And the gold is dead even between Gravity and SPD. Yeah. It was a 1.52k gold lead for SPD, but that gold trade they got, the 700 in the top side, now Alorm's going to pick up a nice turret for himself here. Is he going to be able to get out, though, as we see Braum collapsing?
And they do have Robbie Bob close by as well, so maybe Alorm wants to actually look for the turn here. Throws the boar forward, and with Robbie Bob spotted, saving Private Dozer back off for now. Don't know where a lot of the other members of Gravity are on the map. And they want to just commit to playing this split map, so they see an overload from Gravity on the bot side. They're going to give space to PCL on the top side.
Yeah, and he's beautifully pushing that top side. I mean, like I said, I'm surprised he took TP. Don't know if he's actually going to end up using it to make any plays across the map with any of these flanks. I was pretty much certain he would take Ghost and Ghost instead of TP, but he's opted to play for a more team fight style role here. Can still effectively split push, don't get me wrong. Alorm can handle him in the side lane for right now, but as he starts building more items, as he starts building towards more damage, potentially the Black Cleaver, or if he's going to opt in for Phantom Dancer Black Cleaver, like, he will be able to shred all these resistances that Alorm is building, right? Rylays into Unending Despair. He's super tanky, he's super beefy, but at the end of the day, he's just a big body. And if Gravity lose once again to a split push, right? Last series they lost to the Gwen split push. Yeah. This series they may lose to the Garen. Like it's macro, right? It's all macro for SPD to kind of manipulate and force Gravity, pull and push them everywhere, while Gravity have to look for these R ultimate compositions, and they have to constantly look for these fights here that SPD aren't giving them.
Ooh, good flash out of command attack. Robbie nearly punishing him for his misposition, so that stable Ziggs. He does lose that key flash. And the important part to mention as well, you're talking about with Gravity here, right, is that from now on, going forward, even how close this game is, they have to constantly play heavily towards the Drake pit. And that plays exactly into the designed SPD comp you've been preaching.
Game has stabilized for now as both teams just ping-ponging waves back and forth. I think for SBD, they don't feel the need to make a play right now. Otacon has spawned on that bottom side, rightfully so. There's a ton of action down there.
Yeah.
And the dragon. So this is the thing now. SBD, if they win this dragon fight, it's coming up in a minute and a half. Surely they'll end up just taking the Otacon on top of that. It's going to be two big objectives going over to SBD. Gravity made the conscious decision to give that third Hextech Soul over so that it can get pressure on that top side, to get a lot of gold specifically on that top side. Robbie Bob's at 2 items. He may be able to pick up half an item prior to this dragon. Sage Wabe is at 2 items. He may be able to finish his boots prior to this dragon. But relatively, this is as strong as they are going to get in a minute for this dragon right now in a force play on the Dozer.
Yeah, Drew Dozer isn't that tanky with the shield down. Just punished disrespectfully too far up. So for now, Saving Private Dozer gonna have to stave off their Hextech Soul dreams. Feels like a guarantee in the next 50 seconds that Gravity should grab that one, but there is a lot of time and Drew Dozer will be back up. But this is the push and pull you're seeing. Alorum is gonna always have to answer these PCL pushes. He's got a fat paycheck coming for him. Yeah, there's the Phantom Dancer. So getting even closer to being able to punish not just Alorum, but whoever has to answer him in the side lane.
Yeah, I mean, surely Robbie Bob could kill him, but I don't know if he'd be able to do it so easily, right? You might have to invest the Shurima shoulders, the shuffle potentially, and despite us hyping up this, wombo combo composition, Gravity actually haven't been able to use their buttons together, right? We haven't really seen anything. Al Calamity, he should be okay. Like Al Calamity gets an engage off, and that's about it here as Dragon has spawned up. Gravity is here, and they are muscling their way in. They drop the Herald as well, saying, hey, you guys have to answer this, or we're going to take everything. Shimmer, as though riding in, he's going to go for the knockup instead.
Yeah, he's going to try and set up the Wombo. Alorum looking for the Glacial Prison ankle. Here comes Shimmer. Can Drew Dozer keep his Zig safe? Shimmer, what is the rift around? He's looking for a flank angle. He does get TJ, but he Satchel Charges out of the Cataclysm. TJ's getting hunted down by Shimmer. Drew Dozer gets Shuriman shoved along with Makel. What a fight from Robbie Bob. There's the ultimates chained together exactly how Gravity needed them. PCL's too late on the teleport, and it's a 4-man wipe for Gravity.
I apologize, Shimmer. I didn't know what you were going for. I didn't respect your game. What an engage from Gravity using the Rift Herald to just split SPD in half. Beautiful fight from them, and Shimmer absolutely just completely zones TJ out of that fight, and then Gravity are able to get their wombo combo on the rest of the members. Makel, unfortunately, super immobile on the Ash. PCL, like you mentioned, too little too late on the TP. And Gravity, one step closer to getting this to a 1-1 series. They do not give the Hextech Soul away. They pick up the Otacon that we mentioned. We talked about the next fight win. Whoever wins this Dragon fight is going to pick up both objectives here. Something that Gravity needed, man. They needed this more than anything. And now they've taken a dominant gold lead right now, roughly 3,000 in the favor of Gravity. But we've seen them throw higher gold lead, Slayer, so I'm not completely sedated yet.
Yeah, you can't be after what we saw to start the series. It does give enough space for Gravity to really answer waves well. Now with Robbie being so far ahead, he can really cut down those split pushing waves. PCL now doesn't have the teleport threat, so when he leaves himself on that weak side, you have the threat of a Baron take from Gravity, who are much further ahead. And like we talked about, Gravity are going to want to try and force a fight off Baron, because when they have set up first, this comp really sinks.
I love how PCL right now is pushing down that bottom lane. You've also got Cross shadowing right now. You've got a minute until this Baron comes up. If Alorum looks for that 1v1, they may be able to potentially kill him, but he is on 3 items, and the brother has built damage. Alorum said, I'm not a tank. I'm a DPS. He has Leandries and Rileys ready to go. What a build from Alora. Mind you, for people that are just tuning in, he ended up picking this Sejuani last series against Dog fans and went for a wildly different build, right? Rileys into what was an Abyssal Mask, Adaptive Helm, and then I believe he had the Unending Despair on top of that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he's really flexing the unique build paths you can go with his patented Sejuani top. He tries to be as much of an annoying answer into PCL's side lane pressure. And this is one way to deal with it. Just overload onto PCL's side. Look at the wave Robbie is pushed topside. There's really no way to answer this on the cross map if you're saving Private Dozer.
There's
PCL's not, unless they just teleport in. They get the Ash Arrow onto Shimmer, but PCL, he should already drop, and it's going to be TJ teleporting into a Cataclysm to the face. Pop Blossom onto 2. Gravity wiped the fight on the front side, and now they can direct their attention back towards saving Private Dozer's 80 carry bottom lane combination, but it's not enough. Gravity have awoken when they needed to most. Ace home a big time team fight.
And that's going to turn their eyes towards that Baron. Al Calamity, the only one going down there. And yeah, a strange TP from TJ. Maybe he thought Cross would get there a little earlier so they could set up the Cyclone. But 2 disastrous fights back to back for SPD result in some catastrophic objectives being taken for Gravity here. It was Otacon and Hextech Dragon for them on the first fight, and now it's Baron being yoinked away by Gravity. We talked about the power of this R composition, the Wombo combo, how it just takes one fight for them to get back into the groove. Well, they just did it 2 in a row, Slayer, and they're looking to take this to a Game 3 banger.
So much elevated stakes. It's awesome to see Gravity responding to what was such a disastrous early game. If we've learned anything about this series so far, it's that whoever is down in the early game is actually going to be the one to come on top. The way these last 2 games have gone.
Sure about that. As thank you, Blue Otter League, for the raid here. Everyone that's coming in right now, for that's tuning in. This is a lower bracket matchup between Gravity Gaming and Saving Private Dozer. Dozer is currently up 1-0. Both of these teams fighting for their lives in the NACL qualifier tournaments. I would argue Gravity getting upset by Dog fans in their round 1 matchup here. Now you're tuning in to what could be the final game for Gravity, or we could be going to a Game 3 banger between these 2 teams here. Saving Private Dozer is PCL Cross, Wave Control is TJ Command Attack, and it's Maykel and Drew in that bottom lane here. So it's an ISU beta or alpha, the early ISU team
royalty
from yesteryears. Yeah. ISU royalty, let's call it. As Slayer has said, this is the Unk matchup, as we've got Alorum and Robbie Bob on Gravity's side here with Shimmer and Sagewabe. The C-Lol Unk matchup indeed. As now Gravity took that Baron, and they're looking to leverage at
this old man Alorum. D0WG doesn't keep him down from cooking these top laners the only way he knows how. PCL, I mean, he didn't even put Alorum under 100% HP that entire time.
Sejuani got hands. I did not expect that kind of damage coming out, but the Leandries Rileys really synergizes super well. Picks up that kill on the PCL, and unfortunately, this chess piece that was I deemed for SPD has now just been a martyr, right? He's just been kind of like dying, and they haven't really been able to get much off of it. Maybe we'll see some of that creativity come out from SPD later on. Mind you, SPD was down 10,000 gold in game 1 and managed to come back off of some very good macro play. So even though they're down this much gold, I don't want to count them out, Slayer. That arrow almost hits Robbie Bob square in the chest.
Yeah, but he still stays strong on this sort of 4-1 split on the one side of it, gets an inhibitor all on his own. So the Baron value Gravity got out of the purple buff, massive. They take down so many turrets, and what really sucks for Saving Private Dozer about that is now they're playing a team that wants to spread the map out, and they are getting consolidated in their own base into a team with a Wombo. It really feels like one more well-suited Gravity fight sends us to game 3.
Yeah, and the thing is that in game 1, SPD had 2 hyper late game carries to hang their hat on, right? They had the Ezreal and the Gwen in the top side. PCL was on the Gwen, obviously, and Maykel was on the Ezreal, and it didn't look like Gravity really had anything they could kind of match with that. Well, Gravity has a 10,000 gold lead on top of having an Azir and an MF, right? Like, Ashe is not a hyper-scaling character. Ziggs sure has tons of wave clear. PCL may get to like a really obnoxious point in the game as Sagewabe.
Okay, was that real all Calamity? Goes into the stasis, has to use the Pop Blossom, does actually set up a huge bullet time onto Cross, and Shimmer just bops down NACL. Double summoners meant nothing, and now Drew's gonna fall next. The fight wasn't as clean as we wanted it to be, but that should be just enough for Gravity to find themselves the second do or die game 3 of the day.
That has to be accidental, but if Al Calamity went as Sagewabe and Zhonya'd on vision for the play there, command attack is dead, to bait out the engage, that is 5 head level planning. I doubt that happened. I think Al Calamity just unfortunately clicked his Zhonya's and it ended up in a beneficial play for Gravity, as they are going to send this to game 3 here. Gravity hits rock bottom, so there's only one way to go, is up right now. They're going to take it 1-1 to SPD here, and like you said, Slayer, we are going down to the wire as game 3. We will find out who gets sent to the lower, or sorry, who gets sent further into the lower bracket, gets to keep their hopes alive, and who gets sent home. Oh man, Gravity giving me heart attacks.
We've gone the full distance together, Shibby. 6 games, the max you could see from one broadcast tonight. But yeah, Gravity, that was, I mean, we have thrown leads on both sides now. And now, nobody point out the goal differences in the throws, but we could confidently say Saving Private Dozer did kind of throw away their early lead. And it really just sets the stage for what is going to be a chaotic third draft. Even when you factor in the fact we have 20 champions coming off the board, folks. No, say goodbye to every single champion you've seen in this series so far. This is really where you got to dig down, and like the mental game really prevails the most in a series like this, Shibby.
Yeah, and also just being able to express your champion ocean that you may think you have, right? Like now you can say, oh yeah, I play like 10 champions, I play like 15 champions. Well, now you gotta go to that 12th champion, brother. And yeah, last time, damn, like that.
Well, he had to go to the Warwick in the last game 3. That's what I'm saying. Like he got targeted in the ban phase. I'm not flaming Shimmer. This guy's cracked. It's just the Warwick did not hit.
Unfortunately, the Warwick did not hit. And yeah, you're correct, right? And you know, Dog fans were able to kind of lay that blueprint out. I wouldn't be surprised if ISU come in and say, hey, Shimmer is going to be on potentially his 10th best jungler, as we do get that gold lead. Yeah, it wasn't as detrimental, right? It was a 2,000 gold lead throw, quote unquote. I put in quotes for Saving Private Dozer, but it did feel like they were on a window. They were on a timer, and those 2 catastrophic fights they took, run around that dragon, and then another one around that bottom lane, playing your Baron around the 25-minute mark. That's what kind of sealed the deal. Gravity Gaming obviously had the MF and the Azir to kind of hang their hat on. PCL was able to do some of what I thought he was able to do by being a menace in that side lane, but eventually just became the constant play and the constant pick that he ended up becoming, right? He didn't become that pressure on the top side or pressure in the side lane. He just became like a little thing you pick up on the side when you're done. Like, hey, let's go for PCL. He's extended once again, guys. Like, let's get some gold on our map. And realistically, I'm interested to see what ISU, oh my God, Saving Private Dozer come out here. Saving Private Dozer come out here because they have the ability to really pinch, like you said, Shimmer's champion pool, potentially Robbie Bob's champion pool, which was a big pain point in their last series when they played against Dog fans. Like I expect Saving Private Dozer to come in with something hot, to come in with something fresh, and to really test Gravity in these game 3 scenarios. Because after this, like eventually you're going to get into the best of 5 scenarios. What happens when 40 champions are taken off the board? What do you turn to, right? If you can't handle 30 champions being removed, potentially, what happens when we get to the higher levels?
Yeah, that is a big question that one of these 2 teams won't even get to entertain an answer for. Really quickly before we head to break, shout out to Alorum Sejuani, man. Goes deathless and leads the team in damage. The old head of the oldest heads prevails right there with that one. It is Alorum. Day job, still slamming down people in his special way with the Sejuani. Gets Gravity the win when they need it most. They will put up somewhat of a fight, but the stakes are elevated, folks. Final game for one of our 2 teams between Gravity and Saving Private Dozer is coming your way live with the draft after our short break. You can't miss it.
Keep moving on. Keep moving on.
It all comes down to this, folks, for our feature matchup of the HC Sports stream of the Open Qualifiers for NACL. Gravity are up against the ropes once more here. A crushing 1-2 loss to Dog fans in the upper bracket. And now they see themselves on the brink of elimination from the entire tournament. The same can be said for Saving Private Dozer. We've had gold lead throws. We've had unique champion picks. We've had wombo combos. The only thing we don't have is a victor in this series, Shibby. And it is a difficult task to try and tell where that's going to come from.
We're 1-1 tied apiece right now. And just to give everybody a quick bracket update, if they haven't been paying attention at all, near Airport 2-0 to respawn, Ducky Getters actually ends up falling to Friendly Fellas 2-1 here. And we're going to get into draft. I'll give you guys a bracket update a little bit later as we get through this, but day of upsets, right? Like, I mean, I think we've had 4 right now. I think Tempest right now is locked in a 1-1 series against Dog fans. Dorado Gaming actually ends up losing to Apex Mission Impossible. Year of Low Jazz, baby. They're gonna make it to the upper bracket. And I mean, the lower bracket is just riddled with random upsets. Sated 6 actually ends up going down to St. Clair. I mean, Fisher College takes down Wang's Goblins. UCI takes down Zero Animosity. I mean, there's so much more going on here, and
the
crazy.
The road forward now for either of our two teams is a lot clearer as draft is yet to start. We can break this down a little bit longer. Not only do you have your next matchup for this series, but you have the matchup after that one, thanks to the upper bracket being solved. So the Pepe squad did knock out Exodus 2-0 from the tournament. The winner of this series will play that squad, and then the winner of that matchup, Shibby, they already have another tough task ahead of them. Ducky Getters, you mentioned, are the ones waiting on the other side of the lower bracket for them. And then if you get past them, you're likely looking at either Respawn or Citadel. That's enough bracketology. We could do this for hours, and we might have a place to do it tomorrow that you'll hear about. But we're into the Game 3 draft here. With Gravity on the red side, Saving Private Dozer going to go on the blue side for the first time all series long. And Shimmer's Shungle has been banned in every game he has played today. Does not get access to that one. A lot of jungle and setup onus in both of these teams' first round of bans.
How many jungle picks can you take away from Shimmer here? Have Gravity learned their lesson this time around? Because when Dog fans ended up doing it in that Game 3 last series, or the upper bracket series, they didn't rotate their jungler until 4th, 5th pick for Gravity, right? It was actually R4, I believe, they locked in that Warwick here, and that was when 10 junglers were taken off the board here. Pantheon being removed once again here, and Bessa as well. And obviously the champions below me and Slayer, we are in a full fearless draft. For anybody that doesn't understand, these champions are not available to pick because they were picked in Game 1 and Game 2 here by both of these guys. And SBD are gonna lock in the victor. This is a very normal champion for Mr. TJ Command Attack in the mid lane, but I could be being fooled. This might just go into PCL's hands. I don't know. This team is liable to throw you a curveball.
I've seen AP carry victors in the bottom lane too before. It's not like out of the realm of possibility. So Saving Private Dozer are a team that we've preached as such a flexible roster without the amount of role swapping they've done. We'll see how flexible they do get. Shibby, I saw your eyes light up because you did talk about Robbie Bob has the Ari in the bag if he needs to go deep, and he's reaching all the way to the bottom right now for this one. Gotta team this up. I gotta think the Vi being open. This is a slam Ari Vi, right?
You have to, right? You have to, because you don't want to give SBD the chance to take that away. Yes, you are showing your hand just a little bit and doing that against somebody like TJ, who obviously was a coach for IS, who has been coaching for the past couple of years, might be able to draft something and might be able to give something that could, hinder this composition here. I'm expecting a Poppy Slam right now, like immediately take it. Whether that goes into Cross's hands, whether that goes into Drew Dozer's hands, like I need to see it on this team because it is one of the big stalwart champions that denies this RAVI so much of their, mobility, their ability to take down kills, the ability to kind of move across and reset across the map here. It's going to be a tough task for Victor because once level 6 happens, I mean, you just press R as both of these guys and you're able to do it. Gonna lock in that Cassante. It'll be interesting to see if they end up giving Makel counter pick. So Drew Dozer's lane role swapped into support. I don't know if they want to save that support pick for so long. Just give him something that he can play that's easy to execute, right? Nautilus, Alistar, whatever.
Yeah, I definitely think the Alistar too will be a great sort of duo up with this Victor. The Volibear gonna get locked in. This is Cross. So Cross is answering his Vi pick. That's a Cross staple. Obviously Shimmer plays a lot of it, but Shimmer is a Volibear guy. So they're kind of like trading pretty pivotal champions for two players that we've tied together so well, being as young, upstart, future collegiate big time junglers. So this is going to be fun. But if you're not going to pick the Poppy here, especially with the Cassante locked topside, I wonder if Gravity, I was about to say, just slams the Poppy into the Cassante matchup, because if you're not going to pick it, I was like, Steve Bravodozer, you got to ban it away. They don't do either, and Alorm gets another one of his staple champions in a matchup that he likes.
Yeah, and a matchup that all Poppy players love, especially as well into the Volibear. You block the Q as well with the Steadfast Presence. Like, this is a very good Poppy game here. So now I have to think, why did SPD give this over? Why did they want the Poppy to be given over to Gravity? Are they crafting something up with these next two picks, the bottom lane and support picks here for SPD? As now they're going to try to pinch what I presume is going to be not Al Calamity's champion pool. I want to say it should be Sage Wabe's.
A lot of AD carries already off the board. So as we consider, we've done so many of these like double marksman comps. If you look below you, right, like the Corki and Varus got played in the same game. Ziggs and Ash got played in the same game. So it does really take away a decent amount of his champion pool. But Sage Wabe still has some pretty big staples to lean onto if he'd like to. Shout out to, yeah, I see it's to Titan Esports.
And
I don't know,
back.
And the Salty Run, man, we're just getting all the love. I appreciate Grapes, appreciate you guys over at Titan for jumping in this one, because one of the two teams you're watching right now is out of the tournament when we're done and dusted.
Yeah, Gravity and SPD going the distance here. Gravity obviously getting upset by a Dog Fans Horn right now in a 1-1 matchup against Tempest Gaming here, but as these next couple bans come out, it looks like SPD are actually going to try to pinch Al Calamity's champion pool. Gravity quickly picks up like, hey, Alistar might be really good. I don't think they need to ban the Nautilus. Nautilus is picked. What?
Oh, okay. All right.
Is that real?
I don't know. I don't know really how to make sense of it. Just maybe a really favored Drew Dozer pick. We're just taking away all the supports here. This is intriguing. We have Handshook eliminating so many engaged supports. There are not a lot of reliable engage options. Alistar value goes crazy here now for either team, especially if you're going to give Sage Wabe the scaling jinx. Like, if Gravity get back to Alistar, this is the easiest R5 ever, I feel like. But we'll have to see if Saving Private Dozer want it for Drew Dozer.
Nah, I think Alistar and the Poppy, you're asking for.
That's a good point.
Yeah, you're asking.
Do you afford to go Enchanter here, though? I mean, you might have
Drew Dozer's got it. Drew Dozer's got it. They could go for an AP-centric bot lane, maybe something more poke-heavy on their side, right? Maybe, ooh, Kog'Maw Lulu.
Yeah.
Sounds really spicy right now. Granted, there is an Ahri and Vi on the enemy team, so there is a lot of threat. Maybe you want that mobility. Now, in terms of engage supports, if they want to rock up with an engage support into Poppy with this Kai'Sa, so the Alistar is available. Brom's off the board. Rakan's off the board. Blitzcrank is also here, could be Mega into the Jinx. I mean, Thresh is available if you want to run that, although I don't know if Drew Dozer's got it like that, and they are actually going to go
They're gonna lock
the Alistar into Poppy. No. Oh, wait. Okay, I'm getting word from production that Gravity actually wanted to ban Alistar. That Nautilus ban is not real because Nautilus was picked, but we don't know what SPD actually has locked in for that 5th pick. It's not an Alistar.
Interesting. Okay.
It still could be an Enchanter. It might. I don't know if Drew Dozer's got it like that, and he's willing to pick up Thresh in a do or die game for his team. I'm gonna say they put up something simple.
I mean, maybe a Renata gets some value here with a Poppy Vi already running at you, but it's not going to be helpful in lane. Renata struggles a lot into double range, like into any sort of Enchanter matchup. This will be very interesting to see once we get word of what this pick is, because Gravity have put All Calamity on his first Enchanter of the entire tournament, by the way. Definitely not his bread and butter champion style, but they are putting all their eggs in the Sage Wabe basket. And I like it. I like it for this young gun who came onto that Polestar roster as kind of a super sub in the promotion tournament, started knocking heads around, hasn't really ever looked back since then, had a marvelous, was the MVP of the first weekend in my mind for Gravity. And now he's being called upon to bring home a series win for them when they need it most. Not a bad way to go about it.
Yeah, and It's interesting because this last pick for SBD really kind of will shift whether I believe they can kind of win this game and whether they've gone for, like we said, engage, like Kaisa plus engage into this Poppy, or whether they've gone that more enchanter route, whether it's something like, it could be anything, right? Seraphine, could be Lulu, could be Sona, because a lot of these, more engage heavy champions have been taken out. Nautilus, Leona's banned out, Rel's taken away, Nico's not available, you don't have Rakan. Like, you're really pinching the pool here. And obviously, I think SBD know that we cannot take Alistar into Poppy. It's just not going to turn out fun for us here.
No.
But this Poppy still gets an insane amount of value, right? Steadfast Presence blocks out the Kaisa dash, I believe, blocks out the Volibear Q, and obviously all the dashing that Cassante is going to be able to do here. Granted, you do have a pretty stable mid laner in this Victor. He's going to provide a ton of damage, going to scale well into the late game. It's whether he can kind of offset that early game storm that's going to come after him, because when Ari hits level 6, when Violet's level 6, they are going to be on you like white on rice in the mid lane, and it's up to TJ to manipulate the lane. Let's even call it control the wave so he doesn't get killed here.
Or an update we're getting from production here. It looks like because Gravity banned a champion that was already banned by Fearless, they are not allowed to substitute that for Alistar. And Drew Dozer is going to get the Alistar pick. So it is going to be an Alistar bottom lane, a Fearless mess up. I'm not going to go for the very fun alliteration I could have done there. A Fearless mess up is going to give Alistar over to Drew Dozer. So a little bit of extra spice thrown onto this matchup. SPD are validly throwing the rule book in. Like, hey, it's not our fault you guys banned a Fearless banned out champion. Like, you've got to track that. That is your job. You need to be aware of every champion that is off the board, we should be punished for it. That's sound logic to me.
I don't even think it's bad rule sharking. Like, yeah, it's not. It's a lack on the players, the coaches, whoever you want to say, whoever's in charge of that stuff. Definitely dropped the ball there. Granted, Gravity ends up picking this Milio as well, which is a really good matchup. It's very telegraphed to when this Alistar is going to headbutt. So as long as you throw that Milio Q there, the bouncing ball, you can deny every single setup. And it's very possible here. So Gravity, unfortunately, will pay that toll. They'll pay the tax. They banned out a champion in Fearless that was already used. They don't get that ban back. Rightfully so. SPD go, you know what? We'll take the Alistar that you wanted to ban out anyways. Seems like it's going to be a good pick for us regardless. Maybe they can look to make some plays elsewhere. But the fact that this Poppy is going to be roaming in the jungle, the fact that this Milio is going to be denying those bottom lane engages, I need to see barrel level gameplay from Drew Dozer here on this Alistar for him to make this work, because this is tough ask for this man.
Yeah, it's most of the value for this Alistar is going to come from more, the peeling factor, right? He's, maybe he'll go, instead of for the headbutt pulverize, you kind of just lean on those pulverize hits, trying to hit up Robbie Bob, maybe catch Shimmer when he dives on to NACL. We'll have to see here. But yeah, I'm glad you pointed it out. Now we're getting a holistic look at these drafts. I mean, how can you see the target on the back of command attack from space? That's my question that he's going to have in this one. I mean, everybody is going for him, this Victor, early and often. The Megamind himself is really going to have to see how much wherewithal he's got with the hounding Shimmer and Robbie Bob going to be targeting him constantly.
I love that the Megamind nickname has stuck. I will make an edit of his photo if I'll put Megamind and Drew Dozer, or not Drew Dozer, sorry, TJ command attack there.
Only if they win, man.
Megamind. Only if they win. Saving Private Dozer and Gravity. Tied 1-1 apiece. Loser goes home and has to watch next week's games as the winner has to go through a grueling gauntlet of teams, right? At the end of that, facing potentially, what did we say, Citadel or Respawn?
Yeah, so here, I'll take everybody through it since we have some time for spec delay, just to give the stakes. The winner of this matchup goes on to losers round 5, where they'll play PP Lala in that matchup. Let's take the hypothetical of either Gravity or Saving Private Dozer being the winners of these series, right? So whoever wins this one, if they beat the Pepe team, they didn't have to play Ducky Getters in the lower round 6. If they win against Ducky Getters, which is already, a big ask right now.
Is that going to be best of 5, that Ducky Getters match, or is it going to be best of 3 still?
That's a good question. I don't know how to tell. Somebody will have to inform us more bracketologists. But
It's going to be best of 3. It's going to be best of 3.
So
yeah.
so after that one, they are very likely, and okay, I'm not even saying very likely. These are right now the 3 opponents that they are going to be matched up against. One of Gravity, Saving Private Dozer in this hypothetical scenario. They are going to be playing Citadel, Galaxy Gaming, or Respawn. Those are the 3 options. So you are most likely playing a promotion contender that is angry they are already here after already having to run through 2 other series. This is the bracket. This is the bracket side of death. I'm labeling it like for any other team. It's crazy that we are in these matchups, Shibby, this early into the lower bracket, because this is like halfway, a little bit over halfway, I would say.
Yeah.
Like
now, right after we've gotten past that last series, we're over halfway, and the fact that there are so many good teams in this bottom bracket, and there could be more that joins them, by the way, right? Like Tempest could lose because they're 1-1 right now. Tempest could be in this lower bracket somehow, and then you've got to deal with that guy. Like there's gonna be potentially so many insane teams that should be in that upper bracket, that should be moving on and playing in winners round 5 and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't think you're incorrect. It is a bracket of death. It would be a historic losers bracket run for any of these teams if they manage to do it. But we first got to get there, Slayer. We've got to get past this game 3, this final game for either SBD or Gravity. All chips on the table, both teams all in. It looks like SBD have gone for, screw the poppy, doesn't matter. We're just going to go dive in. We're going to engage onto somebody and hope that they die here. Well, Gravity are playing a much more shifty composition with the Ari, the Vi. They've also got Poppy ready to die, a bunch of stuff. And on top of that, you've got a range boosted Jinx with the Milio Campfire coming in. Like, it is a tough task for SBD to get onto this Jinx here with all the peel, with all the craziness that's going to be happening, with Ari sliding around, with Vi coming in. Who's going to be able to take down Sage Wabe? You said the carry potential is on his shoulders, where he's going to have to show up in this game 3 for Gravity Gaming.
And it seems like we are soon to get onto the Rift. I heard word that we had a pause, unfortunately. I don't know if it's been sorted since. I heard some champions spawning onto the Rift, but we'll have to see. But yeah, I mean, talking about what kind of spot this is for some of these players is such a focal point. And I don't, we've leaning into like the UNC status talk, and as important as they are, I feel like a lot of these guys are actually playing for these younger guys, right? Like, I'm going on a limb here and say, like, Command Attack is probably here playing this to get some eyeballs on some of his other players, right? Like Cross and Makel, maybe PCL in the top lane, depending on his eligibility. And then for, like, Gravity, Alorum and Robbie Bob coming back here, they obviously love playing together too, but you gotta think they believe in guys like All Calamity, Sage Wabe, want to put them, and Shimmer, and want to play with them, put them in a spot to compete. So in a spot like this, as much as you like to say, lean on veterancy, lean on the guys that know the stakes of this kind of matchup, it's also retroactively all about the young guys stepping up and proving why they are a hot commodity in the NA League of Legends ecosystem. And with all that being said, here we are, folks. One team will be knocked out of the qualifiers tournament by their Nexus exploding here, Saving Private Dozer versus Gravity for one final time.
Yes, us and the rest of the gang here gonna go for that 5-point defense. Both teams opting in for a 5-point, because why else would you need to invade here? As I think Cross is mistakenly on the top side. We do need to switch those portraits. As Alorum opting in for the Grasp against Grasp. Both of these guys. I talked about how you don't want to take like a tank versus tank matchup, as Cross is going to find Shimmer with that Storm Call. And I always feel like it's difficult to kind of break Alorum in these tank v tank matchups, especially now that he has such an advantageous one. Yeah. In the Poppy versus Cassante here. Like, Cassante's going to get value later on when he can kind of isolate potentially someone like Sage Wabe or Shimmer, right? Drag him over to his team or drag him over the wall where he can get that 1v1. But as of laning phase, the Steadfast Presence is going to provide so much value. Robbie Bob into Victor as well. Ari We talked about him. He made such a big name for himself last CLOL on this Ari with UST and what he was able to do with this Ari Vi comp. Like, it took them very, very far. As both of these junglers, we get the picture of the double vision. Nice. Both of these guys starting on the top side here, as they most likely will meet towards the bottom side here. And it's on Cross here, specifically with this volley bearer, to keep that passive going. That's how you keep your clear speed up. That's how you get that tempo advantage. Keeping that passive going from camp to camp. The hardest one, obviously, from Wolves over to the Raptors. You use your Q after you final hit the last Wolf, and you Q all the way over to the Raptors here to keep that passive going. So hopefully we see Cross keep that advantage and potentially find Shimmer in a spot where he's not supposed to be.
Two youngster potential superstar junglers of the collegiate scene going blow for blow once more here. Cross definitely would be very helpful for him to get down here quicker, because the double range factor into a low range Kaisa is very tough. You can see D0WG and NACL are already having to farm under turret. So Cross could have a pretty good initial gank angle, and that's why you see all Calamity so heads up. Great game knowledge being shown here. Gets that ward early into the tri-brush, so they'll know Cross is coming before he can even get there.
Yeah, also sets up Cross. I mean, also kind of, sets up, you know, Shimmer to potentially look for potential counterplay, maybe wait in the bottom lane bush, right? I think leveraging that double range matchup, like you said, it's going to allow him to move first. Like you said, get vision down. Drew!
Man, this guy's flying in. He knows, hey, this is the only time, these are a few times we can get these headbutt pulverizers off without any rude interruption. And now Cross is spotted coming up onto this river. So Cross is marked. Sagewabe and All Calamity can just back off, play safe here. We're waiting to see if Cross shows from the tri-brush. Cross believes he's hidden. Unfortunate reality there for him. He will spot Shimmer on his slower clear, still just now getting towards his blue buff. So any sort of action in the bottom lane has been neutralized thanks to the good old vision war.
And Cross is going to pick up that Scuttle Crab. Obviously, Shimmer is going to go all the way to the top side. Well, we'll see if Cross ends up immediately backing. No, he's going to opt in to potentially punish Robbie Bob here, who he has the cutoff.
He does have the cutoff. Robbie Bob does not have access to the ultimate to create space yet. Has to flash out of the gravity well. Big summer to get out there. We'll hopefully see if Cross can punish that before the Spirit Rush comes online, but maybe it's D0WG. Another challenger enters the arena. Drew does not know Shimmer's there. He's going to just immediately Vault Breaker on to a command attack, and with the E on the minion, gets first blood. Headbutt pulverized, stun locked out. Shimmer eats a turret shot, and Cross is going to find the trade.
Beautiful counter gank from Shimmer there. Does trade his life 1-for-1. I was waiting on maybe the charm as NACL might take some punishment here, because Alistar, obviously, Drew went to that mid lane. I was like, wait, do we have like lane swap violations? I was like, oh, it's 4 minutes. We're good to go. Drew.
This guy's a maniac.
Showing his face in that try, but I thought he was going to go in for a second. I was 1-for-1 overall.
I was accepting he was just going to flash right on Al Calamity. That was my acceptance, the way this guy, I expect him to play the Cassante. But good to see saving D0WG, Gravity doing a good job trying to knock command attack down early. This is the power matchup they have in the mid lane. Usually, I mean, how many times do we have scale offs so far today, Shippy? Finally, we get one that, you know, the power points are at a different level of the game, as Alorum uses that steadfast presence to check PCLs to Tofo strikes, but both top laners burn their flash.
Yeah, really good from SBD to kind of like force the issue, get first move. And, you know, you saw in that picture-in-picture, the dragon has spawned, and something that we've harped about for everybody that's joining us now, Gravity has had terrible objective control, neutral objective control specifically. I think, Slayer, you said like 80% objective control was over to the enemy teams. Like, they have just not been on point with Dragon Souls. They have not been on point with Grubs. Like, that has been a very big pain spot, in my opinion, for Gravity, and it has lost them games here as the dragon has spawned, as well as we do see the Grubs coming in. So there should be a trade potential for Gravity here. Yeah, Cross is just going to potentially start this dragon here, but we see a recall coming in from Sagewabe and Al Calamity. You have to believe that Shimmer's going to take this recall, and he's just going to dart over to the Grubs here. I don't know if SPD is going to have enough time to take this dragon and then come over to the Grubs here. Would be interesting to see. Alarm should have lane and wave control into this Cassante here, and Robbie Bob as well on this Ari can just kind of nuke the wave and move, especially with the ultimate being available. The window is up now.
Yeah, I don't hate Gravity playing for Grubs, or at least
No.
Yeah, not playing for Grubs because they do have some map presence with an Ahri being pretty mobile, popping it around pretty easily, and you don't want to really give Grubs over to this Cassante of PCL that kind of just wants to keep popping with him, so those steadfast presence plays are not neutralizing. But yeah, you called it out here. Stacking up on the brush is Shimmer. Comes off of the Grubs to look for a fight with his ultimate. Chains it all onto Drew, and with Robbie Bob's damage, it's more than enough to find the kill. So Shimmer playing aggressively as always. This time pays off with a kill, and now 3 Grubs as expected.
Yeah, SPE knew because I had that ward in the grub spot, as PCL should be fine here. So they saw Shimmer move up into the bush, but it doesn't matter if you know where he is because you just did not expect that damage coming out. Drew, level 4 on this Alisar, no unbreakable. That's just a free sack of gold. Or Robbie Bob here is 1-0 as they want to contest these grubs still, SPD?
Yeah, Cross knows that the cease assist is down, so his Stormbringer alone can kind of force the issue, and there will be no monster slaying stacks, but we got a Kaisa 1v1. NACL going all in for Sage Wabe, who's trying to create some distance, but the plasma stacks are coming too close too soon, and NACL has his 1v1 win, marksman style, against Sage Wabe.
Lethal tempo, AD carries, but unfortunately NACL does get the edge, like you said, because those plasma stacks that just give you that extra burst of damage there. Even saw Sage Wabe try to cut vision, use the barrier. Meanwhile, NACL did not burn his single summoner spell. There's another opportunity where NACL might have kill potential. Both of these bottom lanes meet back up here. Sage Wabe kind of has to play much safer here, has to replicate what Nightstar did to him and his team in that last series on Jinx. Got massively far ahead, build the Twin Tails into the Runins, into the IE. Sage Wabe, like you said, you put him in that box of, hey, he can carry games, get him into that late game, get him into those 3-item situations. He's your guy. Well, SBD may not allow him to get to that point.
Certainly so far, they don't look to as we hover back towards mid lane, which has been the point of contention for both of these junglers. Here comes Shimmer trying to charge up, maybe a Vault Breaker, but Command Attack gets a ton of damage down on a Robbie Bob. Makes Shimmer think twice about that engage.
And Gravity, they know what they need to do, right? Obviously, level 6 Ahri, level 6 Vi, let's R plus R, let's kill this. Yeah. Let's get this guy. But Cross and Drew have just been doing a good job shadowing their mid laner, saying, you know what, our mid laner is probably the only viable target for this Wombo combo. Let's just hover over, let's force them off, and if they get into this 3v3 skirmish, or even potentially 2v2 skirmish, they might actually end up winning it here. NACL has a kill in that bot lane as well. Like, so far, this Ahri Vi has not been able to get off their R plus R combo, and we're, what, nearly 10 minutes into the game, and Cross is gonna look to support his bottom lane here, potentially get a counter gank onto Shimmer. He snuck his way in.
I mean, if he sits here long enough, the wave should bounce back. Sage Wabe and Alchemy do a flash and that cleanse ultimate from Emilio, but right now Gravity are going after Command Attack. They get the flash out of him just for a charm. Continuous markage of that Victor, but there is the flash headbutt pulverized. Sage Wabe burns everything to try and survive. The turret is off. The camp pays off for Cross. He's gonna fall to the turret's might, but it's just a kill back to All Calamity. Exactly what the doctor ordered for Saving Private Dozer.
Is that LeBron James and Dwayne Wade, the alley-oop for SPD? Oh no! It's absolutely posterized!
There's LeBron and Dwayne Wade in the mid lane as Shimmer throws Command Attack down. He will fall, but it's an execute, so no gold even given back to Megamind himself.
Unfortunate, but they finally get the combo off. A bit delayed as Robbie Bob ended up using that Foxfire dash way earlier. But because of that overcommitment, or let's say commitment from SPD in that bottom lane side, because Cross ends up going down, that just opens up the window for Shimmer to just force the issue in mid lane here, who right now, TJ is 0-2 as we flash towards the gold. Despite a very explosive play from SPD, Gravity have gotten themselves about a let's say 500, 800 gold lead here for themselves. Pretty even at the 11-minute mark, considering the games we've had today between these two teams.
They have to leverage that mid-jungle lead into playing for some more of these neutral objectives. That's what we got to look forward towards, but Right now, we're seeing a major flank coming across here. Drew is deep in the trenches, man. This guy's running all the way through enemy jungle, but Sagewabe and Calamity sniff it out. Good heads-up play. They don't spot any of Saving Private Dozer on the map, and we flash to the top side where Alorem has his hands full with PCL. The Poppy counter pick might not have been enough for PCL. The Tofo strikes fall just short, but he definitely reminded Alorem who he is in that top lane.
And SBD with that early roam establishing jungle control, and Drew goes in.
Have Robbie. Drew picks him out of the Frit, trying to get the damage down, but no crits, and Cross can't get close enough with that shield. So Robbie survives, but the dragon stacking woes continue.
Yeah, SBD, because of that early move, they're able to lay down a ton of vision, control wards. So Gravity couldn't really walk in without potentially paying the price, right? Face checking an Alistar, face checking a Volibear here. But that overcommitment, or let's say commitment into that dragon, does allow Gravity to pick up a turret plate or two, but Cross is going to go ahead and pick up those extra grubs. It's going to be a 4-2 split, and it's going to bring them closer to that monster slaying. I think they actually got it.
Wave control. The same dish over and over again, but this time Drew is here to cover command attack. The turret nearly picks up the kill. Their Arcade Storm should find the trade onto Shimmer. They go 1 for 1, but boy did Gravity allocate a lot of resources to finding that kill, and all they get is a negative trade. That's a shutdown over to command attack.
That is, TJ picks it up. NACL as well is going to have a turret plate for himself. Robbie Bob does not have ultimate available.
They're turning it off. Robbie, good charm at first, but he's going to get flashed on by Cross, who marks him for death. Shut down gold over to the 2-0 Kaisa from NACL.
2-0-2 right now. Kraken Slayer in hand, and what a play from Cross, right? Using NACL to say, hey, see who matches you. See who comes up and tries to clear this mid wave. I'm here. I just took grubs. I've got the ultimate available to turn this mid lane turret off. And with a ultimateless Robbie Bob, who, mind you, got his ult forced by Drew a couple minutes earlier, that was a prime window for SBD to take that. The gold still, though, dead even. 13.5 minutes. This game on a knife's edge right now between these guys.
What's really separating Saving Private Dozer is that Cross also was able to grab the next 3 set of grubs. So he gets mites for his team. He gets the monster slaying feats secured, and that actually gets them feats of strength. So when you talk about League of Legends in the modern age, there's so many things that define leads besides gold. And you're seeing it now for Saving Private Dozer.
Yeah, a little extra push, a little extra nudge in gold. The available stats you get is PCL once again bringing it to a Alorem.
He finds the all-out angle. Will he get the kill this time? Keeper's verdict's coming. He goes unstoppable, but doesn't time it right up. And Alorem will send him out. But PCL is bloodthirsty for this solo kill.
I mean, they've been trading ultimates back and forth, right? Flashes as well. It feels like PCL has been doing a pretty good job of trying to force Alorem out here. Both of these guys on Frostborn Gauntlet. For how tanky these boys are, they've just been taking it down to the wire here. And Mr. Command Attack finally might get some support from his team. This guy has been ganked repeatedly by Sagewabe, by El Calamity, by Shimmer. And finally, he's like, can I get some support? Can I get some assistance here? Alorem and PCL once again. PCL doesn't have any mana.
Oh, this is a much weaker fight. It's definitely a definition of a wet noodle brawl, but Alorem has mana. PCL gets a level up, gets some back in his tank. Here comes the rocket from downtown. No way does this find its mark.
No,
all the way from base. It's not gonna hit home. Alorem gets the kill, even if the rocket goes wide.
Really good play from Alorem. Interesting from PCL. He was very low on that mana bar. I'm surprised he opted in for that kill. Also good from Alorem to use that dash onto the minion to close the distance, to get the steadfast presence going. So just closing that kill. I mean, beautiful play from Poppy. Beautiful play from Alorem here. Now Robbie Bob might have to burn the ultimate here.
Yeah, here we go.
Cross is ready.
Robbie, how does it taste to get the gank treatment from the enemy team here? He has one last use of the Spirit Rush, but Cross does not care. He has marked him as a martyr all game long. And topside, looks like Alorem died for a tier 1 turret. Drew Dozer picks up the kill all on his own and now traps Shimmer with them, who has to seize the assist and the flash on top of the Vault Breaker. Tons of summoners used there to chase Shimmer down, but he's able to get out.
1 for 1 overall, like you said, dies for the turret. PCL and NACL looking to maybe aggress on the mid here, but El Calamity with a swift football kick should be fine. But look at Drew slithering around.
This guy's crazy, man. Oh, he's actually gonna hex flash. He wants Sagewabe. Oh, good flash timing from the young gun for Gravity, because Drew is a menace right now looking for his number.
This guy is playing like a tried and true Alistar player, bro. Like you could have fooled me. This guy's role swapped from mid to top to now support. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Like the way this guy plays Alistar, I'm like, am I watching Mixture run around right now? This guy's crazy.
I know, absolutely insane. Here is 8-6 score. Gravity holding on to a 300 gold lead. But the objectives in the favor of SBD, and it's another Hextech Soul Slayer. They surely can't give that away. Drew!
Oh no, Caster Curse! He's surviving a while, but he will drop to Robbie Bob, and he might have gotten PCL killed as well. Have to burn the flash over the big wall for Red Buff, and this should finally get Gravity into some dragon stacking territory. They don't make it outlast to Soul Point this time round. That's a big win con to take off of Saving Private Dozer's hands.
Maybe that is Mixture. Maybe Loki, maybe the way he dies there.
Are we team viewing onto somebody's computer, or like what's the word?
As we see new pings coming down onto that Rift Herald, we'll see if Gravity and SBD actually end up fancying another fight there. Really good pick, really good vision trap from Gravity there. That's how you use Ahri as you get into this mid game, right? Vision traps, get the charms going, and then eventually you can potentially play for these side lane picks, as Vi should just be shadowing Robbie Bob after these clears, right? Like this, no lane that Robbie Bob is in is ever safe. Like TJ can never actually get super aggressive, as Shimmer has just snuck into this bottom side. Oh my.
The tension drifts to the alcove, still out of vision. Command Attack has no idea. Yep, here we go. Cease and desist. It's the same meal every time, 3 times a day for Command Attack. It's a knuckle sandwich from Shimmer.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that diet is not beneficial to building.
League of Legends. No?
Can't build strong bones. Can't really get a good pump going, anything like that, unfortunately. But with Wave Controller, TJ Command Attack going down on that bottom side, with the resources being invested from Gravity, that means Rift Herald will be all for SPD here. Now, Gravity has taken a sizable gold lead, let's call it 1.5k in their favor, but it also opens up SPD to lay down some vision, yoink some picks away as Drew, brother, there are 3 members.
He's baiting for Cross. They don't think Cross saw the red buff. Cross is going to drop over with the Stormbringer onto Sagewabe. Killer Instinct through for Mako. Can they get Sagewabe down? The big bad Jinx will fall. Down goes Sagewabe, and Al Calamity might be next. Stun lands for Cross. They're under the turret. Drew Dozer doesn't care. He has no fear in his heart. Sure, he'll drop, but he got his team another big win.
2 big kills, and we talked about having that vision control here. Drew face checking through, saying, please invest all your resources. I'm a juicy Alistar. You know you want me. As Cross comes in with the massive ultimate over the wall, and now that's going to prompt the Rift Herald to go down, potentially mid lane tier 1, as they're going to ride it in. PCL has joined the fray. It's a 4v3 for this mid lane tier 1, and Gravity smartly back away from it, saying, we have to give this up. We cannot contest it here. Still a 1,000 gold lead for Gravity Gaming here, but this is the tightest this series has been. This is the closest game we've had, I would argue, from Gravity out of these past 2 series. Everything on the line, Slayer. Everything on the line. Yeah.
See the gold leads. Basically, the entire goal lead for Gravity right now is in that mid lane matchup for Robbie Bob. And that is such an important matchup to watch as this game goes on, because for Saving Private Dozer, despite their heroics to some of these skirmish spots, should be they do not win this game, now that we're this deep in with such a close bout, without Command Attack bringing the damage. It's got to be the thing you watch for as we move into the late phase.
Lorem might be...
Get this guy some gold. Get this guy some gold, Cross. Get Command Attack back on top here. Flash out of a Lorem. Cross still gets the stun. Has the Keeper's Verdict if he wants to knock out the Victor, and does just that on time. But Cross has a ton of damage. He's got the Sundered Sky down. Should be able to find this kill all on his lonesome. And now Command Attack's back. They're going to gift that gold over. Give TJ some gold. No, Cross steals that at the last moment, but it's still a kill found on the side lane.
And we see Ahri on the top side. That's going to prompt SBD to, with that kill onto Alarm, to start this Otacon here. Jinx is in the mid lane as well. It's completely free. They have to dive.
This is a tank Gasante. This is not like going after a Victor. It's a lot more treacherous, and PCL is dipping, dodging, and diving himself to keep his life up. Does not fall to the dive. That gets a free Otacon to Saving Private Dozer.
Yeah, beautiful unstoppable there to just completely null out Shimmer's ultimate, and they're gonna pick up Otacon, they're gonna pick up bottom lane tier 1. PCL's gonna go back to farming lane because he's like, you know what? You blew all your abilities on me. Robbie Bob, you don't have dash. Shimmer, you don't have ultimate. I'm just gonna go back to quietly farming this lane here. He did end up going to the top lane. Cross might have bit off more than he could chew.
Hex Gate's not gonna save you. Stormbringer will.
Whoa.
Shimmer's gonna follow with his own Hex Gate, create a flank out of thin air. And Cross is in tough, dire straits. Keep in mind, though, he's got his bottom lane swinging over here. Volibear is pretty tanky. They're going to teleport in. Both Alorum and Robbie Bob are coming here, but Calamity is already dead. Mako is going on a rampage, and now the fight is split on two fronts. Can Mako survive? Alorum knocks him down. Sagewabe now gets the big reset, trying to create space for D0WG, who gets the stun. PCL in the all-out form. Can he get Sagewabe through the barrier and in all? PCL finds the kill, and now Cross gets to step up. Robbie Bob is far too low. It's Alorum versus all of the might of Saving Private D0WG, who just found themselves maybe the series defining fight win.
SPD come in with a monstrous flank from PCL here, and that's just gonna win the fight here. There's no way we get a pause bug.
Oh no. Oh, I'm gonna throw up. I'm gonna throw up. I want to throw up.
I'm gonna commit. I'm gonna commit if this is real. I'm committing right now. No.
Come on,
no.
man. Dude, look at the gold. There's literally 800 gold separating this game. Oh, okay.
Okay. Oh, man. Is
Not
that
the
because
bug.
of the pause? Is that because of the pause that happened like a long time ago that now we're paying?
That'd
This
be
is the,
crazy.
Yeah, I think so. That has to be it.
Oh,
like,
wait.
why would this?
Well, I could kind of. Actually, I'm not gonna.
Hey, wait. Hide the timeline. Hide the timeline. Hide the timeline.
Okay, we're back. All right. Well, okay, Shibby, I'm gonna bet all of my money for the rest of my life that they get this dragon. I'm just kidding. Take us to the replay.
As we do get the replay here, notice that there's a TP on the top side. Robbie Bob's TPing in the try, but PCL gets a massive flank on their side, and Cross and Shimmer are just 1v1ing. And unfortunately, there's just too much damage on the side of SPD here. Wave controller TJ command attack wasn't even in that fight. He walked and then got poppy ulted and then walked back, but unfortunately Robbie Bob just can't get enough resets. Finally, TJ command attack comes in and Alorum goes down. That gives them the fight win, but just really good TP usage as well as a good collapse from SPD to turn what was gonna be a disastrous situation for Cross into a massive team fight win, into what is, like we said, the Otacon and the Dragon specifically, that now puts them on sole point that Gravity in 4.5 minutes, whether they want to or not, have to fight SPD.
Same woes we've talked about so many times. Here's something we've seen over and over and over again. Command attack getting hounded by Shimmer and Robbie Bob, but this chapter is a little bit different than the other ones because the entire arsenal of Saving Private D0WG is here to cover their victorious mid laner. Sure, you knock him down for a 5th time, but you just handed 600 gold to Mako.
Should be changed from Saving Private D0WG to Saving Private TJ. That man has been bailed out or attempted to be bailed out multiple times here, and his death brings fruits to SPD as they pick up 2 kills. They're gonna pick up a top lane tier 1, and with a minute and a half up on this until this Baron comes up, SBD and Drew has done his due diligence. You already see, if we pan over, the vision line that has been laid out for SBD. A control ward over there, multiple wards near the Raptor, and that river entrance. Like, they've done the work that Gravity now have to come in and potentially look to get out, as a tier 2 turret could go in the favor of Mako.
I think this is down. There's not a response in time. Good headbutt from Drew to create space for Alorum. Hexgate's gonna get Robbie and Shimmer here. I think beef is on the menu in the jungle here. Drew's just gonna die. How much time can you buy Drew? He's running. He's headbutting red buff. This guy is no carrier in the world. He is surviving for 15 seconds longer than I thought he had, but he'll finally go down. Worth trade though.
I argue he maybe should have gone down a little sooner, because Dragon is coming up, or sorry, Baron is coming up in 30 seconds. And he's got a 30-second death timer. If he dies 15 seconds sooner, like you mentioned, maybe they're able to pick up that Baron here. So I was wondering why we're going to Otacon, and I'm like, oh,
dead, guys.
we're following Baron that's popping up right now. Well, I don't think Gravity are really in any situation to kind of take this Baron even with D0WG down, but it is giving them the opportunity to clear out some of that vision that they so dutifully placed here. PC and Alorum going to be trading in that bottom lane. Both individuals should have TP coming up around the same time. If we take a stock of the timers, Robbie
Right.
Bob's going to have his TP up. Wave Control as well, or TJ Command Attack will have his TP up. Crucial Summoner spells being down. Flash for Mako. Flash for Drew. Flash for Cross as well.
Sage
Look on the
Wabe
other
and
side.
Robbie too.
Yeah, Sagai Wabe and Robbie don't have flashes. It's going to be a relatively dry fight if they opt to fight around this Baron as Drew.
I thought he was gonna go for it.
That's not Mixer. That might be only 35, man. That's like that guy is channeling other godlike supports like the Avatar right now. He's just talking to different ones, right? He's like, Mixer, please. Only 35. Core
Hold
JJ,
on.
are you there? Lend me your strength.
Oh, I thought I thought they were gonna get baited. I thought they were gonna get baited. But you know, speaking on Drew, I just love when things we stress in drafts show their true colors in the game. Shibby, we talked about for the Saving Private Dozer team how it's really feels like it's putting the young guys that ISU believe in on a pedestal. And as I say that, Cross himself gets the flash out of Lorem. Look at who is so far ahead right now for Saving Private Dozer. It's Cross and Makel. How poetic would it be that they bring home this Unk for Unk matchup as the youngins? Gotta leave in that lingo as much as I can.
The faith being believed in. And I also kind of like it when stuff we talked about don't necessarily pan out because of how good these players are. I mean, I can take fault for this. I talked about how it'll be really rough for this Alistar to get value into Poppy. I'm going to be quite honest. I haven't seen a steadfast presence do anything to Drew Dozer, right? Like this guy has been flash pulving, flash headbutting onto members here without a care in the world. I mean, he's got an insane amount of value with this Alistar pick, even into the to the Milio that should have been able to stop him. Like Drew Dozer, despite all these champions being drafted against him, let's call it, he's been getting an insane amount of value on this Alistar. Now
Cross, we're going crazy here. Keep checking Alarm with Robbie Bob teleporting in. Loses about half his HP. Shimmer sees an ankle though. Onto TJ. He's going to take the season assist. Onto Cross. A pretty tanky Volibear. It's hard to burn through him. And TJ turns the fight on its head. Cross stays alive. Mako flies in with the killer instinct. Forces Robbie Bob back towards the turret. And Drew's just in the middle of all of them. Knocking them up. Setting them up for the carries to bring it home. Saving Private Dozer are not the ones needing rescue. They're the ones that are looking for the upset.
oh man, a big team fight win at the 27-minute mark. Death timers are long, Slayer. And like you mentioned, Saving
mites.
Private Dozer. They've got mites. They've got 5 members strong. And another upset potentially coming in here. Gravity Gaming, Robbie Bob is what stands against Gravity's hopes and dreams being absolutely wiped away by Saving Private Dozer. ISU's brightest, ISU's best. Come in with the win!
Oh, what an upset. What a day of the qualifiers, stamped out with the royalty of ISU, keeping themselves alive. And on the flip side here, Shivy, it's disaster. Gravity were up 1-0 over Dog fans not too long ago. A couple hours later, they're all out of an NACL spot in the winter format.
Gravity Gaming will have to bow out here. They implode like a dwarf star in the galaxy, right? Gravity, unfortunately, a little too hard to succumb to. And Saving Private Dozer now have to make a miracle losers bracket run, an absolutely demonic lower bracket, like you said, as we get that replay of that final fight. I mean, Cross just absolutely forcing Robbie Bob's ultimate. That's the big thing here. And you think, hey, Gravity may have a pick here onto TJ Command Attack. El Calamity pops the ultimate, but you just see Mako completely fine. That Storm ripping through individuals. And the big thing here, 3-man stun from Drew. And Cross turns the turret off. Mako goes relatively untouched. The only damage I think he took was from the turret. I don't even think he even took a lick of damage from any of these abilities here. Beautiful, beautiful play from SPD. As we see the gold chart once again, call it a throw, call it what you want. I don't really think so. I think realistically, Gravity at best had a 1.5k gold lead. But SPD just off the back of, like you said, Cross, off the back of Mako, this Kaisa, this Volibear, completely shuts Gravity Gaming down. And I'm going to be quite honest, completely shuts down Shimmer. I mean, he came in hot last series, had a massive Xin Zhao game. Warwick game doesn't go his way, right? They end up losing game 3 as well. And now we kind of walk into this one. I feel like Shimmer was taken care of, right? By a direct competitor, Cross, somebody else that's coming up in the scene. Another jungler that I believe is very, very good, that should be playing for NACL. Both of these guys eventually will be playing for NACL, right? I mean, obviously Shimmer's on MU, he may get some reps in, but realistically, these guys are the future that we talk about. And I would say Cross handled them, right? Took him to school a little bit, maybe, and was super effective on the volley bear, was massively effective on I believe, the Wukong, or not the Wukong, sorry, was massively effective on all the other champions. And I'm going to be real, just did a really good job along with NACL, right? And I thought maybe there might be some issues with TJ Command Attack playing this mid lane, this more supportive style role, utility, whatever you call it. Dude busts out the victor. Yeah, he goes negative, but I mean, he just created a lot of pressure, and he understood what Gravity wanted to do, and it's allowed his team to play around it. Megamind in the mid lane, man. That's my nickname for you, TJ. Megamind.
Hey, he's got the Photoshop now. It's coming. Shibby's got you. They got the win. So Command Attack gets the edit. Yeah, and I think the point home here for guys, I think Cross is my series MVP personally. I think he was massive in the 2 wins, like you pointed out. But again, the unfortunate reality of the future of ISU and esports, what's the best thing you can get out of it here? It's putting those young guys that you believe in, Command Attack, the rest of this collegiate space. Who do you believe in? Let's put them on a pedestal to find them homes. That's what TJ and everyone at ISU were talking about ever since that news came out. Well, the way Cross is playing in these qualifiers, I can only think of a handful of collegiate rosters that wouldn't use his talents. So it's cool to see him step up against an opponent they were not favored in. But that will conclude a completely mind-busting day of qualifiers. Just the 3rd day of 6, by the way. And we have seen monumental upsets across the board. Luckily, folks, tomorrow, I'm not going to spoil too much.
Dog fans won, I think. I see Woof in someone's chat. I think Dog fans just won.
They did.
Like this is like breaking.
This is live. I'm seeing the victory screen. Now Tempest Gaming, Respawn, and Citadel are all in the lower bracket right now. What is going on? Like, this is the most chaotic day in qualifiers history. Hey, I guess that loss of Dog fans doesn't look so bad anymore. My word.
Nightstar, MEC on top, baby. Nightstar, my goat. I'm sure Nightstar had a hand in those
5-1, 5-1-7. Caitlyn, that looks pretty good to me, man.
MEC on top. I mean, day of upsets. Gravity gets taken out by now a team in Dog fans that are one, I believe, best of 5 away from qualifying. Is that how that works? Right? Is that
maybe 2?
I think 2. Yeah.
Yeah. So the semifinals for a promotion spot is now between Dog fans and AMI. One of Dog fans and AMI will likely be playing. Oh man! Unless Friendly Fenless, there's no way to grade this bracket any longer, and it's gonna take a while to really soak in what the bracket looks like. We're gonna close out shop, and I'm gonna tell you all at home. Make sure to stay locked to your Twitter if you want a really good way to keep up with the rest of the qualifiers tomorrow. Not gonna say any more for myself and Shibby, but you will be seeing us in another spot very soon. For now, though, we're gonna throw a raid, I believe, over to the Cubster. Close out this Saturday of qualifiers. It was a blast to be with you. Shout out to our production team, Ice, Fire Ride, and Caddy, teaming up for all those awesome graphics and cool shots you got from the Rift. Shibby, it's always a pleasure to chop it up with you. For now, it's goodbye from Aegis. We'll see you soon, but stay locked to the qualifiers and take care.